Chapter 965. The severe pain lasted for a long time before it slowly subsided. On the platform where there was almost no light, the queen slowly straightened her body, and her breath had become extremely weak. There was silence in the dark hall. The armors on both sides of the carpet stood silently. In the box on the long table, Milos had opened his eyes and looked at her quietly. The queen took a few deep breaths, wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth and the cold sweat on her forehead, and raised her head gently. The extremely illusory sword energy quietly covered Milos' head. The cold flesh and blood were quickly worn down and melted under the sword energy and finally disappeared. She really liked the gift that the assassin had given her. The Dark Knights and the Jiang family of South America had a very fierce conflict half a month ago. When all the forces in Europe received the news, the Queen of Dark took action in person, and Milos and another superior of the half-step invincible realm went all out. The battle was fierce and short. It lasted for dozens of seconds. Milos and another superior of the half-step invincible realm escaped with injuries. The Queen of Dark was unharmed. Such a record was naturally extremely powerful in the eyes of others who didn't know the details of the Queen. After all, Milos could be comparable to an ordinary superior of the invincible realm in a short time when he broke out with all his strength. The Queen could injure him and another superior of the half-step invincible realm, which meant that her strength was at least beyond the ordinary invincible realm. But in the eyes of the superpowers who knew that she was flaming fire, they could clearly see the weakness of the Queen of Dark. After all, at the end of the chaos in Snow Country, flaming fire showed the strength that was infinitely close to the peak of the invincible realm. With such strength, if she were at the peak of flaming fire, not to mention dozens of seconds in a few breaths, Milos and the superior of the half-step invincible realm with the code name Steel Bone, who was good at defense, would be seriously injured. Whether they could survive depended on luck. But in this battle, although Milos and Steel Bone were injured, they basically escaped unscathed. The fact that the Queen of Dark was not in good condition had become a fact in the eyes of other superpowers. Therefore, the Jiang family of South America and the Holy Land tacitly mobilized part of the forces in the northern part of the European continent and put this force into the decisive battle in Beihai. Only a small part of the force was left in the hinterland of the Dark Knights to restrain flaming fire. Among them, Milos and Steel Bones were the leaders. The Queen of Darkness might not have a good impression of Dong Huang, but she was undoubtedly more annoyed by what the Sanctuary and the Jiang family of South America did. This also meant that in the eyes of the two superpowers, her value was equivalent to two top experts of the half-step invincible realm when she was not in her peak state. How could the proud and arrogant Queen of Darkness, who had always been by Qin Weibai's side, stand this? However, he could only suppress this anger in his heart for the time being and silently wait for the opportunity to get back at him. The assassin's gift made the queen feel much more comfortable. She sat quietly on the dark seat and waited until her breathing had completely stabilized before she slowly waved her hand. A faintly discernible wind appeared in the grand hall. With a faint sound, the door of the dark hall slowly closed in silence. The queen pressed a button under the bronze table in front of her. The long table moved to the left. Light shone from the ground. In front of the queen, a long passage that could allow one person to pass through appeared. The queen walked down in silence. The Dark Hall was the symbolic building of the Dark Knights. It was the palace of Raphael, the commander of the Dark Knights. But in fact, the underground area was the place where the queen and Raphael lived daily. The orange light covered the long and dark corridor. The queen, who was dressed in a rose-colored dress, walked quietly. The soft light completely showed her exquisite figure. She seemed to be affected by the person she admired the most. Her temperament was also calm and cold. But even after 2 years, there was still a touch of helplessness and loneliness in the depths of her eyes that she couldn't adapt to. At the end of the corridor was a metal gate. The queen entered the password and verified her fingerprint. As the gate opened, what appeared in front of her was not a base full of cold mechanical style, but a living room decorated with warm and comfortable colors: sofa, coffee table, TV, kitchen, dining room, and bedroom. This was her and Raphael's home. She was willing to stay here, but she still felt a little regretful. The slight sound in the kitchen kept ringing. Opposite the leather sofa, the wide TV was on. As the top bigwigs of the European continent and the only couple in the invincible realm, the TV in their home was not playing any European news, nor was it a speech by a core politician. Instead, it was the stunning cartoon Tom and Jerry. The queen sat on the sofa and watched it quietly, her eyes in a trance. In fact, she didn't like watching cartoons very much, but this was her boss's favorite TV program. Every time she was tired or before making an important decision, she liked to watch it quietly for a while to relax herself. Over time, Flaming Fire had gradually gotten used to this feeling. Xianxia, I made Zhongzhou cuisine today. I'm not very familiar with it, but it tastes good. Shall we try it? In some hearty laughter, the kitchen door was opened. Raphael, who looked younger than his actual age, walked out of the kitchen. His voice was warm and soft. He hadn't changed much from more than 2 years ago, but his handsome Eurasian face looked very pale and his breath was weak. But it seemed that because the queen was with him, he was in a good state of mind. The queen glanced at him and replied softly, the current Dark Queen. The former Flaming Fire. An expert who was close to the peak of the invincible realm. Few people in the Dark World knew her real name. Even few of the 12 supermasters of the Samsara Palace knew her real name. They only knew that she was from East Island. After following Qin Weibai, she had been called Flaming Fire. Gradually, Flaming Fire seemed to have become her real name instead of a code name. The queen herself was not even used to her real name, but only Raphael insisted on calling her that. He once jokingly said that only when he called her name could he be sure that she was his woman, not an invincible realm expert who was more powerful than him. The queen had a very nice name, but few people knew it. Wuxia. This surname used to have a glorious history in the martial arts of East Island, but now, it had become unimportant to the queen. The assassins contacted me. Wuxia walked into the dining room and sat down. It seemed that he spoke casually. Raphael's movements paused slightly and then he nodded thoughtfully. The small force set up by Zhou? I've been paying attention to it in the past 2 years. Their organization is not big and it doesn't involve a wide range of people. But the structure is very reasonable and the quality of the personnel is not bad. At least in terms of setting up the assassins, Zhou was very clear-headed at that time. He's clear-headed once in a while, but unfortunately he's still an idiot. Wuxia was a little disdainful. Raphael smiled and said softly, "Why did they contact you?" "To join me." She lowered her head and took a sip of soup. Then she said calmly, "I agreed to become a peripheral force of the Dark Knights." "Not bad." Raphael smiled and picked up her favorite mushrooms with his chopsticks. Even in the European continent, because of Wuxia, they ate Chinese food most of the time, but Raphael rarely cooked in person. They're very useful. Wuxia raised her head and looked at Raphael seriously. Her eyes were clear and pure. "I plan to take action in the next few days and directly sweep out the power of the Jiang family of South America and the Holy Land." But the assassins took action first. They killed Milos as a sign of allegiance. And Zhou has been cooperating with the Jiang family of South America and the Holy Land before. The assassins must know this information very well. The assassins said that they can participate in the decisive battle in Beihai, but I plan to keep them in the European continent. Although the assassins' overall strength is not strong, staying here can make up for the power of the Dark Knights to a great extent. Even if they can't complete the cleanup, they will definitely cause great losses to the Holy Land and the Jiang family of South America. These forces have completely gone crazy for Beihai, and the strength they have deployed in various places has reached the limit. Such a fragile balance can be broken by the assassins. So, she lowered her head to eat and said softly, "For the time being, with the assassins' participation, even if I'm not here, there will be no power in the European continent that can threaten the Dark Knights for the time being." Raphael looked at her quietly. "So you're going to Beihai?" Wuxia was slightly stunned and her eyes were complicated. She was silent for a long time before she said softly, "His state may not be as invincible as he shows. The decisive battle in Beihai is very critical and sensitive." She bit her lip. "I didn't continue to be the flaming fire of Emperor Dong's palace. Well, I can't just watch him die and ignore it. If even someone like Dong Huang could fall, then how useful can you be? You haven't recovered from your injury." Raphael shook his head. "I've found a way to temporarily suppress the injury," Wuxia said softly. In fact, the speculation of the outside world was not wrong, but it was not completely correct. She was indeed injured. But the injury she suffered in Mormons 2 years ago was not as serious as the outside world had speculated. because her injury in Mormons had been fully recovered about a year ago. It was at that time that she officially took over the Dark Knights and became the Queen of Darkness. Her current injury was a new one, a new injury caused by herself. Half a year ago, Flaming Fire forced a breakthrough and wanted to officially enter the peak of the Invincible Realm. But she failed at the most critical moment. This breakthrough brought her closer to the real peak of the Invincible Realm. But the forced breakthrough still caused a serious burden on her body. So in the conflict some time ago, she couldn't even do anything to the two half-step Invincible Realm experts. But now she had found a way to keep herself in the peak state for the time being. Raphael sighed softly. Are you angry? Wang Yuexiangu smiled. No, I'm just a little worried. Raphael shook his head. How can the decisive battle in Beihai be so simple? It's okay. Wang Yuexiangu said softly. In my peak state, no matter what, I can at least protect myself. I'm afraid you'll be stupid. Raphael shook his head and put a black ring in Wang Yuexiangu's hand. It can barely be used once. He said slowly. Wang Yuexiangu frowned and looked at the ring in her hand. This was the murderous weapon of the Dark Knights. Dark Saint's Spear. It had been less than 3 years since the chaos in Snow Country. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the Dark Saint's Spear to be fired again. However, if the state of the murderous weapon was not taken into account, it could be used once. But after using it, the Dark Saint's Spear would basically be in a half-useless state. Forcibly stimulating the energy of the murderous weapon was equivalent to directly hurting the core of the murderous weapon. It could be foreseen that once the Dark Saint's Spear was fired in the decisive battle in Beihai, the gunshots of the Dark Saint's Spear would not be heard again in the Dark World for at least a few decades. Decades. Thinking of the consequences, Wang Yuexiangu was a little annoyed. It doesn't matter. Raphael laughed. Even if the Dark Saint's Spear is crippled, there's nothing to feel sorry about. When the time comes, we can just hand it over to Dong Huang. It can make Wuqing more powerful. Moreover, with our friendship, I believe that the compensation he gives will be generous enough to make up for the loss of the Dark Saint's Spear. He won't come to me. In fact, the Dark Saint's Spear is a deterrent, but it can't control everything. If I'm in a better state, I want to go with you. Raphael shook his head with a wry smile. Wang Yuexiangu lowered her head and looked at the ring in her hand. After a long time, she put away the ring and said softly, "When I come back, we'll get married." Raphael was slightly stunned and then laughed. I've been waiting for this day and this sentence for too long. A few years ago, Wang Yuexiangu had promised him that after they married, she would give birth to a child for him. Raphael touched his hair with some emotion and sighed. If you had said that a few years later, I would have almost become the child's grandfather. Wang Yuexiangu blushed slightly and glared at him. Flaming Fire was 35 years old this year, while Raphael was 47 years old. In terms of age, Raphael, who was 12 years older than Wang Yuexiangu, really couldn't afford to wait. Wang Yuexiangu combed her hair and said softly, "Wait for me to come back." After the destruction of the Samsara Palace, she did not stay in Emperor Dong's palace. Even in the 2 years since she came to the Dark Knights, she had never contacted Emperor Dong's palace. But in any case, she couldn't just watch Li Tianlan be in danger and do nothing. During the time when she was delayed in the northern part of the European continent, she had been studying ways to suppress her injury. Originally, she had planned to forcibly suppress her injury and directly kill the forces of the Jiang family of South America and the Holy Land here. Then she would let the Dark Knights shrink. She would go to Beihai and come back quickly. But now with the addition of the assassin, everything became very simple. He had to go to Beihai. A large part of the reason was because of the friendship between her and Qin Weibai, but also because of Li Tianlan. Wang Yuexiangu raised her hand. An extremely illusory sword light appeared on her fingertips. Real and illusory. Day and night. The martial arts of the chosen one. In fact, she was also qualified to be called saint. In terms of strength, she was even more qualified than saint. Because like the current saint, she could become a superior of the invincible realm because she also learned Dongqing Huangtu's kendo. She needed Li Tianlan's guidance when she was only a step away from the peak of the invincible realm. Chapter 966. Yunguang was the nearest county to the capital of Beijiang and also one of the largest encampments of the Beijiang army. Considering the environment of Beijiang, Yunguang was developing well. Besides paying attention to the stability of the situation in Beijiang, Zhou Xian also paid close attention to the economic development. Yunguang was a county that he paid close attention to. In the meeting held in Yuzhou 2 years ago, Zhou Xian personally negotiated an investment with the Hong family, which was also from the northwest. The scale of tens of billions was neither too big nor too small. However, for Yunguang, the effect of this investment was immediate. In the past 2 years, Yunguang had been developing very fast. If there was no accident, Yunguang would be officially connected with the capital city of Beijing in 2 years. By then, Yunguang County would naturally become Yunguang District. A black car with an ordinary license plate was slowly driving at the junction of Yunguang and the capital city. Li Huaqing looked at the scene outside the window calmly. The temperature in Beijing was not high and it was extremely cold in winter. It was quiet outside the window. Only pieces of simple houses flashed in Li Huaqing's sight occasionally. President, we are still making statistics. After this event, about 60,000 people will choose to settle down in Beijing. Of course, this is not the final number. Beijing will solve the problem of household registration for them. By then, I hope the police department can give some support to Beijing. We will try our best to solve the supporting policies for their families. Of course, it will be better if the parliament can help. The chief lawyer of the parliament, Thomas, was driving. Zhou Xian and Li Huaqing were sitting in the back row. Following Li Huaqing's sight, Zhou Xian's steady voice sounded. Our preliminary plan is to build a town between Yunguang and the capital city. Well, not from scratch but from the surrounding villages and the existing towns. The new town will be used to arrange the families who are willing to settle down here. If the town is developed smoothly, it can be connected with the capital city. In this way, the area of the capital city will be expanded by about 1/3, and Yunguang will also get better development opportunities. I've already held a meeting with the municipal government. They are relatively well off now, so they can carry out the merger and construction. The merger with Yunguang is the highlight of the work of the capital city in the next year. The newly established town will also become the core area of the capital city and Yunguang. There are many development opportunities and job opportunities here. Meanwhile, it can also solve the work problems of many families. If everything goes well, by next summer at the latest, this area will be completely connected to the capital, and the family members will be able to completely settle down here. Li Huaqing's expression was calm as he listened quietly. When Zhou Xian finished, he nodded and said, "Not bad." Li Huaqing arrived at Huating not long ago. This operation was very secretive. Beijing did not publicize it. Only Zhou Xian came to pick him up in person. After getting off the plane and in the car, Li Huaqing directly asked to come here to have a look. Zhou Xian agreed without hesitation. Right now, only a small portion of the family members are living in simple houses. Most of them are concentrated in the barracks of the northern frontier military region. After all, it's more convenient over there. The logistics work hasn't been delayed and there's still a good guarantee in terms of supplies. Li Huaqing nodded but still didn't speak. Their car had just driven over from the camp, so he naturally saw the current state of the family members. Zhou Xian also fell silent and didn't say anything. The atmosphere in the car was so oppressive that it almost froze. Ma Si pretended to be calm as she drove. Her palms were sweaty because she gripped the steering wheel too hard. At this moment, it was completely nonsense to say that he was not nervous. From the beginning, he didn't want Li Huaqing to come to Beijing. In his opinion, this was completely risking himself. Zhou Xian's position was unclear. If he really committed treason, the consequences of Li Huaqing's trip would be really unpredictable. From the worst perspective, if Zhou Xian was really crazy enough to dare to attack Li Huaqing, then it would be almost impossible for Li Huaqing to leave Beijing. As for the consequences, no matter what the consequences were for Zhou Xian, it had already happened. For people, even if all the Zhang family members were killed, it had little to do with him. Li Huaqing glanced at Ma Si intentionally or unintentionally, then turned his head, looked out of the window calmly and said slowly, "Tell me what you think of the Beijing army." Zhou Xian's eyebrows slightly trembled in an instant. Only those who knew him very well could see his movement. This was a sign that he was completely focused. For him, Li Huaqing's words were basically equivalent to a formal negotiation. The Beijing army. He subconsciously sat up straight. After nearly half a minute of silence, he slowly said, "The overall strength of the army is now very serious. The main problem is the people's hearts. Huang Tong has gone too far this time, and the chaos a few days ago has also caused great harm to many people's hearts. Of course, His Majesty's handling is very good. If he hadn't urgently executed those high-level officials, I'm afraid things would have developed to the point where no one could clean them up, and even brewed into a huge and tragic social problem. It's just that His Majesty Dong Huang is too decisive. The Beijiang army is now in a state of no high-level officials and it's a mess inside. The only thing that can be maintained is the logistics. The work of rebuilding the army is very difficult. I plan to promote high-level officials from within the existing army. At least, no matter what, we should first stabilize the internal affairs of the army. At this time, the working ability can even be put aside, but those positions must be filled. You can rest assured about this, President. I'll focus part of my energy on the Beijiang army and keep an eye on them. After the internal affairs are stabilized, we also have to consider the problem of soldiers. The loss this time is not only the dead, but also a large number of people are ready to leave the army. The army must improve a series of benefits within the army, and then recruit soldiers from the outside world. The financial resources of Beijiang are limited. I've thought about it before and the scale of the Beijiang army can't be too large. Now, I plan to recruit 150,000 to 200,000 soldiers from the outside world. Of course, these are all recruits and it will take some time for them to have combat effectiveness and 150,000 to 200,000? Li Huaqing directly interrupted Zhou Xian's words. Ma Si quickly glanced at Zhou Xian through the rearview mirror, as if she was looking at a madman. The Beijiang army was not a large-scale army in Zhongzhou state, let alone compared with the Border Control Corps. Even in its heyday, its total scale was less than 200,000, or even 150,000. Zhou Xian needed 200,000 soldiers for a single recruitment. This also meant that there were nearly 300,000 soldiers in the entire Beijiang at once, including the soldiers who stayed behind. 300,000. What did he want to do? The most important thing was that he told the plan without reservation. Zhou Xian looked at Li Huaqing and calmly said, This time he simply omitted the previous number and nodded, saying, 200,000. You really have a good appetite. Li Huaqing smiled. His smile was calm and indifferent, but it carried a touch of coldness and sharpness that was hard to fathom. If the northern frontier recruited 200,000 soldiers, then there are at least 300,000 soldiers here. Tell me, what do you plan to do with these 300,000 soldiers? Who are they going to fight against? Zhou Xian took a deep breath and said calmly, These 300,000 soldiers are the power that I think can stabilize the situation in Beijiang. No matter now or in the future, their only responsibility is to protect Zhongzhou state. To protect Beijiang. Li Huaqing looked at him for a long time. You're much more clear-headed than I thought. He smiled faintly. I thought you would only say to protect Beijiang or put Beijiang before Zhongzhou state. If that's the case, then there's no need for us to talk, right? Zhou Xian also showed a smile. After all, Li Huaqing was the commander. Beijiang was the Beijiang of Zhongzhou state. If he had just answered that he would protect Beijiang instead of Zhongzhou state, or that he would protect Beijiang first and then Zhongzhou state, Li Huaqing might not have said anything. But after he went back, the entire Beijiang would be in a desperate situation. Zhou Xian did not want to commit treason and he had never thought about it. So he would figure out the seemingly meaningless but actually the most important primary and secondary. Li Huaqing's smile remained unchanged and he did not comment. I have a question. Zhou Xian suddenly said. Go ahead. Li Huaqing's voice was calm. How many people know that the president is coming to Beijiang? Zhou Xian's voice was a little playful. Not many. Li Huaqing said with a smile. Minister Dongqing, Deputy Minister Yi and Minister Zhou, only these people know. Dongqing Wudi Yi Dongxing and Zhou Yunhai. The three of them represented three different groups. The Prince group did not know, nor did the Special Warfare group. The president is very thoughtful. Zhou Xian said softly. He knew very well how important the three people in the know were. Once something happened to Li Huaqing in Beijiang, Dongqing Wudi could make the decision. Countless artillery fire would destroy everything of the Jiang family in an instant. In the face of the overall strength of a country, especially the overall strength of a super overlord like Zhongzhou state, nothing could survive the artillery fire. This was the most powerful warning. At present, I'm not disappointed in Beijiang nor in you. Zhou Xian, I'm here today to give you a chance and also the last chance for Beijiang. I'm waiting for your answer as to where you and Beijiang should go. The vehicle approached the downtown area. Ma Si changed the direction under the navigation and drove to the villa of the Jiang family in the suburbs. Tell me who's behind you. Li Huaqing's voice was steady and dignified. I still say the same thing. Jiang Shan said slowly, the Jiang family has never turned to any force, let alone to the so-called foreign force. Only have ourselves. His voice was serious and serious. President, you'll see the answer. A satisfactory answer. I can guarantee that your trip to Beijiang today is absolutely worthwhile. Li Huaqing laughed. The black car slowly drove into the villa area and stopped in front of a villa in the central area. A figure shrouded in starlight and clouds was already standing there quietly. Li Huaqing couldn't see his face, but he could clearly feel the bright smile on the other side. Jiang Shan got out of the car first and opened the door for Li Huaqing instead of Ma Si. The figure at the door of the villa walked over steadily. Li Huaqing got out of the car and looked at the warm starlight and clouds in front of him, frowning slightly. If it's the confidence and strength of the Jiang family. Jiang Shan looked at the figure standing in front of Li Huaqing, who seemed to be composed of countless halos, and laughed. He is the confidence and strength of the Jiang family. The starlight was dim. The clouds surged. The soft light swayed slightly in front of Li Huaqing, getting fainter and fainter. Li Huaqing's eyes became more and more astonished, and his eyes became bigger and bigger. A familiar, extremely young face appeared in front of him and Ma Si. The starlight and clouds completely disappeared. His smile was bright. Hello, Mr. President, I'm Jiang Shangyu. After a pause, he said with a smile, you can also call me Your Majesty. Chapter 967. Direct, obvious and honest. Before coming here, Li Huaqing had imagined many scenarios. He didn't completely believe that Jiang Shan hadn't turned to any forces, so even on the way he was still wondering who he would meet here. Jiang Shan could invite him to Beijiang for a secret inspection. Naturally, it was not to show off, and he did not have the guts. If the other party wanted to assassinate the president, it was even more impossible. Therefore, compared to Ma Si's worries, Li Huaqing was more curious. He was very sure that since Jiang Shan had invited him to Beijiang, he would definitely be able to see something and meet someone. But he didn't know who he would meet. He was fully prepared and felt that it wouldn't be strange to see anyone. If it weren't for the foreign forces, he might have met Chen Fangqing, Gu Xingyun, or even Zhou Yunhai or Li Tianlan. If he exaggerated a little more, even if he saw Wang Tianzong here, he would feel that it was understandable. But he didn't. No one. Li Huaqing had never thought that he would see Jiang Shangyu here. In other words, he didn't expect to see Jiang Shangyu, who called himself His Majesty, here. Was this the confidence of the Jiang family? Li Huaqing stood in front of the car and did not speak for a long time. Countless intense emotions surged wildly in his heart. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, and finally they turned into some kind of relief. Many of the things he couldn't figure out before seemed to have an explanation. For example, Jiang Shangyu had made continuous breakthroughs overnight. For example, he suddenly turned against Kunlun City. But as some things were explained, more doubts arose. His thoughts kept fluctuating. Li Huaqing was still calm on the surface. He looked at Jiang Shangyu with deep eyes, with obvious majesty and oppression. Jiang Shangyu looked at Li Huaqing with a smile, neither backing down nor dodging. Your Majesty. After a long time, Li Huaqing slowly repeated this phrase. The Sword Emperor of Beihai, the East Emperor of Tianan, and Jiang Shangyu in front of him. The word, His Majesty, had never been bestowed upon so many people in any era. At least in the past few hundred years, there were only two forces that could have the Emperor of the Dark World. One was the Wang family of Beihai. The other was the Li family. Li Huaqing took a deep breath and asked, was it you who challenged Li Tianlan in Tianan last night? It's me. Jiang Shangyu nodded without hiding anything. What's the reason? Li Huaqing asked in a deep voice. There are too many reasons. Jiang Shangyu said blandly. To put it bluntly, he is not my friend, so he can only be my enemy. In the cold air, his smile was as bright as the sun. President, please come in, we can have a good chat today. I'll accompany Deputy Ma for a walk. There are a lot of things to deal with in the northern borderline. I'll communicate with Deputy Ma about a lot of things and Deputy Ma will relay them to you later. Jiang Shan looked at Li Huaqing and suddenly said with a smile. Ma Si finally came back to her senses. Her expression changed and she wanted to say something but stopped. Zhang Shangyu was the emperor. He was now the third majesty of the dark world. This identity represented too many things. To be honest, Ma Si didn't want to hear what Li Huaqing would talk to the president at all, but he was worried about Li Huaqing's safety. He stood there hesitating. All right. Li Huaqing took a deep look at Zhang Shan and responded simply. From Zhang Shan's attitude, Li Huaqing could be sure of one thing. In today's Jiang family, Zhang Shan had given most of the power to his son. When he didn't know Zhang Shangyu's identity behind the scenes, who would have thought that he would come to northern borderline to talk to the Jiang family and talk to Zhang Shangyu instead of Zhang Shan? Zhang Shangyu led the way in front, and Li Huaqing walked into the villa unhurriedly. The door was closed. It was quiet. The faint fragrance of tea floated gently in the hall. Li Huaqing sat on the sofa with a calm expression and looked at Zhang Shangyu. Said that this is your favorite Longjing. Zhang Shangyu smiled and poured a cup of tea for Li Huaqing. The water in northern borderline is clear and sweet. The taste of this tea should be better than the one you drink in Zhongzhou state. Li Huaqing took the teacup and put it in front of him. He looked at Zhang Shangyu thoughtfully. You ask and I'll answer. Zhang Shangyu calmly changed the honorific to a simple you. Li Huaqing wasn't surprised by his attitude, but it was obvious that he still didn't understand what he saw. He unconsciously picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. After a long time he slowly asked, How did you do it? Zhang Shangyu was a little confused. I've specially learned some information about martial arts. How did you achieve this kind of strength? It's almost certain that although you're a few years older than Li Tianlan, your body shouldn't be able to withstand the power of the invincible realm at all. But your attack in Tianan has proved that you have the strength beyond the peak of the invincible realm. How did you do it? Is it important? Zhang Shangyu said casually, My state is a little special. You can even understand that I haven't entered the invincible realm yet. I can only exert the power beyond the peak of the invincible realm. Li Tianlan can do this and I'm no worse than anyone else. Why can't I do it? If you have this kind of strength, why has the Jiang family been in a bad situation all these years? Li Huaqing shook his head subconsciously. It's not easy for me to get to this point. It wasn't until recently that I had enough strength and bargaining chips. Li Huaqing's voice became calmer and calmer. He said calmly, Let's talk about the bargaining chips in your hand. The most obvious one is wealth. Zhang Shangyu said calmly, Although the Jiang family doesn't have many industries at present, we are not short of money at the critical moment. It can be seen from the pension this time. Over the years, the Jiang family can get tens or even hundreds of times of every investment. You may not believe it, but if we compare the investment income of the Jiang family with the superficial income of the Flourishing Age Fund, our income rate is higher than that of the Flourishing Age Fund. It's just that we don't have much capital, so we can't reach the scale of the Flourishing Age Fund. The superficial income of the Flourishing Age Fund? Li Huaqing subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Don't doubt my words. After all, only the enemy will rack his brains to understand the enemy. According to my understanding, what the Flourishing Age Fund shows now is definitely not their complete scale. Although the Samsara Palace was destroyed, the main body of the Samsara Palace didn't suffer much damage. Their main body should be the Flourishing Age Fund. What the Flourishing Age Fund has exposed now is probably only 1/3 of their total scale, no more than half at most. Zhang Shangyu said calmly. What about you? Li Huaqing asked, How much have you exposed? How much have you hidden? So far I haven't exposed anything. Zhang Shangyu said with a smile. But in front of the president, I'm willing to be honest for once. He opened the drawer and took out a folder that was stuffed full. The current industry situation of the Jiang family is here. In fact, my father is right. The Jiang family has never betrayed Zhongzhou state from beginning to end. He said that we turned to foreign forces, East Island, the Jiang family of South America, the Holy Land, any force. This is not accurate. Zhang Shangyu said calmly, To be precise, these foreign forces turned to me. And today, Zhang Shangyu stared into Li Huaqing's eyes and said word by word, With all the bargaining chips of our Jiang family, we plan to turn to you. Chapter 968. The so-called heartbeat was an irresistible feeling. It was like staying at home and suddenly someone knocked on your door with a lot of money. It was like walking on the street and suddenly there were countless beautiful girls who wanted to be your girlfriend. It was like unable to resist. Even if he knew there would be a trap. Li Huaqing felt the same way. The Jiang family wanted to take all its chips to the academics. Even if Li Huaqing was a fool, he knew what this meant. As a supergroup that occupied the president's position, the academics was not strong most of the time compared with the Southeast group and the Prince group. The reason why the academics could get to where they were today was largely because of Li Huaqing's wisdom. Before Li Huaqing became a director of Zhou State, although the academics was also one of the six, its overall scale was even less than that of the North group. It was a miracle that he could become the president of Zhou State. It had a short development time, no foundation, no strong connections, no support from the top class and no experts. This was the current situation of the academics. In recent years, the academics had developed rapidly and could vaguely compare with the Southeast group and the Prince group. Especially in the game of the past 2 years as the Southeast group and the Giant group reshuffled, the academics had gained a lot of benefits from it. But the main reason for all this was that Li Huaqing was the president. If he were to step down from this position, the academics would not have the strength to replace his position. This also meant that the academics could at most have 1 or 2 directors, and the major groups would also join forces to squeeze the academics' living space in order to have a greater say. At that time, the strength of the entire academics would continue to be lost. In their current state, their scale might be only a little larger than the North group. This was an unavoidable rule for any group. The rapid development after getting this position, and the suppression after losing this position. The six had all encountered such a situation. The only difference was that giants like the Southeast group and the Prince group, even if they were squeezed early, they could have more chips to balance the deal and would suffer less loss. The academics did not have such chips at present. Although Li Huaqing would still be re-elected this year, he had to plan for 5 years later. If Jiang Shangyu really took refuge with the academics, Li Huaqing's eyes became extremely deep in an instant. Jiang Shangyu pushed the folder in front of him toward Li Huaqing. Li Huaqing watched this scene quietly. For a moment he felt that the folder was shining with a light that he couldn't look at directly. This is an obvious benefit. If Jiang Shangyu turned to the academics, what benefits would the academics get? The term rely on was very interesting. Not cooperation, not allies. Seek refuge. The Jiang family of South America, Knights Templars and Jifeng Sword Raining School turned to Jiang Shangyu. Jiang Shangyu turned to the academics. This also meant that as long as the academics accepted Jiang Shangyu, it was equal to accepting the foreign network behind Jiang Shangyu. If these hidden pawns played well, they could often play a role that could not be ignored in the deadlock of international games. This meant that these forces would become the peripheral forces of Zhou State. Strictly speaking, they were the peripheral forces of the academics. The Jiang family of South America was a superpower. Even if the Divine Sanctum left the sanctuary, it could still be considered a first-tier force like the Jifeng Sword Raining School. The Southeast group had the Wang family of Beihai, whose network was all over the world. Now the academics only needed to accept Jiang Shangyu, and the disadvantages in this regard could be greatly made up. Secondly, it was the secret industry of the Jiang family. Li Huaqing didn't know how many secret industries the Jiang family had now, but these could be regarded as the overall strength of the academics. The importance of money to a group was self-evident. Behind every group, there was incomparably strong capital support. Otherwise, the Flourishing Age Fund would not have developed to this extent. And if they accepted Jiang Shangyu, the shortcoming of the academics without experts would immediately disappear. Jiang Shangyu, who called himself His Majesty, was even a super expert who could fight against Li Tianlan at this stage. The lack of their own experts had always been a pain in the heart of the academics. There was no need to say more about the Southeast group. With the Wang family of Beihai, their experts had always stood at the peak of the Dark World. The Prince group also had the support of the Special Warfare group. Even though the relationship between Gu Xingyun and them had gradually drifted apart over the years, the two sides always had the same general position. And before the appearance of Li Tianlan, Mount Shu could also be regarded as the power of the Prince group. Even the Giant group had Jade Pool behind it, which had produced several experts of the Invincible Realm. Only the academics could not produce decent experts. Without experts, it meant that it was difficult for the academics to intervene in the affairs of the special warfare system of Zhou State. It also meant that they had given up the interests of the Dark World. The Wang family of Beihai was stabilizing its internal affairs. Emperor Dong's palace was rooted in Tiannan. Gu Xingyun was now caught in the storm of treason and his prestige was ruined. He had no time to take care of himself. At this time, if the academics could get a super expert who could rival Li Tianlan, Li Huaqing, who occupied the position of president, could make Jiang Shangyu the new god of war of Zhongzhou state after Gu Xingyun. And with the existence of Jiang Shangyu, the Wang family of Beihai and Emperor Dong's palace could be more balanced. This choice was undoubtedly much better than choosing Lin Yuxian. After all, even if Lin Yuxian's position was not mentioned, at least Zhongzhou state still needed to wait for Lin Yuxian's growth. Similarly, as the Jiang family turned to the academics, Beijiang would also become the academics' possession. As a senior member, Jiang Shan could also bring great help to the academics. All of them were benefits. The benefits that were enough to drive people crazy were completely placed in front of Li Huaqing with Jiang Shangyu's words. "Turn to me." Li Huaqing was silent for nearly 5 minutes before he said in a low voice, "I have never heard of His Majesty who turned to others. That's because they don't need it." Jiang Shangyu said blandly, "The Wang family of Beihai has His Majesty. They are powerful and have everything they want. They don't need to turn to others at all. In terms of their foundation, they can cooperate with anyone at most. What they protect is their own country. Emperor Dong's palace also has His Majesty, but what is the prerequisite for Li Tianlan to become His Majesty? It is Li Honghe and the Dongqing clan who created Tiannan. It is his personal strength, the unreserved support of Samsara Palace, and the rich flourishing age fund. The Jiang family doesn't have these things. The so-called His Majesty can only be an empty shell. Except for my own combat capability, I have nothing that can compare with Emperor Dong's palace, let alone the Wang family of Beihai. If I want to survive, I can only turn to the academics." Li Huaqing leaned on the sofa, looked at Jiang Shangyu's expressionless face and said slowly, "What do you want?" "I don't want anything." Jiang Shangyu laughed. "The Jiang family doesn't want to be a dog at others' feet, nor do we want to be cannon fodder." Li Huaqing gently tapped the armrest of the sofa and understood what Jiang Shangyu meant. They didn't want to be a dog or cannon fodder. He looked at this sentence from another angle. That was, Jiang Shangyu wanted to be on the same side as the academics. "Tell me about your plan." Li Huaqing was non-committal. "After the final battle in Beihai, Li Tianlan is very likely to die. My force will officially appear in Beijiang, and the Jiang family will officially appear in front of everyone. In Beijiang. In order to dispel other people's doubts, I hope the academics can nominate the new commander of the Beijiang Legion. In addition, I hope my father can still stay in Beijiang." The nomination of the commander of the Beijiang Legion by Li Huaqing was tantamount to announcing the close relationship between the Jiang family and the academics to the outside world. Letting Jiang Shan stay in Beijiang would undoubtedly further stabilize the situation. Li Huaqing took a deep look at Jiang Shangyu. The meaning of this sentence was equally clear. Beijiang could belong to Zhongzhou state or the academics, but it must belong to the Jiang family. He nodded. Jiang Shangyu also nodded and didn't speak. This seemed to be his only request. It was almost no request. Li Huaqing took a deep breath, stood up and took the initiative to reach out his hand. "Then the academics welcome you, Your Majesty Jiang Shangyu." He agreed to join the Jiang family. From the beginning to the end, he did not mention the final battle in Beihai, nor did he mention the appointment with Li Tianlan 3 days later. "Thank you." Jiang Shangyu smiled and reached out his hand. "President, do you like the great mountains and rivers in Beijiang?" At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Huaqing finally walked out of the villa. Jiang Shangyu personally sent him out of the villa. The two said goodbye in front of the door and shook hands vigorously. Ma Si, who had received the news 10 minutes in advance, drove the car over and opened the door for Li Huaqing. Li Huaqing got into the car, rolled down the window and waved to Jiang Shan and Jiang Shangyu, who were standing quietly outside the window. Then the car started and slowly headed for the airport. Except for him and Jiang Shangyu, no one knew what they had talked about in nearly 4 hours and what kind of deal they had reached. Ma Si wanted to say something but stopped several times. In the end, he didn't say anything. He actually wanted to know the content of the conversation between the president and Jiang Shangyu, but he was very clear that it was not necessarily a good thing for him to know these things. "How was your chat with Jiang Shan?" Li Huaqing seemed to be in a good mood. He glanced at Ma Si and asked with a smile. "We had a good chat. We had a good chat." Ma Si laughed. "Huh." Li Huaqing shook his head with a smile. What did you talk about? Ma Si drove the car, thought about it seriously and said dumbly, in fact we didn't talk about anything. This inconsistent answer was actually not contradictory at all. One was the chief secretary of Zhongzhou State, and the other was a senior member of Zhongzhou State. Both of them could be said to be wily old foxes. When they sat together there would naturally be no awkward silence, but they were absolutely adept at playing the official tone. They had a good chat, but even if they had a good chat for a day they could have a good chat without saying anything substantive. Li Huaqing shook his head with a smile and did not speak. Ma Si thought about it and suddenly said, however, Speaker Jiang Shan seems to be very concerned about the future of Beijiang and hopes that we can support it. In addition, he also mentioned some policies of Zhongzhou State in recent years and expressed a lot of opinions. Li Huaqing paused and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, then he nodded and said calmly, we should still support the northern borderline. The northern borderline army is a little sensitive now. After we go back, we need to choose a real capable general from within to be the northern borderline army's commander. Internally, Ma Si turned her head and looked at Li Huaqing in astonishment. There were two meanings in this. One was the internal of Zhongzhou State and the other was the internal of the academics. If it was the former, Li Huaqing didn't need to tell him. This also meant that, would the academics take this extremely sensitive position? Li Huaqing nodded with a smile. You have been with me for many years. After the election, come down and have a look. Just come here and preside over the provincial government of Beijiang. Jiang Shan will support you. Ma Si's arm shook and he couldn't come to his senses for a while. He had been with Li Huaqing for more than 10 years. At the level of governor, if he was demoted, he would at least be a border governor. People like him would generally have one or two better places to go. The best was naturally to be demoted to a remote and backward province and directly serve as a speaker. But such cases were rare. The second was to be demoted to various departments directly under Zhongzhou State as a minister or the first deputy minister. Now Li Huaqing meant to let him be the governor of Beijiang. Although Beijiang was a little backward compared with Wuyue and Nanyue, it was the largest province in Zhongzhou State. The speaker had always been a member of parliament. There was no doubt that the governor of Beijiang was valuable. This could be said to be the best place for him. President. Ma Si's voice was a little hesitant. Li Huaqing glanced at him and nodded. From now on, the Jiang family is one of us. Ma Si took a deep breath subconsciously and countless emotions kept rolling in his heart. The Jiang family was one of us. This news shocked him even more than Jiang Shangyu calling himself His Majesty. Don't feel wronged when you come to Beijiang. 5 years later I will retire. At that time Jiang Shangyu will probably be able to initially control Beijiang, and Jiang Shan will also let go of this place. At that time the academics will fully support Jiang Shan to further become a director, and you will be the most powerful candidate for the speaker of Beijiang. Li Huaqing's voice was flat. Ma Si drove the car and was silent for a long time. If this was part of the deal, he pondered and gradually frowned. President, he whispered, the Jiang family's ambition seems to be a little too big. Man, Li Huaqing shook his head. Man's ambition is endless, but the most rational careerist always understands what he really needs. But there are always some people who have the ability, strength, means and wisdom. But such people never really get what they want, so they will become very confused. They will instinctively want more, even want everything. He does have the ability, but he doesn't realize that his ability is great, but his ambition is greater, which is beyond his ability. Everyone will have such a situation and the key lies in their own choice. For example, the original Wang family of Beihai for hundreds of years from the beginning to the present, the Wang family of Beihai has always wanted Beihai. Another example is the current Emperor Dong's palace. Li Tianlan may not understand this at the beginning, but Samsara Palace and Li Honghe are sober enough, so they want Tianan. The former is using the resources of Zhongzhou State to feed Beihai, and the latter is using the resources of Zhongzhou State to develop Tianan, so they are cancer. They are ambitious, but they are also rational enough. Li Huaqing's voice contained countless sighs. What about Jiang Shangyu? He wants to use Beijiang to seek the whole Zhongzhou State, not to use Zhongzhou State to develop Beijiang. His choice seems to be similar to that of the Wang family of Beihai and Emperor Dong's palace, but in fact it is completely different. He is a madman. You may think he is very sober, but in fact he is crazy. I agree to let them join the academics and become one of us. But I can never let him hand over the future of Zhongzhou State and the academics to such a person. So I will show some attitude, but I can never give him too much support. The car drove slowly on the road. Li Huaqing looked at Beijiang outside the window and chuckled. The great mountains and rivers of Zhongzhou State. Do you deserve it? Chapter 969. The river was surging and the wind and snow were howling. In the gloomy night, the lights of the city gradually lit up. The traffic was moving on the street. Looking down from a high place, the few pedestrians were like small black spots on the road. The wind and snow were swirling through the window. He stood in the luxury suite on the top floor of the hotel, and his eyes fell on the island in the center of the river. The exquisite island was still lit, but it was no longer brightly lit as it used to be. The lights flickered slightly in the darkness and the wind and snow, and some sparsely shone on the lake in the river. He looked at it silently and did not move for a long time. Such a Beihai. In the voice with a faint smile, Jiang Guo, the current patriarch of the Jiang family of South America, came over with 2 glasses of red wine. He handed one of them to him and sighed softly. Such a Beihai really deserves the title of the strongest force in the dark world. In terms of history, the history of the Jiang family of South America is longer than that of Beihai. To be honest, I used to be unconvinced of you. I always thought you were a group of nouveau riche praised by Zhongzhou State. You had the strongest sword emperor, the strongest murderous weapon, the freest system. All this was just good luck. In fact, at that time I knew very well that the Jiang family of South America was not as good as you, but I was unconvinced. It was a very strange mentality, right? Jiang Guochu shook the wine glass in his hand with a smile and looked at the brightly lit city under his feet. This is my first time to Beihai. Such a Beihai is really prosperous. And desolate. Wang Xiaoyao held the glass and commented faintly. Jiang Guochu raised his eyebrows and seemed to be a little confused. When I was young, I learned the saber from an old man on that island. Wang Xiaoyao whispered. Jiang Guochu said thoughtfully, Heaven Saber DK. The strongest expert of the Wang family of Beihai in the past generations was the peak expert of swordsmanship, but Wang Xiaoyao was an anomaly. Since he was a child, he had been learning the saber. The Jiang family of South America naturally had information in this regard, but it was not very detailed. Yes. Wang Xiaoyao whispered. After the old master died in Li Tianlan's hands, the Kanglan Jiang family began to decline. Now, Tao. He shook his head and said, Beihai is indeed very prosperous, but the soul of Beihai is Mount Dibing, and the core is the 7 sword-holding families. According to the intelligence, my good nephew has moved all the important figures of the 7 sword-holding families out of Beihai province, and even some important figures of Mount Dibing are no longer in Beihai. Now those who are left are the combatants of Mount Dibing and the sword-holding family. This is undoubtedly the worst plan. This Beihai has lost most of its soul and core. It looks prosperous on the surface, but in fact it is desolate. There was an elusive emotion in Wang Xiaoyao's voice. Do you mean that Wang Xingxiao's decision is stupid? Jiang Guochu laughed. Incorrigible stupidity. Wang Xiaoyao said flatly, it's simply superfluous. If North Sea is gone, what's the use of those who left North Sea? Such behavior. Other than lowering our own morale, it won't have any positive effect. However, this is a good thing for us. Indeed. Jiang Guochu took a sip of red wine and said with a smile, in all of our eyes, Wang Xingxiao is still too young. In the case of Sword Emperor's silence, you are the most suitable candidate to be the new patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai. What a coincidence, I think so too. Wang Xiaoyao raised his glass and gently touched Jiang Guochu's glass. The two looked at each other and smiled. In an invisible tacit understanding, Wang Xiaoyao said slowly, I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. Although the alliance established by the Jiang family was still in a hidden state, the contact between several superpowers had become more and more frequent. If everything went well after the final battle of Beihai, Wang Xiaoyao would become the new patriarch of Beihai. With the resources and foundation of Beihai, most of the superpowers needed them. The Jiang family of South America also urgently needed some of the technologies of the Wang family of Beihai in some fields. Similarly, Wang Xiaoyao also needed the superpowers. The alliance of the Jiang family did not have a clear superior and subordinate relationship, but was purely bound by interests. As long as the interests were large enough, the alliance between multiple parties was unbreakable. "How is South America?" Wang Xiaoyao asked suddenly, playing with the red wine glass in his hand. "Still in a stalemate." Jiang Guochu shook his head. "But Lin Fengting has appeared in South America. It's certain that he won't appear in the final battle of Beihai. After all, South America is my base camp. We're still sure that we can contain him there." Wang Xiaoyao was silent for a while, then took a deep breath and said, "If Lin Fengting doesn't come, our pressure will be much less." "That's true. But the European continent." Jiang Guochu gritted his teeth and his face became a little gloomy. Milos, the top expert of the half-step invincible realm of the Jiang family of South America, who could even be said to have the combat capability of the invincible realm, died in the European continent. It could be said that it was the biggest loss of the Jiang family of South America since it participated in the final battle of Beihai. The chief executioner of the Jiang family of South America could almost be said to be Jiang Guochu's real right-hand man. Every time Jiang Guochu thought of it, he felt a pain from the bottom of his heart. With the death of Milos, the news that the assassin had turned to the Dark Knights had spread in the European continent. The Dark Knights were still very quiet, but the situation in the whole European continent had become more and more tense. They all knew the identity of the Dark Queen. So once the stalemate in the European continent was broken, the Dark Queen's position didn't need to be considered at all. She was also an expert close to the peak of the invincible realm. If she could spare some time to rush to Beihai, Emperor Dong's palace could be said to have an extremely powerful reinforcement out of thin air. Flaming fire. Wang Xiaoyao's eyes were a little complicated. He seemed to remember the days when he used to crazily pursue Qin Weibai but got no response. A trace of extremely powerless bitterness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then he slowly shook his head. "It's too late. Flaming fire can't get here in time." The Dark Knights suffered heavy losses in the chaos of Snow Country. The addition of an assassin won't have a big impact. If Flaming Fire wants to take action, she must act quickly and get rid of the power of the Jiang family of South America, the Holy Land and Snow Country. She was originally injured. Even if she could take action, it would take time. But she has no time. Jiang Guochu narrowed his eyes and nodded gently. 2 more days. 2 days later, it was the time for the battle between His Majesty and Li Tianlan. This battle was bound to attract the attention of the whole Dark World. And 2 days later, it would also be the time when they officially provoked the final battle of Beihai. Chapter 970. No matter how turbulent the outside world was, the inside of Emperor Dong's palace was always calm and peaceful. Today's Emperor Dong's palace seemed to have an extremely stable and majestic aura, just like the Wang family of Beihai before. That kind of confidence quietly affected everyone in Emperor Dong's palace. The mysterious expert's challenge to Li Tianlan continued to ferment in the Dark World. In just 1 day, it had attracted the close attention of countless forces in the Dark World. Both the superpowers and the medium and large forces in the Dark World were silently analyzing the possible results of this battle and nervously preparing for the upcoming drastic changes in the Dark World. But inside Emperor Dong's palace, it was calm as if nothing had happened. The specific form of this calmness was that most of the higher-ups in Emperor Dong's palace were busy with their own affairs. Except for the initial shock and astonishment, Emperor Dong's palace quickly calmed down, as if everyone had absolute confidence in Li Tianlan. So far, no one had expressed any opinion about this battle. Not to mention worry, they didn't even mock the mysterious expert. This time, it had attracted the attention of the Dark World. But inside the Emperor Dong's palace, it seemed to be completely ignored. As one of the most important and core higher-ups in Emperor Dong's palace, Military Counselor couldn't understand the current mentality of Emperor Dong's palace. His position was completely different from Saint's. When Samsara Palace existed, Saint was the main combat force of Samsara Palace. But the master of Samsara Palace regarded him as one of the most important supporting forces for Li Tianlan in the future. Therefore, Saint was not responsible for anything in Samsara Palace, only the necessary battles. Military Counselor was a comprehensive talent who controlled most of the affairs of Samsara Palace. He controlled the wealth, resources, and intelligence of different channels of Samsara Palace. He was the general manager who managed most of the affairs of Samsara Palace. As for the future of Emperor Dong's palace, the master of Samsara Palace didn't arrange any specific position for him, which was equivalent to leaving him a way out. Military counselor had always been different from Saint. Saint was a top-notch combat talent. Because of his relationship with Samsara Palace, Li Tianlong could trust him completely and even give him the position of deputy palace master. But a management talent like military counselor was different, especially a management talent like military counselor who was similar to an overview of the overall situation. His position was too sensitive. The master of Samsara Palace could trust military counselor completely, but it didn't mean that Li Tianlong could trust him completely. Even if he could trust him, there was still the problem of whether he could be used conveniently. Therefore, in the original plan, when Samsara Palace was destroyed and Emperor Dong's palace rose, military counselor could withdraw from the core position of Emperor Dong's palace with a small part of the shares of the Flourishing Age Fund, and then slowly fade the traces of his existence. Of course, if Li Tianlong trusted him enough and he was willing to stay, he could continue to lead the Flourishing Age Fund. It all depended on Li Tianlong's attitude and military counselor's own choice. Military counselor had never known Dongqing Huangtu. He knew of this person's existence, but he had no interest in understanding, learning, or using him for reference. His martial arts talent and age were not enough for him to enter the invincible realm. Half-step invincible realm was his limit. He didn't want to learn the martial arts and sword energy of the so-called Chosen One, nor did he bother to think about how great the dynasty after Samsara Palace would be. All his thoughts were on the development of Samsara Palace, and all his loyalty was to the master of Samsara Palace. He didn't know Dongqing Huangtu, which meant that he didn't know Li Tianlong. The scenery after the invincible realm was extremely strange to him. The strength after the peak of the invincible realm had become very vague to him. Therefore, when a mysterious expert who had surpassed the peak of the invincible realm personally delivered the letter of challenge to Li Tianlong, it was really hard for him to understand how the whole Emperor Dong's palace could completely ignore him. This kind of detached mentality, which regarded the heroes of the world as non-entities, made military counselor instinctively feel a little uneasy. He might not know much about the ultimate martial arts of this era, but at least he could know that Li Tianlong hadn't really set foot in that supreme realm. At most, he had broken through the peak of the invincible realm. Facing the challenge of a super expert in the same realm, the whole Emperor Dong's palace seemed to have underestimated the enemy. Was he arrogant? Was he arrogant? Military counselor hesitated for a day and finally found Saint on the evening of the second day after the letter of challenge was issued. He still didn't want to communicate with Li Tianlong directly about many things. He would avoid it if he could. It was the same to find Saint and ask him to help him convey his attitude. After returning to Emperor Dong's palace, Saint had been staying in his room. When military counselor opened the door, invisible sword energy was spreading in the room. The space kept shaking and twisting in front of military counselor, and finally formed a delicate balance. Saint, who was a little pale, was staring at the middle point of the space distortion. He frowned tightly and his eyes were solemn and serious. Military counselor stood at the door and frowned, but he didn't want to leave. Military counselor glanced at him and gently flicked his fingers. The constantly spreading sword energy in the room slowly shrank. Then the whole twisted space seemed to be slowly smoothed out by an invisible hand. Saint, who was a little pale, slowly exhaled. He picked up the water glass in front of him and drank some water. Then he asked casually, "What's wrong? You don't look right." Military counselor walked into the room, took out a cigarette and threw it to Saint. "Is your injury worse?" "No." Saint smiled, lit the cigarette, took a deep drag and said slowly, "I'm a little exhausted. I'll be fine after a night's rest." Military counselor nodded, smoking absent-mindedly, and didn't speak for a while. "You came to me just to smoke? Afraid of being discovered by Xinyan?" Saint glanced at him and joked. "Xinyan follows His Majesty all the time. As her father, I have to put her in second place." Military counselor shook his head with a bitter smile. He hesitated and said slowly, "Did His Majesty go to the city hall today?" "He came back after lunch. Mayor Ning is very capable, and there's not much for His Majesty to worry about in the city hall." Military counselor said, "What about now?" "He should be talking to Du Hanyin and Su Chu. They will secretly leave Beihai tonight and go to East Island. The new Nightmare Army has begun to gather people. If everything goes well, I'll set off tomorrow afternoon." Saint glanced at him. "Tomorrow afternoon? To East Island?" Military counselor frowned. Saint nodded. Do you have a different opinion? The day after tomorrow, Jiang Shangyu will challenge His Majesty. Are you going to East Island tomorrow? Military counselor said in a deep voice. Yeah. Saint smiled. Looking at military counselor's expression, he seemed to understand something. There's nothing to worry about. Why? Are you worried that His Majesty will lose? He's not really invincible yet. Aren't you worried at all? Military counselor took a deep breath and asked slowly. He can do it. Saint said blandly. His Majesty can't lose. In other words, Jiang Shangyu has no chance at all. By being ruthless? Military counselor smiled with a complicated expression. No, by His Majesty himself. Military counselor seemed to think of something, and his eyes became a little strange. To tell you the truth, I was a little worried before this noon. But after noon I found how ridiculous my worries were. All of us don't understand His Majesty's power at all. What do you mean? Military counselor raised his eyebrows. When His Majesty returned from the city hall this afternoon, Saint hesitated for a moment. He seemed to be a little embarrassed and didn't know how to describe it. Well, we had a friendly match with His Majesty. Military counselor's voice sounded a little strange. Mi situt songyue lin yuxian li beiyan and bai yuming. Saint sounded a little annoyed. The five of them could be said to be the strongest fighting force in Emperor Dong's palace, except for Li Tianlan. 2 were in the invincible realm and 2 were in the half-step invincible realm. Li Beiyan, who had the lowest realm, also had the strength of the half-step invincible realm. It's not a tag team battle. Saint said hoarsely, 5 against 1. What was the result? The military counselor's voice became more and more strange. The result? Saint sounded like he was having a toothache. 1 minute and 30 seconds. The 5 of us were defeated. The military counselor let out a long, oh. He was silent for a moment before he slowly said, So, do you think the 5 of you can rival Jiang Shangyu? Is that why you're not worried about the outcome of the battle? Of course not. Saint lowered his head and took a deep drag on his cigarette. His voice was in a trance as if he was telling a nightmare. The key is that in the friendly match just now His Majesty suppressed his strength to the thunder-shocking realm, not even the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. The 5 of us faced His Majesty of the thunder-shocking realm, and we were defeated in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Chapter 971. Military counselor didn't speak for 5 or 6 minutes. Saint sat opposite him and finished smoking the cigarette in his hand. He put out the cigarette butt and looked at military counselor silently without speaking. Thundershocking realm. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Complete defeat. These words were very common when they appeared alone, but together, they brought an indescribable horror. Military counselor couldn't believe it. He even thought he had heard it wrong. Thundershocking realm? Military counselor asked again as if to confirm. Thundershocking realm. Saint nodded seriously. To be exact, this should be the state when His Majesty broke through to the thundershocking realm for the first time. His aura was unstable and there was still the aura of the fire-flaming realm. But even so we still lost. Military counselor's pupils dilated slightly. He opened his eyes and subconsciously raised his tone. How is this possible? You have 2 invincible realm experts. Not to mention others, you and Situ Songyue are 2 invincible realm experts. If His Majesty suppresses his strength to the thundershocking realm, he can't even break your defense. How did you lose? The corner of Saint's mouth twitched fiercely. Although the voice in his heart told him again and again that it was not shameful to lose to Li Tianlan, he still felt a little shameful when he thought of the scene a few hours ago. Saint didn't think he had to be invincible in the world. It was not that he couldn't lose, nor that he couldn't afford to lose. But losing in that way really made him feel a little ashamed. The problem is defense. So you mean that your Institute Songyue's defense didn't resist His Majesty's attack? Military counselor seemed to have heard a joke and laughed. When did the defense level of the invincible realm become so bad? No matter how strong His Majesty is, he only has the power of the thundershocking realm. Strictly speaking, His Majesty, who just entered the thundershocking realm, has almost reached the level of the half-step invincible realm. Saint glanced at him discontentedly. But Situ Songyue and I joined hands and Lin Yuxian and others assisted us. His Majesty did not break our defense, but it was precisely because he did not break our defense that we lost. Otherwise, even if we lost, it shouldn't be so ugly. What do you mean? Military counselor frowned and felt a little confused. Saint picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. His eyes were a little dazed and he muttered to himself, "Too fast." The corner of the military advisor's mouth twitched. He said helplessly, "Can't you be more specific? There's no way to go into details. I don't know what to say either." Saint tried hard to think about the incredible fight not long ago. He spoke very slowly. "Anyway, the moment His Majesty attacked, we subconsciously made a defensive move. After that, we no longer had the chance to attack. We kept defending, and after more than a minute, all of us used up our stamina and even reached a state of exhaustion. That was the end of the sparring session." Obviously, he didn't want to continue this topic and shook his head fiercely. "We are not sure what the real perfect state of the Chosen One is. It was mentioned in the notes that the Palace Master gave me, but it was not clear. The time from Wang Tianzong's breakthrough to his termination was too short, so it was difficult to have a clear conclusion. Now, apart from Wang Tianzong in terms of combat capability, His Majesty is undoubtedly the person closest to that level, and his physical state is too perfect. Whether it's strength or speed relative to his physical strength, he has almost no flaws in all aspects, so there's no need to worry about Jiang Shangyu's challenge at all. I even think that if His Majesty goes all out, Jiang Shangyu won't even have a chance to resist. That's too exaggerated." Military advisor shook his head. "I guess only Emperor Dong's palace is so optimistic in the whole dark world. After the news of Jiang Shangyu's challenge to His Majesty spread, in such a short time, more than 40 second-class forces in the Dark World have accepted the employment of the Jiang family of South America, Knights Templars, and East Island respectively, planning to directly participate in the final battle in Beihai. And this news was released a few hours ago. You should know what it means." The news of the final battle in Beihai didn't just appear in recent days. It had been brewing in the Dark World for a long time. It was only with the increasingly obvious actions of several superpowers that Beihai received more and more attention. Several superpowers had been secretly recruiting troops or hiring some other forces to go all out to invade Beihai. According to the information that military advisor had, before Jiang Shangyu challenged Li Tianlan, all the second-class forces hired by the superpowers added up. There were less than 20 of them. But since the challenge, more than 40 second-class forces were willing to join the final battle in Beihai. Jiang Shangyu's appearance undoubtedly greatly stimulated the confidence of many forces in the Dark World. This kind of employment at the level of the final battle often represented great benefits, and Jiang Shangyu's appearance also gave them the hope of victory. Many forces expressed their positions, which undoubtedly meant that they put their chips on the joint forces of Jiang Shangyu. In other words, they all agreed that Beihai and Emperor Dong's palace would fail in the final battle. Second-class forces in the Dark World. It didn't sound like much. The level of the superpowers didn't have a more authoritative confirmation, but there were some things that everyone in the Dark World recognized. For example, the Wang family of Beihai, the Jiang family of South America, the Shadow Throne, the Holy Land, and the Mecha Alliance and the Heroes Club that once existed. They had a long history and deep foundation. They had invincible realm experts, murderous weapons, and an unbreakable base camp as their foundation. Such forces were recognized as superpowers in the Dark World. The Purgatory of Heaven capital that first appeared in East Island more than 5 years ago and the current Emperor Dong's palace could barely be regarded as one of the superpowers. The two might not be traditional superpowers, but what they had in common was that the leaders of the two superpowers were extremely strong, and they were not afraid of the real superpowers. The former Samsara Palace, Kunlun City, Jifeng Sword Raining School, Wuji Palace, Sai City, Burning Legion. Such forces were recognized as first-class forces in the Dark World. They might not have enough foundation, a short history, a weak leader, and all kinds of shortcomings, but there would at least be one invincible realm expert in a first-class force. Because of this, the Assassin Association, which had only begun to develop in recent years, could also be regarded as a first-class force. Several superpowers and a few first-class forces formed the top class of the Dark World. After that were the second-class forces. The super-large mercenary corps, the large private armed forces with complex components, and the killer organizations whose business scope covered the world, could all be regarded as second-class forces and the backbone of the Dark World. This kind of force might not have top invincible realm experts, but there were always experts in the fire-flaming realm, the thunder-shocking realm, and even the half-step invincible realm. 42nd class forces accepted the employment of the coalition led by Jiang Shangyu. If they were willing to do their best, it would be a huge force that no one could ignore. In the whole dark world, there were not many second-class forces that could be recognized by everyone. 40 was almost the vast majority of them. Saint frowned slightly and kept silent for a long time. Do you still remember 2 years ago? His voice was a little low. Military counselor raised his eyebrows, glanced at him and said nothing. At that time the Samsara Palace judged most of the invincible realm experts in the whole dark world. After the trial day we ended Wang Tianzong and brought a new era. Saint smiled. What if we win this time? Most of the forces in the dark world, he said softly, if we win this time we will judge the whole dark world. In the new era there will inevitably be a new dynasty. I'm ready. Chapter 972. Legislation. Looking at Ning Qianqing sitting opposite him, Li Tianlan's tone was a little stunned. We've discussed it internally. Everyone has always thought that it's time. As if he had been prepared, Ning Qianqing took out a thick stack of documents from his bag and handed them to Li Tianlan. Take a look at these. If you have no objections I will personally go to Yuzhou to communicate with Guowentian. Li Tianlan silently looked at the documents in Ning Qianqing's hand and then at his own palm. He held a spicy duck head in his palm. Without disposable gloves his fingers were all stained with oil. He was silent for a while before asking in confusion, "What are you doing here today?" "Drinking." Ning Qianqing answered matter-of-factly. There were 7 or 8 exquisite side dishes in front of them, and a bottle of Maotai had been half empty. The scene in front of them was definitely not a report. When the two brothers were chatting they talked about the future direction of Tianan. On a whim, Ning Qianqing directly took out the documents that were strictly speaking not fully prepared from his bag. Now that we've talked about it you should also take a look. This is one of the most important tasks in Xianyuan City in the next 3 years. Li Tianlan got rid of the duck head in his hand, wiped his hands, took the documents and glanced at them. The dense small words on the documents made him dizzy as if he had drunk too much. He shook his head and put the documents aside. How many people are there in Xianyuan City now? Is it necessary to make laws at this time? I originally planned to wait until after the election, when everything would be settled and there would be more room for maneuver. But now it seems that we can do it a little earlier. The battle in North Sea is a key. After the battle we can use your influence to promote the legislation in Xianyuan City. Ning Qianqing took a sip of wine and clicked his tongue. How can it be so easy to make laws? Councillor Guowentian of the National Assembly is one of the leaders of the Prince Group. It's not easy to get through him. This matter must have the support of the Assembly, at least the majority support. Xianyuan City needs our own laws. It seems easy to make laws, but the difficult part is to continuously revise and improve the laws after they appear. With repeated improvements, the legal system in Tianan can slowly mature. This requires a process. Now it seems that there was indeed no need for Xianyuan City to pass laws in a hurry, but they had to prepare for a rainy day. By the time Xianyuan City and even the entire Tianan City needs laws, our laws will be relatively mature. Otherwise, if we rush to legislate at that time, Tianan will be in chaos for a period of time, and the development of the entire Emperor Dong's palace will be slowed down. Li Tianlan thought for a moment and looked at the information beside him. Which step are you ready to take now? The city hall has reached a consensus. In addition, we've greeted some people in Zhongzhou State. We've sent invitations to the top judges, lawyers, scholars and professors in Zhongzhou State, and the feedback is good. If Emperor Dong's palace can support it, the city hall will set up a team in a short time. Qiuming will be in charge of the specific work, and I'll be in charge of the external affairs. From the very beginning, the system of Xianyuan City was essentially different from that of Zhongzhou State. There was no Speaker of Parliament here. The one with the highest power was the mayor. Below the mayor were the chief executive officer and the chief judge. The current chief judge of Xianyuan City, Lan Qiuming, was the person he personally asked for from the Zhongzhou State Police Department a year ago, and it was Zhou Yuanshan who strongly recommended him. It was Lan Qiuming's proposal that Xianyuan City prepared to legislate a few years earlier. Li Tianlan was silent for a moment. He picked up the information beside him and looked at it. He nodded and said, It's ready. Let me know if there's anything I need to do. Actually, there is. Ning Qianqing laughed. I'll go to Yuzhou to set up a team and communicate with Gulwentian. But I hope you can bring up the matter of Xianyuan City's legislation in the parliament. This matter must be high profile. No problem. Li Tianlong nodded carelessly. Well, there's one more thing. Ning Qianqing reached for the bag beside him again. Li Tianlong felt a headache and waved his hand. Just say it. I'm listening. He was very resistant to the information, especially the information of tens of millions of words. It was so dense that it made him dizzy no matter what. Ning Qianqing took out a pack of cigarettes from his bag and handed one to Li Tianlong. He threw the empty cigarette pack on the table into the trash can. You also have to think of a way to deal with the Ministry of Education. The construction of Xianyuan City is progressing well. Although many places are just empty frames, the construction plan has been approved by the City Hall. We have enough funds. There will be more and more construction teams all over the country, which means the construction speed will be faster and faster. By about August next year, the transformation of the entire city should be preliminarily completed. As for the old city, I plan to set up a campus, including elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and universities. So we need a lot of talents in education. It's not going very well at present. I mean, the first university in Tianan may not be the most famous key university in Zhengzhou State in the short term, but it must have a few top-level majors. Only in this way can we attract some talents and fresh blood. In the next few years, the focus of Xianyuan City will be on the two fields of legislation and education. In the Ministry of Education, the academics have a great influence. I guess you'll need to talk to Hua Xingyang this time, or directly communicate with the president. Okay. Li Tianlong nodded, raised his glass and clinked it with Ning Qianqing. From nothing to something, Li Tianlong drank up the wine in his glass and looked at Ning Qianqing with a smile. You've worked hard these 2 years. Not really. Ning Qianqing shook his head. There was a look on his face that Li Tianlong had almost never seen before. He was high-spirited and even full of lofty sentiments. It was a kind of restrained but extremely dazzling confidence, just like how Li Tianlong talked about martial arts. I like this kind of life. His smile was very calm. To change a city, to change a province in the future, and even to change a country in the future. To change the fate of countless people. Compared to martial arts, I prefer who I am now. From nothing to something, Tianlong, you don't know how great a sense of accomplishment I feel watching Xianyuan City change day by day. Our future is in our hands. He poured a glass of wine and raised it. Cheers for the future. His cell phone rang. Li Tianlong drank up the wine in the glass, took out his phone and looked at the number. A smile appeared on his lips. He answered the phone and said, I have nothing to do. I'm drinking with Qianqing. His voice was low and soft. Where are you? On the other end of the phone, Qin Weibai's voice came with a smile. I've arrived in Yuzhou. I'm going to Nanyun right away. Tianlong, can you pick me up later? Chapter 973. When she picked up the fashion magazine in front of her, Qin Weibai's face had a very satisfied and gentle smile. The soft light quietly fell on her, and her whole person seemed to have a touch of indescribable brilliance. Standing beside her, Horsewoman held a hot mobile phone, and her face was full of helplessness as if she had been forced to eat dog food. She casually turned a page of the magazine, and Qin Weibai's lazy and cheerful voice rang out. Tianlong will pick us up in Nanyun in a moment. He should arrive half an hour earlier than us. Horsewoman stood there without expression and said a word. Whether Qin Weibai was Qin Weibai or not, at least their habits were completely the same. Horsewoman knew very well that she didn't need to say anything at this time. Qin Weibai held her cheek with one hand, and her rosy lips sucked the juice straw in front of her. When she was in a trance, her eyes were full of smiles. No one knew what she was thinking of. They had long been tired of the feeling of being watched wherever they went, so now they quietly stayed in the private VVIP lounge of the airport. The classic cartoon Tom and Jerry was playing on the big screen on the wall. Qin Weibai's eyes fell on the screen and she was in a daze for a long time. Then she let go of the straw and sighed softly. I have talked with Lin Chonglu. In the future, Emperor Dong's palace will be responsible for the fantasy project in Asia, and the transportation channels and trading channels will be controlled by us. In addition, he is willing to sell part of the shares of the 2 casinos in Haojiang to Emperor Dong's palace on the condition that they build a casino in Xianyuan City. In the future you will negotiate with Lin Chonglu, and the details will be discussed with military counselor. Qin Weibai said softly. Horsewoman was stunned and then she nodded and said, okay. As Qin Weibai became the patriarch of the Lin clan, Horsewoman came into contact with more and more people and things of the Lin clan. She was very familiar with the name Lin Chonglu, but when it came to formal meetings, it seemed that she had only met him twice. Lin Chonglu was the patriarch of the largest branch of the Lin clan in Asia, and he used to be one of the Li family's staunch allies. Since the Li family was destroyed more than 20 years ago, Lin Chonglu's force had been a bit distant from the headquarters of the Lin clan. This time he cooperated with Emperor Dong's palace because he saw the Li family rise again and wanted to build a relationship with Emperor Dong's palace, as expected of an old fox. In terms of seniority, Lin Chonglu could be regarded as Lin Fengting's distant uncle. He was 70 years old this year and his family headquarters were in Malaya. Relatively speaking, among the major branches of the Lin clan, his strength was not the strongest, at least not comparable to the branches of the Lin clan in Europe, but his foundation was the most stable. He was known as the Rubber King of Malaya and had different degrees of cooperation with the world's major consortiums. At the same time, he also ran more than 100 large-scale gambling in different countries in Asia. In addition, the signature project of Lin Chonglu's family was the fantasy project that Qin Weibai had mentioned. Strictly speaking, fantasy was a kind of drug, but it was an extremely high-grade drug. Fantasy also contained a certain amount of opium, but it used hundreds of different drugs to offset the harm of opium to the human body. Fantasy could be made into cigarettes or the most primitive powder, which was high in purity and extremely difficult to imitate. Could be said to be the gospel for drug addicts. The cost of fantasy was about twice that of regular drugs, but the price was 10 times that of ordinary drugs. Although Lin Chonglu had been strictly keeping the formula of fantasy a secret, he never refused to cooperate, and he was not stingy when distributing profits. Therefore, with fantasy alone, he had very close cooperation and good personal relations with the big drug lords all over the world. The Golden Triangle, the Silver Country, and Colombia could almost be regarded as his sphere of influence. Lin Chonglu's family alone could eat more than 30% of the output of the major plantations every year. This time, Qin Weibai personally talked to Lin Chonglu, which basically meant that Emperor Dong's palace had won the agency of fantasy project in Asia. The profits were still secondary. Emperor Dong's palace could mainly take advantage of this to reach out to the big drug lords and further stabilize its position in the dark world. This was what Qin Weibai valued most. Horsewoman looked down at her watch and whispered, "Boss, it's time to go. The plane will take off in 40 minutes. Qin Weibai seemed to be thinking about something. Hearing this, she frowned and subconsciously glanced at the time in front of her. Wait a little longer. Horsewoman subconsciously wanted to ask who Qin Weibai was waiting for, but before she could speak, the door of the private lounge was gently knocked on. Open the door. Qin Weibai's tone was calm. Horsewoman walked over and opened the door. A tall and burly bald man stood at the door. The aura all over his body was extremely fierce, and he seemed to be filled with an extremely violent power from head to toe. But the look in his eyes was extremely deep. Horsewoman frowned and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Rather than saying that the other party's eyes were deep, it would be better to say that they were dull and lifeless, like a puppet. Her eyes slowly contracted and her voice was cold. Ghost Flame. He recognized the man. The man was not a nobody in Zhongzhou State or even in the Dark World. Even if the Dark World now had the power beyond the peak of the Invincible Realm, it was impossible for the peak of the Thundershocking Realm to be a nobody. Ghost Flame of Kunlun City. He was one of the few experts at the peak of the Thundershocking Realm in Kunlun City, and he was close to the half-step Invincible Realm. The peak of the realm. In everyone's heart, in Gu Xingyun's and even in Ghost Flame's own heart, he was the most loyal dog to Gu Xingyun. He was loyal and absolutely loyal. Why was he here? What did he want to do? Let him in. Qin Weibai's calm voice sounded behind Horsewoman. Horsewoman took a deep breath, turned sideways little by little, and then walked quickly to Qin Weibai, staring at Ghost Flame's every move. If it was the master of Samsara Palace, she didn't need to worry about anything at all. But Qin Weibai, who was beside her at this time, really didn't know martial arts. In terms of strength, Horsewoman didn't think she had much advantage over Ghost Flame. In this case she couldn't help but be nervous. Ghost Flame's movements were a little stiff as he reached into his arms. Horsewoman's body instantly tightened. Ghost Flame's palms slowly reached out from his arms. He held a neatly folded envelope in his hand. "Miss letter." Ghostfire enunciated each word clearly. His voice sounded extremely strained, and his entire person looked incomparably strange. It was an indescribable stiffness. He was muddle-headed and ignorant as if he were sleepwalking. This state. Horsewoman suddenly opened her eyes wide. She was familiar with this state but also strange. She had never experienced it, but she had seen several people in this state. Hypnosis. There was no doubt that Ghostfire had been hypnotized in an extremely thorough way. Under such circumstances he was completely a puppet of the hypnotized person. Everything he had seen and experienced, whether it was normal or abnormal, was normal in his mind at that moment. A hypnotized expert at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm? Horsewoman felt a little incredible. Qin Weibai reached out to take the envelope in Ghost Flame's hand and opened it. On the neat letter paper, there were countless names densely written in childish handwriting. They were all names. There was no introduction, only names. But for Qin Weibai, this was indeed the most critical information. She held the letter paper, lowered her head and was silent for a long time. Ghost Flame, who looked a little stiff, left the lounge without saying a word. The door was slowly closed. Qin Weibai sighed softly. After a long time she murmured, "What a terrible child." Chapter 974. At nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon in an old county in the jurisdiction of Southwest City, Qin Fangqing, who was a little tired, sat on a chair with a blank face and slowly drank a mouthful of warm water. The winter night was long and dusk gradually enveloped the sky. The cold wind blew in from the open door of the main hall. It was cold and the old but still spacious yard looked very cold. After the funeral it was dead silent. Qin Fangqing was sitting facing the door and his expression was a little dull. Behind him was an empty ice coffin, and the room was filled with the smell of burning paper money. He sat motionless on the chair looking a little gloomy. Today was the day of the burial of his daughter, Qin Lijuan. Qin Fangqing returned to his hometown in a low-key manner. The funeral didn't last more than half, which looked extremely simple. In the parliament, Guo Wentian, who was also a banner figure of the prince group like Qin Fangqing, attended the funeral. In addition, a secretary-general and deputy mayor of Southwest City were also present, and then some relatives who were neither far nor close. Qin Fangqing lowered his head and his eyes were a little sinister but more self-deprecating. As the prime minister of Zhongzhou state, the funeral had been simple to the point of being a little shabby. It also seemed to prove his status in the prince group. If it was in the period when his influence was at its strongest, even if he repeatedly stated that the funeral should be simple and refused other officials to attend, there would definitely be a lot of people who would really attend. Even if those officials knew that they would be criticized by him after coming, they would still come. The most obvious example was when Guo Wentian's old mother died the year before last. Guo Wentian also had a simple funeral, but the scene of the funeral was extremely grand. Guo Wentian's hometown was in an ordinary city in Tianfu province. On the day of the funeral, 6 directors of Tianfu province were present, including the speaker of Tianfu and the governor. In addition, the speaker of Southwest City, which was nearby, was also present in person. All the city leaders were present. Although Guo Wentian severely criticized those people afterward, no one was unhappy whether they were criticized or criticized. Now, Qin Fangqing's funeral was also simple. Then it really became simple. This alone was enough to show that Qin Fangqing's status in the prince group had reached a precarious point. The Haoyue group's scandal was constantly being exposed every day. From Nanyue province to Tianfu province, it had now become a serious case that swept across 4 to 5 provinces, involving property, entertainment, securities, insurance and many other industries. The countless dark sides were shocking. This also represented incredible interest. Even Qin Fangqing did not expect that his nephew would do so many outrageous things in terms of accumulating wealth. The stock price of Haoyue Group had been fluctuating violently. In a short period of time, hundreds of cadres in several provinces had been arrested. The Ministry of Supervision of Zhengzhou State personally took action and handled the case swiftly and decisively. But Qin Fangqing knew very well that although everything seemed to be extremely bad, the Ministry of Supervision had not really taken action yet. They were still collecting more evidence. Before the election, the Southeast Group, which had been holding back for more than 2 years, obviously wanted to make a big news. Faced with such a favorable environment, the other party obviously did not intend to make a move easily. Several large state-owned groups controlled by Qin Lijuan were also found to have countless problems. There were also clues that the treason case of the Special Warfare Group had something to do with Qin Fangqing. Such a connection might not be too serious, but at such a critical moment, if such news was confirmed, it was bound to cause another huge storm. The situation was precarious and precarious. Qin Fangqing's but was like an active volcano that would erupt violently at any time, and he might be blown to pieces every minute and every second. In this case, countless people in the Prince Group were quietly distancing themselves from Qin Fangqing, including 2 provincial chairmen he had personally promoted. Qin Fangqing remained silent. He could only be silent, waiting for the opportunity to fight back in silence. Such an opportunity was getting closer and closer, and his situation was becoming more and more dangerous. In the gradually darkening sky, Qin Fangqing gritted his teeth and stood up with a glass of water. The cold wind blew through the room. Guo Wentian, with a white flower on his chest, walked into the yard from the gate. Looking at Qin Fangqing walking out of the main hall, he sighed. "It's time to go back," Guo Wentian said slowly. "The comrades in the southwest have already prepared the plane. There may be a meeting tonight, so we have to prepare early." He took out a cigarette and handed it to Qin Fangqing. Then he lit one and took a deep breath. Qin Fangqing nodded silently. Today was destined to be a very special day. It was not his daughter's funeral, but for the Dark World, today was a very special day. 3 days ago, Li Tianlan received a letter of challenge from a mysterious expert in Emperor Dong's palace. And the time of the challenge was today. 2 super experts who had surpassed the peak of the invincible realm. And it was very likely that they were in the Dark World. They were the super experts who were in the best state. Everyone was paying attention to this battle, including the parliament of Zhengzhou State. At this moment there were less than 4 hours before the battle. Different results of this battle meant different situations. Not to mention the mentality of the parties, countless people in the Dark World had begun to get nervous. "Is there any movement in Xianyuan City?" Qin Fangqing asked. "There's no big movement." Guo Wentian shook his head. "The representatives sent by all the superpowers have entered the headquarters of Emperor Dong's palace, and Xianyuan City has strengthened its guard. It's normal." On the second day after the letter of challenge was issued, all the forces in the Dark World had contacted Emperor Dong's palace. Emperor Dong's palace did not refuse the requests of the superpowers and allowed any force to come to Emperor Dong's palace to watch the peak battle of the Dark World in person at the specified time. It seemed like they were showing off their strength, but it also seemed like they were extremely confident. Every move of Emperor Dong's palace in the past 3 days was full of confidence. From top to bottom, no one seemed to think that Li Tianlan might lose. "What do you think of the result of this battle?" Guo Wentian suddenly asked. Qin Fangqing turned his head and glanced at him silently. "This result is important to us, but it's more important to you." Guo Wentian's tone was extremely calm. Qin Fangqing suddenly laughed. "I don't know," he said blandly, "but this may be my only chance. The result of this battle is hard to say. Li Tianlan may win, but I won't lose. Li Tianlan might win the battle. But the winner of the final battle in Beihai could only be him and the Prince Group." In Qin Fangqing's communication with His Majesty and Li Guangtu in advance, as long as Li Tianlan appeared in Beihai, the possibility of him dying was more than 80%. So the result of tonight's battle was not important. The final battle in Beihai that would start at the same time as this battle was the most important. Guo Wentian looked at his smiling face and was silent for a moment. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "Recently our work has been very passive, and the voices within the group are a little chaotic. I have discussed it with some comrades." He raised his head and looked at Qin Fangqing's eyes that suddenly became sharp. He said blandly, "Old Qin, if the result of this final battle in Beihai is not satisfactory, then you should temporarily stay behind the scenes and recuperate." Chapter 975. Qin Fangqing did not speak. He quietly looked at Guo Wentian in front of him and kept silent for a long time. He and Guo Wentian had known each other for more than 30 years. The two had already known each other when they first emerged in the Prince group, but for many years the relationship between them had not been harmonious. They were promoted to the level of deputy governor together, and then to the position of provincial governor together. Finally, they became the provincial speaker almost at the same time, and then were elected as members of parliament of Zhou state. 5 years as a member of parliament. During that period, the relationship between Qin Fangqing and Guo Wentian was at its worst. They could almost be said to be incompatible with each other, even to the point of life and death. Because at that time in the Prince group, there was a person named Zhou Tong. At that time he was a member of parliament of Zhou state and the speaker of Tianfu province. At that time, Zhou Tong was the recognized leader of the Prince group and the most likely powerful figure to become the new president of Zhou state. In the process of competing with Li Huaqing, Zhou Tong could be said to be in the lead all the way. Everyone thought that Zhou Tong would be elected without any suspense. At that time the Prince group was very strong, but it was far from being able to cover the sky with one hand. In order to push Zhou Tong up, the Prince group also made a lot of compromises in secret. When it was tit for tat with the academics, it promised a lot of conditions to the Southeast group and the Giant group. This also meant that if Zhou Tong was successfully elected president at that time, even if the whole Prince group went all out, it could only push a director who could protect Zhou Tong. This director position could only appear from Qin Fangqing or Guo Wentian. With Zhou Tong's existence, only one of them could go up. This was something that they knew each other since they became members of parliament. At that time the Prince group could be said to be the most direct competitors. However, no one had expected that 1 month before the election Zhou Tong, who had been firmly suppressing Li Huaqing, would suddenly be pulled down by Li Huaqing. Furthermore, he was thrown into the abyss. Li Huaqing had caught up to Zhou Tong at the most crucial moment, and Zhou Tong had fallen from heaven to hell, or more accurately into the desert. Zhou Tong went to the desert prison. Li Huaqing became the president of Zhou state. The Prince group had no time to react. In the end, they could only push Qin Fangqing and Guo Wentian together to become the directors of Zhou state. Qin Fangqing was the prime minister, and Guo Wentian controlled the National Assembly. They are number 2 and number 3 in Central State. But even so, this is still the biggest fiasco and mistake of the Prince group in recent decades. After becoming a director, the relationship between Qin Fangqing and Guo Wentian seems to have eased a lot, but the game between the two was too fierce, and there are still clear cracks inside the Prince group. Qin Fangqing habitually considered problems from the perspective of the overall situation. What he saw was the overall situation, the future of Zhou state, and the overall interests. Guo Wentian is more like the real leader of the Prince group. He values the interests and future of the Prince group more. In terms of structure, Qin Fangqing was far superior to Guo Wentian, but in terms of ability, Guo Wentian was slightly superior to Qin Fangqing. The ideas of the two were not exactly the same. For so many years, how could there be real harmony within the seemingly peaceful Prince group? Qin Fangqing had been under a lot of pressure recently and had almost lost sleep all night. He had to guard against the Southeast group Li Tianlan and Li Huaqing. But most importantly, he had to guard against Guo Wentian, who had been quiet all the time. As his situation worsened, Qin Fangqing knew very well that Guo Wentian would definitely take action. But he did not expect that Guo Wentian would take action at this time. "You are not optimistic about the final battle in Beihai?" Qin Fangqing asked directly. He knew very well what Guo Wentian meant by that sentence. If the final battle in Beihai did not get the result they wanted, then he would retreat behind the scenes to cultivate. Once he retreated, there was basically no possibility for him to appear again. There was still nearly a year before the election. If he went to cultivate at this time, the entire Prince group would fall into the hands of Guo Wentian. Guo Wentian obviously wanted to use this year to stabilize his position, even if he had to sacrifice a large part of his strength. And this sacrifice was obviously Qin Fangqing's team. No one can predict the future. I'm not optimistic or pessimistic. I just think that there are too many variables in this matter. Guo Wentian said faintly, "Li Tianlan is not a fool, and neither is the Wang family of Beihai. Even if the power in your hands is very strong, I really don't believe that the other party will not have any precautions. Don't forget the strange intelligence channels of the Samsara Palace. How could they not know? And I can be sure that Li Tianlan took Li Shi back to Tianan. On the night he received the letter of challenge, he went directly to the headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital in Heaven Capital. From Li Tianlan's departure to the present, no one has come out of Heaven Capital for 3 days. Even the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, which is about to start, didn't send a representative to watch the battle. Li Guangtu didn't tell you about sending a representative to watch the battle, did he? What do you mean? Qin Fangqing's body trembled slightly. He had not paid attention to Heaven Capital recently. This was the sincerity of his cooperation with Li Guangtu. They were all allies. Paying too much attention to each other would only cause misunderstanding. No one is sure what happened in the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. But in 3 days, if you want to talk about people, even a dog has not come out of the headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, and no one has entered it. The headquarters of the entire Purgatory of Heaven Capital. He was silent for a while and said in a hoarse voice, "It's like death." An indescribable chill spread all over Qin Fangqing's body in an instant. Is it? His voice trembled a little. Li Tianlan killed everyone in the Purgatory of Heaven Capital? I don't know. Guo Wentian said lightly, but just by this action we can at least be sure that Li Tianlan already knows that Li Guangtu will participate in the decisive battle in North Sea, but Emperor Dong's palace has not shown the slightest retreat so far. Li Tianlan is not afraid of this at all. In this decisive battle, Li Tianlan is very likely to die. Oh, only you believe this because you have to believe it. Qin Fangqing's face twitched. He stood there gloomily and did not speak. At the very least, even if you really win, it may not be a good thing. Guo Wentian continued, His Majesty and Li Guangtu, who you said will challenge Li Tianlan tonight, are not easy to deal with. Even if you win this time, you may also lose more miserably in the future. I won't lose. Qin Fangqing suddenly calmed down and said lightly. Maybe. Guo Wentian said quietly, You said the decisive battle in North Sea will start tonight, then we will wait for the result tomorrow. You have been under too much pressure during this time and everyone hopes you can take a rest. He deliberately emphasized the word, everyone. Qin Fangqing narrowed his eyes, his face expressionless. Let's go back to Yuzhou. Guo Wentian moved forward slowly. You go back. Qin Fangqing said lightly. Guo Wentian looked at him in confusion. You're not leaving? I'm going to Xianyuan City now and then fly to North Sea overnight. Qin Fangqing said expressionlessly. Chapter 976. The bright light shone in the dark room, a little dazzling. Light and darkness intertwined, faintly reflecting the outline in the living room. The sound of the softly shaking reclining chair kept ringing. Looking at the gloomy and mysterious living room through the screen, everyone in the conference room looked solemn and dignified. Wang Xiaoyao was facing the screen. Beside them, the 2 Grand Masters of the Invincible Realm in East Island, Tianhai Wuji and Yagyu Kurumi, sat opposite each other. Then Jiang Guochu and Moraid, the current controller of Knights Templars. There were not many people in the conference room, but they represented a considerable part of the power of the Dark World today. Everyone was really important in the Dark World today. The light flowed in the conference room. The 5 Invincible Realm experts quietly stared at the gloomy darkness on the screen in front of them, without saying a word. The meeting had lasted for nearly an hour. But from beginning to end no one spoke. Time passed minute by minute. After a long time, a clear voice suddenly sounded in the conference room. It was like the sound of the lid of a teacup gently touching the edge of the cup, soft, delicate, and extremely pleasant. The 5 Invincible Realm experts present subconsciously turned their eyes and looked at each other. Only then did they realize that the sound came from the other end of the screen. Wang Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes. Moraid, Yagyu Kurumi, and Jiang Guochu stood up almost at the same time. Your Majesty. Sit down. On the other side of the screen, His Majesty's voice sounded and he said unhurriedly, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. It's earlier than I expected. Wang Xiaoyao said calmly, Are you ready? His expression was serious and peaceful without a trace of impatience. Everyone present knew what the hour they had been waiting for meant. Wang Xiaoyao subconsciously looked at the clock on the wall of the conference room. It was 8:05 p.m. in Zhongzhou State Time. At 10:27 p.m. 3 days ago, Li Tianlan returned to Xianyuan City from Yuzhou and received a letter of challenge from His Majesty. The summit appointment that had caused a sensation in the entire dark world was getting closer and closer. There were less than 3 hours left. Today the representatives of most of the forces in the dark world had arrived in Xianyuan City. Behind each representative, there was at least a second-class force that was recognized by everyone. As the party of the summit appointment, His Majesty began his last meditation before the battle at noon that day, and he didn't wake up until now. This was truly a summit meeting. Li Tianlan and His Majesty might not be the only two people in the dark world with the combat capability beyond the peak of the invincible realm. But combined with their age, this battle was also endowed with extraordinary significance. The outcome of this battle directly determined who was the first person in the dark world of this era and whose era it belonged to. His Majesty filled the cup in front of him with tea and stretched his body. He smiled and said, "It's very lively outside now. I can feel that everyone is here to watch the show. I'm going to appear." He glanced at Moraid and suddenly asked, "Are there any new movements in the outside world's gambling?" "There's basically no change." Moraid's attitude was always more respectful than that of Jiang Guochu and Yagyu Kurumi. He lowered his head slightly and said softly, "At present the outside world is generally more optimistic about Li Tianlan. Nearly 70% of the gambling funds support Li Tianlan's victory. Close to 70%. That means less than 70%. Jiang Shangyu was a little surprised. "That is to say, in the eyes of outsiders, I have a 64% chance of winning against Li Tianlan?" "Something like that." Moraid nodded. The summit appointment attracted the attention of the whole dark world. As soon as the news came out, the major financial forces in the dark world, including the Flourishing Age Fund, had already opened bets. They bet on the outcome, the time of the battle, the post-war injuries, and so on. 3 days was not a long time, but the bets had attracted countless funds. The news Moraid received showed that the amount of money betting on Li Tianlan's victory was infinitely close to 70%. But others might not believe it. At least half of the money was bet by Moraid. Moraid bet on Li Tianlan's victory. This was His Majesty's order. Therefore, in this so-called bet, those who were looking forward to an upset bet on Li Tianlan were destined to lose everything. "You didn't play?" His Majesty smiled and shifted his gaze from Moraid to the others. 600 million on Li Tianlan's victory. Tianhai Wuji said calmly. Yagyu Kurumi glanced at him and shook his head. 90 million on Li Tianlan. Beihai bet 2 billion on Li Tianlan. I personally bet 300 million on Li Tianlan. Wang Xiaoyao was expressionless. 1 billion. Li Tianlan. Jiang Guochu smiled lazily and said, "No one expects to make a fortune by betting. It seems that there are more people who are optimistic about me than I thought." His Majesty smiled gently. "Li Tianlan is strong, but how can those people judge clearly when they are in the same realm? There are countless people who want you to win. Many people think that Li Tianlan is not invincible." Wang Xiaoyao's voice was indifferent. "Yes." His Majesty said softly, "It's a pity that these people are going to be disappointed." The 5 invincible realm experts were indifferent. They knew the inside story of the final battle, so they all bet on Li Tianlan's victory under Moraid's lead. Before the battle began, His Majesty made it clear to them that he was not in his real peak state, so his odds of winning against Li Tianlan were less than 30%. This was a battle that he was almost certain to lose. "How are your preparations going?" His Majesty asked casually. "There are no problems. As soon as the battle between you and Li Tianlan begins, we will take action immediately. Finally, we will meet at the foot of Mount Dibbing." Wang Xiaoyao took a deep breath and said in a solemn tone, "Very good." His Majesty nodded and said, "It's time for me to make a fool of myself." "You know you will lose, but you still want to make a fool of yourself. Is it necessary?" Tianhai Wuji casually asked. "Ha." His Majesty's laughter was full of indifference. "I will lose face tonight, but Li Tianlan will lose his life tonight. I will lose to Li Tianlan, and everyone will think that the future will be Li Tianlan's era. But he will die in Beihai tonight. The ultimate reversal. I like this feeling very much. Once he is dead, who will remember my failure?" He picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. "Believe me, I have been studying Li Tianlan for a long time. His current state is very wonderful, especially when he cooperates with Ruthless. Whether it is now or in the future or in the past, even when Wang Tianzong was in his heyday, Li Tianlan can be said to be the most difficult person to kill. His kendo is perfect. His Majesty was silent for a while and whispered, but I don't believe that there is a so-called perfection in this world. No matter how perfect a martial arts is, there must be a weakness. Wang Xiaoyao sat up straight and said seriously, what is Li Tianlan's weakness? I don't know. His Majesty shook his head. Tianhai Wuji sneered and said lightly, a weakness that is not known by others is equal to having no weakness. That's why I asked Li Tianlan to fight. His Majesty said coldly, it's okay for me to lose face once, but as long as I seize his weakness, tonight will be Li Tianlan's death. Chapter 977. Moraid raised his head and glanced at His Majesty. There was some doubt in his eyes. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. In the end he didn't say anything. Others might not know His Majesty's origin, but Moraid was His Majesty's confidant and disciple. In contrast, he was completely different from Jiang Guochu and Yagyu Kurosumi. The latter two were more cooperative with His Majesty. Although His Majesty occupied a dominant position, the essential alliance relationship had not changed. Only Moraid worshipped His Majesty as a real leader. He knew His Majesty's origin and even knew a lot of things that hadn't been experienced in this era. He knew Li Tianlan, Dongqing Huangtu and Gu Xianyan. Did His Majesty not know Li Tianlan's weakness in the story of the future or the past? As if noticing Moraid's gaze, His Majesty said calmly, I haven't fought with him. This sentence sounded a little inexplicable. But Moraid understood His Majesty's meaning in an instant. In that story His Majesty had not fought with Dongqing Huangtu. All his understanding of him was summed up from limited intelligence, combined with some of his own speculations. When Dongqing Huangtu died, His Majesty was forced to fight and then returned here. Moraid was silent for a moment and then laughed. His smile was a little ferocious and insidious. No one knew if he was thinking of His Majesty's forbearance, helplessness and sadness in that story or something else. His voice was extremely firm. Your Majesty, don't worry. You are in Tianan. Leave Beihai to me. His Majesty nodded and glanced at Wang Xiaoyao. It has been arranged. Wang Xiaoyao nodded. Call the number I gave you. As long as you can successfully leave the battlefield, he will meet you outside Xianyuan City. Are you sure there is no accident? His Majesty's voice was cautious and serious. If there is no accident, he and the helicopter have landed at the predetermined place. The only uncertainty is whether you can successfully leave the battlefield. As long as there is no accident, the helicopter will take you away from Tiannan at the fastest speed. In 30 minutes at most, you will appear at Nanyan No. 2 Air Force Base. The fighter plane will arrive in Liaodong within an hour, and then someone will arrange for you to arrive at Beihai as soon as possible. Wang Xiaoyao's voice was flat and casual. The commander of the Tiannan Freedom Corps was Ning Ziyuan. It was impossible for Ning Ziyuan to betray Emperor Dong's palace and the Li family, but it didn't mean that the Freedom Corps was full of Li Tianlan's people. Ning Ziyuan was a member of the Southeast Group before Li Tianlan appeared. Dijiang had also led the Tiannan Freedom Corps before, so it was too easy for Wang Xiaoyao to plant some people there. His promise was strong enough. As long as His Majesty could leave the battlefield, he would be able to appear in the North Sea from Tiannan within 3 hours and participate in the upcoming battle in the North Sea. This speed was extremely fast. At the very least he could guarantee that he would not be slower than Li Tianlan. Very good. His Majesty nodded. That's settled then. He slowly raised his hand and calmly said, the meeting ends here. Everyone, I will keep my promise and I hope that everyone can do their best. It's 8:25, Zhongzhou State Time. In the vague darkness he revealed an incomparably arrogant smile, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. In 12 hours the Dark World will officially welcome our era. Before hanging up he said indifferently, let's meet again in North Sea. The screen went black. His Majesty had gone offline. Wang Xiaoyao stood up, came to the window of the conference room, and quietly looked at North Sea outside the window. This was still the hotel where he and Jiang Guochu met. The 5-star hotel under his feet, as well as the 202 branches all over the world, was an adult gift from Wang Tianzong when he was 18 years old. Wang Xiaoyao could still remember the scenes at that time, but he could no longer remember the excitement at that time. The night outside the window was quiet. It was snowing heavily. The wind and snow were blowing. Wang Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes tightly and was silent for a long time. "Let's get started," he said indifferently, turned around, bowed slightly to the other 4 invincible realm experts present and said flatly, "Everyone please." 12 hours later he would become the new patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai. The new era, the new history was getting closer and closer. The dark cloak fluttered in the dark hall. 2 rows of guard-like armor stood quietly as if they would never change. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the hall, making it seem extremely spacious. Mochizuki Song walked to an armor, expressionlessly stretched out his palm and pressed it on the chest of the armor. A metal on the chest of the armor was pressed down by a pale and slender finger. Clatter! The sound of an object falling to the ground rang out in the silent hall, sounding extremely harsh. The moment the mechanism of the armor was activated, it swelled up. Countless black objects fell from the inside of the armor and scattered under Mochizuki Song's feet. Mochizuki Song's expression did not change. He bent down to gather the things on the ground bit by bit. It was a lot of black solid matter. It looked like some kind of rubber or some kind of alloy. Piece by piece it was dark all over. In the dark it looked like pieces of dark muscles. Mochizuki Song squatted down expressionlessly and covered one of the black muscles on his shoulder. Then his elbow, forearm, back, abdomen, legs, knees and feet. This kind of alloy codenamed VX was not the top technology in the dark world. The alloy had been researched for more than a decade and the formula had been leaked a few years ago. But there were not many people who were willing to use this alloy all the time. VX alloy's greatest function was to absorb a small amount of external force, minimizing the impact. This function could be said to be a divine function of a single-person armor, but its flaw was also extremely prominent, and that was the weight that was enough to affect flexibility. If VX alloy covered the whole body, it would weigh nearly 130 kilograms and the cost was extremely high. Even a thunder-shocking realm expert would not be willing to bear such a heavy burden during a battle. Invincible realm experts could already ignore the weight of VX alloy. But every invincible realm expert in the dark world was a real big shot, and their combat equipment was not comparable to VX alloy at all. But Mochizuki Song had always liked this alloy. So did the master of Samsara Palace. What they liked was not the performance of VX alloy, but its camouflage function. Piece after piece of alloy reinforced her body. When Mochizuki Song stood up again, she had changed from a slender and tall beautiful woman to a tall and slightly fat figure that even looked a little burly. In the darkness she reached out her palm. The sword energy surged and the black cloak floating in the hall fell into her hand. Mochizuki Song slowly put on the wide cloak. Her figure slowly moved forward and walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, 2 figures with extremely strong auras stood quietly. The figure on the left was tall and burly with bulging muscles. Every move of his was extremely aggressive. The figure beside him looked a little thin and quiet, but the danger he gave was no less than that of his companion. The black cloak walked out of the hall. The 2 men standing in front of the door with different figures were obviously stunned. The scene that seemed to have been sealed in the depths of their memories suddenly surged up. Their bodies stiffened and they subconsciously muttered to themselves, "Palace Master." The figure under the cloak gave a faint, Everything felt like it was yesterday. The thin figure took a deep breath, and his emotions became extremely intense in an instant. "I will secretly enter Wulan State from here, and then cross snow country to Beihai from Wulan State." Under the cloak, Mochizuki Song's voice was faint, a little hoarse and unquestionable. Even if the Jiang family of South America still has hidden forces, they are now delayed by Mr. Lin in South America. As for Sanctuary and Knights Templars, most of their forces have entered Beihai. Now it's too late for them to come back. So before the end of the final battle in Beihai, you are the top combat force in Europe. An extremely sharp killing intent surged out from under the cloak. "Here I leave it to you and so do Sanctuary and Knights Templars." "Understood." The 2 figures tightened their bodies and said in a deep voice, "Go." Mochizuki Song said faintly. The 2 looked at each other, quickly turned around and left the hall. These 2 people were the trump cards left by Mochizuki Song to resist the external pressure. Under such circumstances, the top half-step invincible realm experts were enough to decide everything. And these 2 people were the top half-step invincible realm experts. They were silent for a long time. But none of them was a nobody. Samsara Palace Duke. Samsara Palace General. Chapter 978. When the screen dimmed, it seemed that the whole world became silent and clear. The tea swayed slightly. His Majesty lay back on the recliner, looked at the time silently and waited patiently. The recliner creaked and shook with the same rhythm. His breathing slowed down. His heartbeat slowed down. His whole body and mind were completely relaxed. He felt the quieter and clearer world around him. His Majesty was motionless like a dead thing. In absolute silence, the memories that had become a little fuzzy because of too long time surged in his mind. He was Xianxia. He had the heavenly king heart and the exquisite bone. In terms of martial arts talent, he was not inferior to Wang Xingxiao, Li Tianlan, or anyone else. Whether in the past or now, in the vast Zhongzhou state or even the entire Dark World, there were only two people of the younger generation who could be taken seriously by him: Li Tianlan and Wang Xingxiao. The former carried the dilapidated family on his back and moved forward. If he didn't move forward, he would die. The latter carried the glorious family on his back and was careful. If he didn't move forward, he would fall back. Many, many years ago, when Jiang Shangyu first heard the story of these two people, there was only one thought in his heart. It was tiring to live like this. Whether it was Li Tianlan or Jiang Shangyu, it was tiring to live like this. It was like a kind of transformation from a human to an inhuman. Countless halos, everyone's attention, a bumpy road ahead, a dangerous future, surging winds and clouds, magnificent waves, stormy waves. Being born as a human seemed to be like an origin. Standing at the origin, whether it was Li Tianlan or Wang Xingxiao, they were born with the responsibility to move forward. So they strode on their own path, crossed everything and smashed everything. If they failed, they would become dry bones on the road, from a human to a ghost. If they succeeded, they would set foot on the peak with glory, from a human to a god. If they failed, they would become stories and lessons. If they succeeded, they would become beliefs and symbols. They couldn't stay at the origin. They were born as human beings. From the very beginning, their life direction had been determined. Jiang Shangyu didn't like such a life. He had always thought that he was a person without ambition and didn't want to pursue what he shouldn't get. He liked a quiet and warm life, a good family background, and a status that wouldn't be ignored or taken too seriously. He was very satisfied with all of this. If there were no accidents, he felt that he could guard the Jiang family in Beijiang for the rest of his life. It was warm, calm, and without sharpness. This was Jiang Shangyu when he was young. The year he entered the Deep Sea Academy, he was 22 years old, and his personality had not changed much from his youth. He did not establish his own force within the academy, and the reason why he rarely fought with others was because of the academy's missions. He did not hurt the friendliness of others and was always kind to others. Everyone knew that he was very strong, so no one was willing to provoke him, and he did not provoke others either. Gentle temperament, easy to get along with, low-key but powerful. During his 3 years in the Deep Sea Academy, he had made friends all over the academy, even in the Sky Academy. Among them was Li Tianlan. It might not be appropriate to call them friends. He and Li Tianlan never had a heart-to-heart talk. Their friendship seemed to be limited to sitting together and chatting. At that time, Li Tianlan was proud and arrogant. During the 3 years in the Sky Academy, he showed off his abilities. The life of holding the little princess of Beihai in his left arm and the daughter of the Dongqing clan in his right arm could be said to be the peak of everyone's dream. At the end of the first academic year of the two academies, Wang Tianzong personally went to the Li family's camp to propose marriage, promising to marry Wang Yuetong to Li Tianlan, and their first child in the future could be surnamed Li. No one knew whether it was because of guilt or other reasons. Li Hong had joined the Wang family of Beihai. The Li family left the camp in the second year of the two academies and took root in Xianxia. At the beginning of the third year, Li Tianlan, who had recultivated, was well prepared. 3 months after entering the Thundershocking Realm, he went straight to the peak of the Thundershocking Realm and completely defeated Gu Hanshan, the young master of Kunlun City, in 45 seconds. Li Tianlan was 22 years old that year. He was the youngest expert at the peak of the Thundershocking Realm in the entire Dark World in 100 years. From that time on, Gu Hanshan completely fell from the ranks of the top geniuses. People called him and Wang Xingxiao the Young Chosen One a thing of the past. That year, Wang Xingxiao successfully broke through and entered the peak of the Thundershocking Realm. Li Tianlan, Wang Xingxiao. The Gemini stars of Beihai shone on each other, and their names resounded throughout the Dark World. Jiang Shangyu, who was undisciplined, did not alienate Li Tianlan at that time, but he did not deliberately get close to him either. At that time he had been thinking about his Jiang family in Beijiang. He wanted to protect everything he had and live a quiet life. The friendship between gentlemen was as indifferent as water. He did not know whether he and Li Tianlan were gentlemen or not, but the friendship between them was really as indifferent as water. If Li Tianlan had not suddenly and violently turned against the Wang family of Beihai in the end, the friendship between them might have lasted for a lifetime. When they were old they might have become real friends or even confidants. But there were no ifs in the world. The year when he joined the Wang family of Beihai, Li Tianlan was 20 years old. The year when he parted ways with Beihai, Li Tianlan was 26 years old. The 6-year honeymoon period had completely broken up before anyone could react. At that time, there was no Gemini stars of Beihai in the dark world. Instead it was double invincible of Beihai. Wang Tianzong Li Tianlan. Jiang Shangyu was not completely sure about Li Tianlan's state at that time, but it was certain that Li Tianlan, who had left Beihai, was in a similar state to the current Li Tianlan. Neither of them entered the invincible realm. But the actual combat capability was far beyond the peak of the invincible realm. So at that time Beihai had two majesties. This might be a foreshadowing. No one knew the inside story of the break between the two sides at that time, but after it happened there was no need to know. Maybe it was because they were uneasy about Li Tianlan's rapid growth. Maybe it was because Li Tianlan spoiled Zhou Xian, whom he forcibly snatched from Kunlun City, which caused the Wang family of Beihai's dissatisfaction. Maybe Li Tianlan himself had other ideas. But the trigger of everything was the child. Wang Yuetong and Li Tianlan's child. At the age of 25 Wang Yuetong was 6 months pregnant, but one day she suddenly went to the hospital. The child was gone. Li Tianlan stayed silent for a whole year, silently accompanying Wang Yuetong, and then left Mount Dibing alone the next year. The huge contradiction completely erupted in a way that left everyone dumbfounded. The situation was chaotic. Jiang Shangyu wanted to stay out of it, but his father Jiang Shan felt that the time was ripe and wanted to go further. So Beijiang became Jiang Shan's bargaining chip and was involved in the chaos. After leaving Beihai, Li Tianlan, who needed to find a new headquarters for Emperor Dong's palace, naturally set his eyes on Beijiang, which was sparsely populated and rich in resources. He did not choose to stay in Zhongyuan or Xianxia. At that time he just casually and calmly said a sentence at the meeting of the Hidden Dragon Sea. "I want Beijiang." Without discussion or probing, it was as simple and direct as a notice. No one could imagine how insufferably arrogant Li Tianlan could be at that time. That kind of strength and majesty was simply irresistible. Li Tianlan said he wanted Beijiang. The academics were silent, the Prince Group was silent, the Special Warfare Group, the North Group and the Southeast Group, which had almost no sense of existence, were silent. Except for the giant group that expressed its support, the 5 groups all seemed to acquiesce in this fact. It was not until more than a year later that Jiang Shangyu learned through special channels that on the night of leaving Mount Dibing, the Sword Emperor, who had been invincible for decades, lost to the 26-year-old Li Tianlan. This was also the main reason for the silence of the Southeast Group. Li Tianlan wanted Beijiang. The Jiang family, Jiang Shangyu, other people, other forces, Li Tianlan didn't even look at it. He was indeed qualified to be arrogant. All the resistance of the Jiang family was directly disintegrated by Emperor Dong's palace. The provincial government of Beijiang was directly reorganized, the direction of the parliament changed, the military retreated, and the industry of the Jiang family suffered a fatal blow overnight. Jiang Shangyu looked for Li Tianlan. He said that he just wanted to guard Beijiang and the Jiang family. At that time Li Tianlan looked at him for a long time. "The Jiang family is yours but Beijiang is not." That was his answer. The Jiang family persisted in Beijiang for more than a year. Emperor Dong's palace continued to develop in Beijiang, and the Jiang family almost became a joke. 28 years old. Li Tianlan, who had not entered the invincible realm, broke through again. Supremacy. Jiang Shan, who was completely at the end of his rope, could only look for Li Tianlan to beg for mercy. Li Tianlan let the Jiang family go just like letting go of an ant. He also casually took something from her. He took away Jiang Shan's heart. His memory was a little fuzzy. Jiang Shangyu didn't know what Jiang Shan had done to turn the tables in that year and angered Li Tianlan. It didn't matter. Right and wrong were meaningless. Jiang Shangyu only knew that he was guarding the broken Jiang family, watching countless so-called super forces in the dark world bow down to Emperor Dong's palace, watching Kunlun City fall apart little by little, watching the Wang family of Beihai's influence decline, watching the Wang family of Beihai win Gu Xingyun again in order to turn the tables, and watching Li Tianlan die. Half a year after the fall of the Chosen One, he was forced to go to Beihai, facing the completely crazy woman and the completely crazy sword. The sword light rose with the wind and the poison followed like a shadow. He fell into the darkness, and when he opened his eyes he returned to his childhood. The scars on his body clearly recorded what had happened. Right and wrong really didn't matter anymore, and he couldn't tell. Jiang Shangyu became his majesty. In this life he still didn't have too much ambition, but he had an obsession. Li Tianlan owed the Jiang family a heart. He wanted to get it back. He wanted to build a dynasty that could completely destroy Emperor Dong's palace from the front. In that era when he was extremely powerless, under the glory of Emperor Dong's palace, even the invincible realm experts had to bow down to the thundershocking realm experts of Emperor Dong's palace. Peak of the invincible realm? Super forces? Top experts? They were as humble as dust, as nonentities, as wild dogs, worthless and not worth mentioning. Jiang Shangyu didn't want to experience that era again. He didn't want to be a ghost nor a dog. He just wanted to live like a human being. The bell rang in the dark living room. The bell reverberated and rang 10 times in a row. At 22 o'clock at night, Jiang Shangyu moved his body slowly. Time was passing. Tick-tock. Jiang Shangyu stood up and drank the tea beside him. He closed his eyes and felt every part of his body, every joint, every muscle, and even every cell. He stood there quietly, but all the power in his body was unprecedentedly active and surging. The darkness in the living room grew deeper and deeper, swallowing the light and covering everything. At 22:15, he opened his eyes. In the dark room, the world in front of him became extremely clear. His heart was beating slowly. In a place not too far away from Xianyuan City, another faint heartbeat completely overlapped with his own heartbeat. The extreme darkness slowly condensed in the living room. Jiang Shangyu's body disappeared little by little, quietly. An incomparably violent heartbeat suddenly rang out in the empty living room, like the roar of thunder. The darkness spread out, rushed out of the living room, rushed out of the courtyard, rolled over the sky and covered the stars. It was boundless. That was the purest domain of the dark world in the past 100 years. You saw heaven and earth. The world in your sight was me. Chapter 979. The sky became darker in the darkness. On the lawn inside Emperor Dong's palace, Li Tianlan, who had been quietly standing there with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard the violent heartbeat in the distance. It could not be said that they were telepathic or attracted to each other. The moment he opened his eyes, the world in front of him seemed to have changed. The subtle and rapid changes kept moving forward, covering Xianyuan City, Emperor Dong's palace, and the whole world. The night was darker and the night was quieter. The world was originally quiet. In the corner of Emperor Dong's palace stood many figures with powerful auras. They were all representatives of the superpowers in the dark world. The summit appointment caused a sensation in the dark world. All the superpowers had submitted applications to Emperor Dong's palace before the final battle. Everyone wanted to be a witness of this battle. Li Tianlan personally made the decision and sent an invitation to all the second-class superpowers in the dark world. Most of the superpowers sent representatives to watch the battle except for two. One was the Purgatory of Heaven capital. The other was the Wang family of Beihai. The representatives of the superpowers stood in different corners and waited silently. It could be said that Li Tianlan's confidence to let the whole dark world witness this summit appointment. It could also be regarded as a naked show of force by Emperor Dong's palace. The representatives of the superpowers needed this battle to determine the terror of the supreme combat capability in the dark world and to determine their attitude. Li Tianlan also needed them to witness this battle to completely establish the position of Emperor Dong's palace. Today, tonight, at this moment, Li Tianlan won this summit appointment. He was the real Emperor Dong, which meant that the shadow of the Sword Emperor would completely disappear. Li Tianlan breathed softly. He stepped on the grass with his bare feet and took a step forward. The darkness in the distance approached Emperor Dong's palace in an instant. Countless eyes were gathered on Li Tianlan. At this moment, the representatives of the superpowers didn't notice anything unusual, but they instinctively felt a little uneasy. Li Tianlan silently looked at the night sky in the distance. The darkness that seemed to be integrated with the night spread rapidly in the distance and covered everything. Bang! The second violent heartbeat suddenly rang out. In an instant, darkness completely covered the whole Emperor Dong's palace. Like smoke, like fog, dead silence, gloomy. All the lights in Emperor Dong's palace disappeared in an instant. The starry sky was completely swallowed by darkness, leaving only darkness between heaven and earth. Lightless city. A night without light. All the spectators couldn't even see the battlefield. There was only darkness left in front of Li Tianlan. Why did you choose to be my enemy? A calm and gentle voice rang out without warning. It rang in Li Tianlan's ears. It rang in everyone's ears in Emperor Dong's palace. The voice was low and sweet, and it kept echoing within the area of Emperor Dong's palace. So, Li Tianlan's pupils contracted slowly, and his eyes became extremely focused. It really is you, after a pause he continued, it's really you. His tone seemed to contain countless emotions, but it also seemed like he had no emotions at all. Who am I? In the darkness, the voice was like the whisper of a demon, reverberating in everyone's ears. Li Tianlan opened his mouth. He seemed to want to say something, but he suddenly fell silent. The voice was so clear and familiar. This was the voice that Li Tianlan had heard just a few days ago. He was sure that it was Zhang Xiangyu's voice. The information given to him by the military counselor said that the mysterious master came from the Jiang family, and it was very likely that it was Zhang Xiangyu. All of this was consistent with the information. Why Zhang Xiangyu had this kind of combat capability was not important now. The important thing was this voice in the darkness really Zhang Xiangyu? If it was Zhang Xiangyu, why did he take action now? The last time he met Zhang Xiangyu was 4 days ago. The night before that day he flew from Tiannan to Huating and killed Zhu with one blow. Then in the middle of the night he went directly from Yuzhou to Kunlun City in Beijiang, seriously injured Gu Xingyun and took Li Qingcheng away. Zhang Xiangyu went to the hospital because of Li Qingcheng. He traveled thousands of miles in a day and faced 2 invincible realm experts. There was no doubt that Li Tianlan consumed some energy. No matter how big or small the consumption was, it always existed objectively. If Zhang Xiangyu wanted to take action, it was the best choice to fall out with him that day. Moreover, Li Qingcheng happened to be in the hospital at that time. But he chose to give in and chose to fight today. Why? There seemed to be many reasons, but no matter which one, it was a bit far-fetched. The most reasonable explanation was that Zhang Xiangyu did not have the ability to challenge Li Tianlan that day. If Zhang Xiangyu didn't have this ability that day, then was the voice in the darkness Zhang Xiangyu really Zhang Xiangyu? Who are you? Li Tianlan took the initiative to ask. His voice could not be covered by the darkness, and it also resounded through the whole world. It's really you. It's really you. Who am I? Who are you? The summit meeting at the highest level, the inexplicable conversation in the darkness, everything seemed extremely strange. The vast sword energy filled the whole Emperor Dong's palace, blending with the ubiquitous darkness and constantly fighting against it. It was completely dark in front of her. A wind of nothingness blew through the luxurious living room. Her soft long hair was blown by the wind. Qin Weibai stood in front of the window and looked at the darkness outside. Her face was a little pale. You see, he began to doubt. Doubt leads to thinking. What kind of answer do you think he will think of? What kind of fact will he perceive? Suddenly, Zhang Xiangyu's voice rang out beside Qin Weibai with a hint of laughter. The area where the sword energy and the darkness intertwined. Suddenly there was a slight blank. A transparent figure that seemed to be completely condensed from the air stood there, and his tone was a little playful. As Qin Weibai's personal bodyguard, Horsewoman wanted to take action immediately. He suddenly took a step forward. Before she started to attack, Qin Weibai's voice had already sounded, "Don't move." Horsewoman's body stayed where it was, and her long golden hair was flying wildly in the darkness. Her eyes were fixed on the transparent shadow and her breath was extremely fierce. In Tianlan's sword intent, "How dare you appear beside me?" Qin Weibai looked at the shadow. In the darkness her eyes were extremely cold. He is not at his peak state. As long as he doesn't really step into that realm, I have nothing to be afraid of. The shadow said blandly, "I'm just a shadow. I have no killing intent, no aggressiveness, just pure consciousness. Li Tianlan can't find me. Qin Weibai looked at him quietly. After about 5 or 6 seconds she said blandly, "Get out. We have nothing to talk about." "Are you sure?" The shadow laughed. "It's true that I won't tell Li Tianlong that Qin Weibai isn't Qin Weibai. He may not believe it even if I tell him. But I can guide him slowly. For example, right now he has begun to suspect that Jiang Shangyu isn't Jiang Shangyu. If I deliberately guide him, he will find out that you're a fake sooner or later. What will you do then? What will he do? Tut tut, the heavenly son of a generation. I think he will completely collapse at that time, right? I really look forward to it." "You underestimate him too much," Qin Weibai said coldly. "I can give you a chance. If you help me do 3 things, Jiang Shangyu will always be Jiang Shangyu. This is the deal between us, and it is also our secret." The shadow's voice was indescribably tempting. In the darkness, Qin Weibai smiled extremely beautifully. "Get out." The shadow was silent for a moment. He slowly disappeared where he was. Sword energy and darkness filled the blank area again. His voice rang in Qin Weibai's ear. "You will regret it." The next second, everyone in the entire Emperor Dong's palace heard Jiang Shangyu's answer to Li Tianlong. "Me." He laughed and said, "You can call me your majesty." Li Tianlong narrowed his eyes. In the absolute darkness he took a step forward and raised his palm. The sword energy was like a tide. The tide was monstrous. The violent sword energy suddenly bloomed with his whole body as the center. In the absolute darkness, dazzling bright sword light appeared one after another. The light was boundless. Li Tianlong stood in the center of the light, raised his head and looked up at the enemy in front of him. His sword light did not pierce the darkness in front of him, but it illuminated the enemy in front of him. A figure more than 20 meters tall stood silently in front of Li Tianlong. He looked down at Li Tianlong like a giant looking at an ant. In the darkness, Jiang Shangyu's voice rang out. "Is it fun?" Chapter 980. The whole picture seemed to be completely out of reality for a moment, and it became extremely weird. The dark figure was extremely deep and solid in the light of the sword light. He was more than 20 meters tall and had strong limbs. There was absolute power in silence. The surging darkness continued to converge toward the giant-like black shadow. The giant's body moved. The next second, there was a sudden violent roar between heaven and earth. The giant, who was more than 20 meters tall, raised his arm and punched Li Tianlong hard. It was a strange domain that had never been seen before, an incredible fighting method and a nightmarish fighting style. This was the domain. It was a domain that surpassed the peak of the invincible realm. No one could have imagined that the domain above the peak of the invincible realm would have such a change. Li Tianlong frowned. The huge fist blocked almost all of his vision above his head. The giant's upper body tilted and his knees bent. The solid fist broke the space. As his whole body sank, the surging darkness madly gathered on his fist. His body was getting smaller and smaller, more and more illusory, but the black fist was constantly getting bigger and bigger. Li Tianlong's figure flickered slightly and was 100 meters away in an instant. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the black fist directly smashed into the verdant grassland. The turf within 100 meters nearby was suddenly lifted into the air, and the soil was flying. The huge crack centered on the place where Li Tianlong originally stood continued to spread around. Li Tianlong's body floated in the air, and the ferocious cracks spread rapidly from his feet with great power. Countless cracks crisscrossed in the area of nearly a kilometer, like a ferocious and ugly spider web. Li Tianlong narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. "How is it?" Jiang Shangyu's voice echoed heavily in the darkness. "You're a little interesting now." With a smile on his face, Li Tianlong's eyes were bright and focused, with a temperature that was constantly rising, becoming blazing and excited. He was not an absolute martial arts addict, but standing at his height he was indeed a little lonely. No one could understand exactly what kind of path he had found in the desert during the 2 years. Lin Fengting had some guesses. After talking with him, Saint also had some guesses, but their thoughts were not completely accurate. Li Tianlong could be sure that he was the strongest in the Dark World today. Except for Wang Tianzong in the period of Mormons, no one was his opponent. Including Lin Fengting. Including Li Kuang too. That was why Emperor Dong's palace believed that the old era was over and a new dawn was coming. Then Li Tianlong met Jiang Shangyu. For hundreds of years since the Dark World had the Invincible Realm, he was the first opponent to break through the limit of the peak Invincible Realm from the direction of the domain. Li Tianlan's confidence never wavered, but such an opponent was indeed interesting to him. Prostrate, the giant on the ground slowly stood up. Darkness completely condensed into his body. The sword light illuminated his body that was getting taller and taller. His expression could not be seen. The giant's face was pitch black without any facial features. Xianxia did not speak. Amidst the silence, the giant raised its hands again. The boundless domain continued to shrink. Without any warning, the space distorted. The giant clenched his fists and punched forward without hesitation. He was hundreds of meters away from Li Tianlan. The two thick arms kept elongating in the darkness. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a distance of hundreds of meters and were directly in front of Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan's figure slightly intertwined in the sword light and the darkness, just avoiding the huge fist. The powerful shock wave surged unscrupulously inside Emperor Dong's palace, and the whole palace was shaking. The arms that seemed to be able to easily smash everything suddenly moved horizontally at the moment when Li Tianlan dodged. In the dense sound, the neat forest behind Li Tianlan was completely swept away. Countless trees flew around and leaves fluttered. Light and darkness constantly intertwined. Li Tianlan's footsteps did not stop. As his step fell, an identical shadow appeared beside him. The two Li Tianlans took a step in opposite directions at the same time. So the two Li Tianlans became four. The four identical shadows moved again. Under the giant's iron fist, there were 8 identical Li Tianlans, but their movements were completely different. Boom! Without any hesitation, the giant waved his arms wildly. When the huge force surged out from the left and right sides, the pressure on the top suddenly increased. 2 arms appeared on both sides of the giant's body again, and then 2 more. It was an incredible scene. What an appalling power. 6 dark arms spread wildly like a windmill, smashing down along Li Tianlan's shadow without interruption. Violent wind and rainstorm. 8 shadows were moving. Li Tianlan's body shuttled freely among the shadows. This was the shadow formula he learned from tribulation. In Li Tianlan's view, this could almost be said to be the most amazing unique skill in the Dark World in the past 100 years. At this moment in his hands, it had almost been exerted to the extreme. The sky was full of fist shadows. From Li Tianlan's perspective, the huge fist shadows were like wild beasts rampaging in the dark sky. His body moved and the 8th shadow stayed where it was. The sword light shone, and the 8 figures condensed by sword chi became more and more fierce. Li Tianlan slowly took a step forward in the sky full of fist shadows. The 9th and last shadow appeared where it was. In an instant, Li Tianlan stood on the head of the giant. The 9 shadows still maintained Li Tianlan's appearance. But Li Tianlan turned into a sword light in an instant. It was a soundless step, a step without any smoke or fire. His bare feet stepped on the giant's head. In the darkness he became the most dazzling and blazing blade. Light. The sword light all over the sky did not break out, but quickly gathered toward Li Tianlan's body and condensed to the extreme. Countless sword lights and monstrous sword chi completely illuminated the whole night at this moment. The light shrank along Li Tianlan's body. The 9 shadows disappeared one by one. Li Tianlan's body became brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling. The 6 arms of the giant frantically grabbed his head. Li Tianlan gently stamped his feet. He was not ruthless. He was bare-handed. His whole body was like the sharpest magic weapon in the world and also like the most dazzling light in the world, piercing the darkness in an instant. Endless light tore the giant's body in the darkness and it fell down. The giant's figure was broken by the sword light little by little. The giant disappeared. Li Tianlan stood on the ground, looked at the surging darkness and narrowed his eyes. "What are you looking for?" A soft, low but extremely strange voice rang in Li Tianlan's ears. There seemed to be chaos around Emperor Dong's palace, but Li Tianlan did not hear any sound in his perception. Only the clear sound of footsteps could be heard in front of him. Jiang Shangyu's figure came out of the darkness. Li Tianlan looked at Jiang Shangyu expressionless and did not mean to speak at all. Jiang Shangyu's body stood 20 meters away from Li Tianlan. His figure stopped, but the footsteps did not disappear. Instead they became clearer and more frequent. It was as if hundreds or thousands of people had walked into the darkness and then walked out from the darkness. They came They came out. A figure walked through the darkness. Another one. There were more and more figures in the darkness. They were all Jiang Shangyu. Every one of them was Jiang Shangyu. 100, 300, 500, 1,000. Countless Jiang Shangyu completely surrounded Li Tianlan in the middle. I'm right here. All the Jiang Shangyu spoke at the same time with a roar of voices. What are you looking for? Countless Jiang Shangyu did the same action. They pressed their faces. In an instant, hundreds of Jiang Shangyu all turned into Li Tianlan's appearance. Li Tianlan stood in the middle, surrounded by countless himself. The voice in the darkness laughed, and even the voice seemed to be exactly the same as Li Tianlan's. Li Tianlan looked at the strange smiling faces on the faces of countless people around him, and his face became cold little by little. Are you looking for me? The darkness was still surging. All the Jiang Shangyu became Qin Weibai. Are you looking for me? His voice was a little pitiful and mocking. Poor thing who has been cheated, can you still find me?
Chapter 12:15. Yi Qian, I will take responsibility for my own mistakes. As for you, is it that hard for you to speak the truth? Yi Ying's facial features were delicate. Her eyebrows were dark and deep. When she put on a serious face, there was a sense of righteousness in her eyes that made people believe her. I didn't give you the answer in time. Now I know that I was wrong. But what about you? Do you know that you were wrong? Faced with her accusation, Yi Qian was unmoved. I only want to confirm one thing. Were you prepared to give me the answer, but you were too nervous in the end and didn't succeed? The repeated question made Yi Ying wary. What was this wretched girl trying to do? Why did he have to confirm it again? No matter what she wanted to do, she could forget about returning to the exam hall today. That's right. If I wasn't nervous, the note would have been in your hands a long time ago. Yi Ying wiped her tears again and said in a choked voice, I regret it. I shouldn't have agreed to it. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted. If you couldn't get in, you could only say that you didn't work hard enough. But as for me, I did questions every day. I didn't even play on Saturdays and Sundays just to get into the university I wanted. In the end, the leader of the provincial second high school was so angry that he glared at Yi Qian. He was so angry, so angry. Yi Ying was a top student from the provincial second high school who could get into Tsinghua University. The school had high hopes for her. Who knew that she would be ruined by Yi Qian from the provincial first high school? Yi Qian from the provincial first high school. Yi Qian? Yi Qian? The leader of the provincial second high school suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yi Qian from the provincial first high school? Finally, the furious leader of the provincial second high school understood why the name, Yi Qin, sounded so familiar. Wasn't this the student who rejected the direct offers from Tsinghua University and Shi University? Why would she ask Ying to copy the answer? Why would the provincial first high school's poster ask Ying to copy the answer? Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Wasn't something wrong? After she finished speaking, Ying noticed that Yi Qian's lips were slowly curling up. When he glanced at her with a mocking gaze, she also realized that something was wrong. Dear leaders and teachers, I am Yi Qian from the provincial first high school. Yi Qian took 2 steps forward and stood in the middle of the office. She held her head high and her eyebrows, with the toughness of a soldier. He said calmly, Yi Ying to me, everything she said was a joke. First, I've never asked her for an answer. Secondly, I never had to ask anyone for an answer. You're lying. A sharp voice interrupted Yi Jian's words. Yi Ying, who also took 2 steps forward, said sternly, I didn't say a single lie. She did ask me for an answer. Yi Jian raised her eyebrows and continued calmly, thirdly, I've already finished the exam and sealed the papers. So, it's even more impossible for me to ask her for the answers. What? How could she be so fast? The entire office fell into silence. The exam was over? Yi Qian from the provincial first high school finished the math exam an hour earlier? How was that possible? Did you finish the exam? Or did you finish all the questions? The leader of the provincial education department asked in a deep voice. Yi Qian, think carefully before you answer. This is very important. Chapter 12:16. Finishing the exam and finishing all the questions, the former was vague and undefined, while the latter was clear. Ying also thought of it, her defeated face suddenly lit up, her sharp voice turned into a mean sneer. Finished in an hour? Yi Qian, I never knew you had this ability. The leader of the second provincial high school didn't have the confidence he had before. He could hear the unconcealable resentment in the student he thought highly of, and instantly felt that this cheating wasn't simple. Why did it sound like there was a personal grudge between them? Yi Qian answered the leader of the Provincial Education Bureau with a smile. I have a habit, my classmates all know, I like to finish all the questions within an hour, no matter which exam it is, I'm used to finishing it within an hour. The certainty in her smile, combined with her calm expression, made all the leaders present see that she was as steady as Mt. Tai. From this, they could see the difference between the two girls. The student from the second provincial high school who spoke first had a thin tongue, as if he didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. On the other hand, the student from the first provincial high school spoke in an orderly manner. He didn't speak slowly or hurriedly. He calmly dealt with the cheating and didn't refute the second provincial high school student's aggressiveness. Instead, he first explained his situation one by one, then let the leaders decide who was right or wrong. Just from this one incident, the difference in character between the two was obvious. The more I did the questions, the smoother I got, so I didn't try to control it precisely. I finished it in an hour, about 10 minutes faster than usual. The students from the second provincial high school said I asked her for answers. I really don't know which me asked her. I really don't know which me asked her. Her words were quite good. Not only did it make Ying speechless, but it also made the leaders see that she didn't want to confront Ying directly, so as to avoid a conflict that would cause negative effects. At this time, even Yi Ying's lips were deathly pale, cold sweat broke out on her back. The damned girl said she finished the exam. No, impossible, she didn't believe it. Principal Chow smiled and confirmed, I can testify to this habit of hers. I even talked to her before and told her not to finish so early, even if she still needed to check after she finished, she couldn't be careless. In the end, she said that she checked it once before handing it in. She even said that once a habit is formed, it's hard to change it. That's why I was really surprised when the students from second high school said that she cheated. Student from the provincial second high school, I also want to ask you a question. I wonder which Yi Qian is asking you for an answer? The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at the invigilator in charge of the third examination hall and asked in a deep voice, what exactly happened at that time? Say it again. Wronged? Why would a student wrongly accuse another student of cheating? Did she treat the college entrance examination as a game? The invigilator said seriously, I was the first to hear the sound of Yi Ying's chair being moved. I happened to be patrolling from the bottom right of Yi Qian. I heard the sound and walked over to Yi Ying's desk. I noticed that one of her draft papers was missing. I saw that she looked flustered and her legs were unnaturally close together. I asked her to raise her legs, and then I saw the paper with the answer. Where's Yi Qian? What was her reaction at that time? Faced with the leader of the Provincial Education Bureau's questioning, the invigilator calmly replied, Yi Qian sealed the exam papers and said to me, Teacher, let's talk outside so that we don't affect the student's performance. When the other invigilator came over, I immediately brought two people over. Chapter 12:17. In other words, you sealed the exam paper as soon as the incident happened, right? Yes, I had just finished checking my student ID and name. I was about to pack up my stationery and seal the exam paper when I heard her mention my name. I was very surprised. Yi Qian answered the question from the head of the Provincial Education Bureau. The calmness in his eyes made Principal Chow nod and smile secretly. The college entrance examination was not an ordinary examination. It was the watershed of a student's life and also the watershed of an entire family. As the most important examination in China, not only did it have a strict system, but it also had very clear punishment rules. Once it was proven that Yi Ying had deliberately wronged her classmate, what awaited her would definitely not be a few simple words of criticism and education. Yi Qian handled this matter wisely. He only explained for himself and did not question Yi Ying. In terms of bearing, he won over Yi Ying again. If he got into a conflict with Yi Ying, Even if it was found out that he was really wronged, his impression of Yi Qian would drop. He would more or less say, "Flies don't sting flawless eggs." Once the exam paper was sealed, it should not be taken out separately. However, the situation this time was special. If they wanted to know if Yi Qian had completed all the questions, they had to open the exam paper and check it. What happened next was extraordinarily grand. The armed police escorting the exam papers, who were supposed to appear after the college entrance examination, appeared on the campus in advance. Their appearance shocked the parents waiting outside. Why are armed police officers here? Were the morning's math papers going to be taken away in advance? When Yi Zhifan saw the armed police appear, his eyelids suddenly twitched uncontrollably. An inexplicable sense of uneasiness rose in him. Why were there armed police escorting the exam papers? Why were there armed police at this time? Didn't you say that they would be out in an hour? There are already students coming out after the exam. Your little fox, cough cough cough, my little fox is coming out. When the T6 soldier with a popsicle saw Zhou Xian's figure, he quickly and accurately threw the popsicle into a trash can 5 meters away. He immediately pulled his t-shirt up and put on a cultured look, quietly waiting for the girl who had shocked his little sweetheart 2 hours ago to come over. Xia Jinyuan, who had a calm expression on his face, only saw that Zhou Xian's footsteps were hurried. When he got closer, he saw that Zhou Xian had a serious expression on her face. Something had happened in the exam hall. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the T6 combatant said in a low voice, "There's something wrong with her expression. Yi Qian hasn't come out either. Q King, I'm afraid something has happened in the exam venue." "Yes, it's possible," Xia Jinyuan replied calmly. Something must have happened if Little Fox had not come out yet. And Zhou Xian's expression was extremely serious, and there was even a hint of hostility between her eyebrows. As she ran out, she suddenly saw Xia Jinyuan, and her eyes lit up. She sped up and ran out of the school gate. Yi Qian is in trouble. Ying, that despicable person, actually accused Yi Qian of asking for an answer. But did Jane Eyre need to ask her for an answer? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? What's the situation? How will the school handle this? Xia Jinyuan, who knew what had happened, did not even frown. He asked calmly, "Are the relevant departments investigating this matter?" She was so worried about her good friend that she did not notice the T6 combatant. Although he spoke quickly, he answered clearly, "Yi Qian's exam papers will be opened for inspection again under the supervision of the armed police who are responsible for escorting the exam papers in the 3rd examination hall after all the examinees have finished their exams." I'm so angry. I knew it's hard to guard against despicable people. I was careless and let her come out to stir up trouble again. Chapter 12:18. The T6 combatant looked at Q King, who did not move at all. Seeing that there was no trace of anxiety on his face, he decided to make his presence known. "Then don't be anxious. Yi Qian will be fine. Are you thirsty? Shall I treat you to some water?" This was destined to be an unpleasant beginning. And Zhou Xian frowned and said angrily, "Who are you? What does it have to do with you whether I'm thirsty or not? Why do you look like a human trafficker who abducts and sells young girls on campus?" The T6 combatant felt his heart shatter into pieces when he heard that. Human trafficker? He looked so pure and kind, and it was obvious that he was a righteous person. How did he become a human trafficker in her eyes? But this little girl's temper was quite fiery. When she was angry, her almond-shaped eyes were dark and bright, like the moon at night. There was a cold glint in them. Her expression was very tense, and she was especially concerned about Yi Qian's matter. She valued friendship and righteousness. "I'm good friends with him. When I saw that you were sweating profusely and your voice was still hoarse when you spoke, I wanted to treat you to some water to moisten your throat." The T6 combatant's gentle and patient explanation made Zhou Xian feel a little embarrassed. She said a little sheepishly, "I'm sorry, my temper can be a little rash sometimes. Please don't take offense." She had another advantage, honesty. "It's fine, I know you're anxious." The T6 combatant smiled and said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll go buy some water. You can ask more about it later." Cheating in the college entrance examination is not an ordinary matter. We have to deal with it properly. Deal with it properly? Shouldn't it be handled properly? And Jessen felt that his words were strange, as if there was a hint of fierceness in them. When she thought of how Major Xia in front of her was also fierce, and Jessen could not help but shrink back. Just now, it seemed like she was a little too fierce. Please don't hold it against her. She quickly glanced at the man who spoke. He looked gentle and refined. Although he was a little tanned, he was very gentlemanly. He probably wouldn't hold it against her, right? I don't know how to deal with this matter. Major Xia, what should we do? Yi Ying's father is a high-ranking official. Do you think he'll use his power to pressure us? And Jessen was so anxious that tears were welling up in her eyes. The T6 combatant, who had just left, could not help but smile. He suddenly became happy. It seemed that he had made the right choice to come to the provincial first high school. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Nothing will happen. If even the armed police were deployed, it means that the Provincial Education Bureau and the school are taking this matter very seriously. They will definitely investigate this thoroughly and will definitely not accuse Yi Qian." I wish. And Jessen was still worried, but she had no other choice but to wait anxiously. T6 came back with 3 bottles of mineral water. Xia Jinyuan, who had one hand in his trouser pocket, nodded slightly at him. His slender fingers stroked the keys on his phone, indicating for T6 to talk to Jessen while he went to make a call. When it was time to hand in the papers in the afternoon, all the students sealed their papers and left the examination hall. The quiet campus became lively, and the teaching building became extremely quiet. Yi Ying, who was walking between the 2 teachers, bit her lower lip when she saw the armed police. She had an arrogant look on her face, but she was afraid that Yi Qian would look down on her, so she pretended to be calm and walked with him to the 3rd examination hall with an arrogant expression. She would never believe that the wretched girl would be able to finish all the math questions. Absolutely not. Even if the wretched girl had really finished all the math questions, she would definitely not have gotten them right. Only her answers would be correct. Her mouth was on her. She would not relent and insist on it. Let's see what she could do about it. Yi Ying, who was constantly cheering herself on, walked to the entrance of the 3rd examination hall. When she saw one of the armed police standing there expressionlessly with a real gun, her knees could not help but go weak. She could not lower her head. She definitely could not lower her head. She definitely could not lose to the wretched girl. Chapter 12:19. Ying turned her head and shot a venomous look at Yi Jian, who came after her, before stepping into the examination room. Yi Qian, who was walking with Principal Chao, smiled faintly. So what if she didn't want to admit defeat? In the end, she would only end up worse. An armed police officer stood guard at the entrance of the 3rd exam hall while another armed police officer entered the empty hall. A well-respected examiner from the Provincial Education Bureau entered after him. All the examinees' math papers were placed in cardboard boxes, except for Yi Qian and Yi Ying's papers. There were a total of 4 representatives and 4 witnesses. An examiner walked to Yi Qian's desk and carefully picked up the paper. He looked from A to B and then to CD. He looked very carefully, and his serious expression made Yi Ying's heart beat faster. She didn't finish it. She definitely didn't finish it. How could that brat finish it when she didn't even finish it? God was asleep and didn't hear Yi Ying's thoughts. The examiner nodded slightly and said to the Provincial Number 1 High School, Number 2 High School, the Notary, and the Provincial Education Bureau leader, she did finish it all. As soon as he said this, the Provincial Number 2 High School leader broke out in cold sweat. As for Yi, she was about to faint. She finished it all. She really finished it all. Impossible. Impossible. How could it be? How could she finish it all? Yi Ying couldn't accept it at all. She muttered unconsciously, "Impossible. Impossible. I only finished the first 2 questions. How could she have finished it all?" The scholar who examined the paper looked at her and said with a firm voice, "This paper can be sealed as usual. As for the so-called answers, I believe in the answers on this paper more." It was a math exam, so the examiner was naturally a scholar from the math academic community. After scanning the paper and checking the answers on the napkin, It was easy to see who answered the questions correctly. Principal Chow was completely relieved. He smiled at Yi Qian and said, "Looks like you did well." "I knew it. How could you ask a student whose grades were worse than yours for the answers?" He glanced sharply at Yi Ying, who still refused to accept the reality, and said coldly, "If we don't investigate this matter properly, it will be unfair for the college entrance exam. If we don't punish the students of number 2 high school, there will be endless trouble in the future. We need to put an end to this phenomenon from the root." He was just short of saying, "Yi Ying is lying." "Ying, what else do you have to say?" The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau had a stern expression on his face. His gaze was so cold that it made Yi Ying's heart tremble. "You have a personal grudge with Yi Qian. How dare you frame Yi Qian during the college entrance exam to achieve your own ulterior motives? What else do you have to say?" What else could she say? What else could she say? Ying raised her head and glared coldly at Yi Qian. Unwilling to give up, she said, "I have nothing to say. I only know that she really wants an answer from me. It's her. She wants to frame me. That's right, that's right. She wants to frame me. I'm the victim. I'm the victim. You're in the provincial 2nd high school, and I'm in the provincial 1st high school. Why would I need to frame you? What was the reason? Can you tell me?" Yi Qian asked indifferently. His calm demeanor made the scholars who were checking the papers look askance. What was the reason? Of course there was a reason. Ying gritted her teeth and said angrily, "You're jealous that I got into a good school. You hate me even more and only want to take revenge." Chapter 12:20. What does it have to do with me if you get into a good school? You have your own path to walk and I have mine to walk. We have nothing to do with each other. As for holding a grudge, Ying, are you sure you're not talking about yourself? If you want to die, you can't blame others for helping you. Yi Qian's eyes flashed with coldness as he looked calmly at Yi Ying, whose expression was gradually becoming twisted. You've been trying to frame me since junior high. In the 2nd year of senior high, the school couldn't tolerate your behavior and had no choice but to force you to drop out. Ying, who's holding a grudge against who? Yi Qian, do things in an upright manner. I've never wronged anyone, and it's impossible for me to be jealous of someone whose grades are not as good as mine. What do you mean by holding a grudge? And you, what kind of school can you get into that I'm jealous of? Tsinghua University? Shi University? I once gave up on the direct admission of 2 schools. Why should I be jealous of you? Before Yi Ying could refute, she heard the Provincial Education Department's leader yell, "2nd high school's leader, where is the student's parent? Invite him to school immediately." Yi Qian's math test paper is sealed and stored as normal. It won't affect the scoring. 2nd high school's Yi Ying's behavior is serious and has brought a negative effect on the college entrance exam. Her math score is 0. Why is it only targeting me? I can't accept this. Yi Qian is at fault. She's also at fault. Seeing that she was the only one who was punished, Yi Ying, whose plan had failed and her grades were now 0, could not accept this. She screamed crazily and suddenly rushed towards the scholar who was checking the test paper. "I'm going to tear her test paper. I'm going to tear her test paper. Why is it only targeting me? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Why is the wretched girl fine? Why am I the only one punished? I'll tear her test paper. Let's see what she can do." The person who reacted the fastest was not Yi Qian, but the armed police who were present to prevent accidents. The armed police blocked her and shouted, "Don't move. Return to your original position." His voice was like a bell, causing Ying to scream even louder. Yi Zhifan, who had been waiting for his daughter to come out, knew that something must have happened inside. When he saw the caller ID, Yi Zhifan gently closed his eyes. What would come would come. Yi Qian also made a call. She did not want to alarm Principal Qin, so she called Xia Jinyuan. Since the leaders of the Provincial Education Bureau have already come up with a solution, then we don't have to worry. Xia Jinyuan, who had been standing at the school gate all this time, smiled and said softly, "When will you come out?" His voice was gentle and had a magical effect of making her feel at ease. Yi Jian pursed her lips and smiled. "It should be soon, but I want to stay for a while and see what kind of face Yi Zhifan has." Yi Zhifan would definitely be very angry if she ended up harming herself. Don't laugh when you see it. No matter how magnanimous his little fox was, she would still harbor hatred towards her family who had treated her badly for a long time. Now that he had the chance to let her vent her hatred, he would let her stay for a while. Standing in the golden sunlight, his thin lips curved into a smile. Enjoy it well. Don't miss this opportunity. It felt good to have someone to play along with him. Yi Zhifan walked into the office and saw his daughter in tears. Yi Qian, on the other hand, had a calm expression and exuded an aura that his daughter could not emulate. He sat quietly at the side. Even if he did not speak, he would still be the center of attention. Dad, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. The way they handled it is unfair. It's not fair at all. When Yiying saw her father walk over, she cried out in grievance. Why should my results be nullified while Yi Qian is fine? Why? Chapter 12:21. It turned out that the worst-case scenario was not a lose-lose situation, but Yi Qian would be fine, but his daughter would be in trouble. Yi Zhifan's heart sank when he heard his daughter's message. It was unfair. How could they? Even the armed police had been mobilized. They had even invited the most famous mathematician in the southern province. It was unfair. His gaze swept across Yi Ying's face, then swept across Yi Qian's face. His heart was in turmoil. Mr. Yi Ying violated the rules in the examination hall and purposely targeted Yi Jian, a student from the province first high school. After investigation, Yi Ying intentionally framed Yi Qian. Therefore, we have decided to give Yi Ying 0 marks for her mathematics results. The parents were invited to inform them of their child's wrongdoings and what kind of punishment they would receive. As for Yi Ying's claim of unfair, it was not valid at all. Yi Zhifan sat down and asked coldly, "Have you investigated thoroughly? As a parent, do I have the right to ask what exactly happened?" How could Yi Zhifan accept that his daughter's future was not dragged down by Yi Qian? Play the recording for Mr. Yi. The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau nodded slightly at an armed police officer. The armed police officer took out a tape recorder from his military green bag and played the conversation before and after the exam. Sealed the exam in advance. Yes, I finished everything. Compared to the answers on the paper, I'm more willing to believe the answers on the exam paper. Yi Zhifan clenched his fists when he heard the main point. No wonder his daughter lost. Who would have thought that she finished the exam in advance? Why should my results be nullified, but Yi Qian is not affected at all? Why? Yi Ying's sharp voice came from the recorder. Yi Zhifan's fists were clenched to the bone, and his expression changed. This sentence was the biggest failure of his writing. It was the most direct evidence. Idiot. Hearing her own voice again, Ying was stunned. What? Was it recorded? Why was it recorded? This is the last part. Does Mr. Yi need to listen to the first part? The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau said sternly, 5 minutes before Mr. Yi came in, I received a call from the provincial office. Even the provincial governor was personally involved in this matter. Mr. Yi, as a provincial official, shouldn't you personally explain to the governor? What? The governor was personally involved. How could a college entrance exam fraud between 2 people alert the governor? Greatly shocked, Yi Zhifan made a prompt decision and said in a low voice, It's my fault for not being strict enough. I was careless and caused Yi Ying to make a big mistake. To be honest, although Yi Ying and Yi Jian are cousins, they have a deep grudge against each other. Sometimes, as their parents, I can't do anything. Dad. Hearing this, Ying seemed to realize something. She raised her voice and screamed, What are you trying to say? You, shut up. For the sake of his career, Yi Zhifan wouldn't allow Ying to speak again. Now, only one subject's results are invalid. If you do anything else, I'll teach you a lesson. His expression was so heartless that Yi Qian smirked. In her previous life, she knew that Yi Zhifan was willing to do anything for his career. Even the provincial governor knew about this. How could Yi Zhifan stand up for his daughter? Unless he had the confidence to make the provincial governor believe him. Obviously he didn't. Therefore he couldn't help Ying twist the facts. Chapter 12:22. Ying was shocked. Then she heard her father say bitterly, It's my fault for not teaching her properly. That's why she did something so reckless. She ruined herself and almost ruined Yi Qian. I don't have any objections to the Provincial Education Bureau's decision. I accept it completely. No, I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Ying never thought that after this incident, her father, whom she had always respected, would actually not help her. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with horror. How did this happen? How did it become her fault again? Yi Qian was fine. But why did this happen? Why did this happen? Sun Dongqing didn't understand either. She only knew that her daughter's math score was calculated as 0, and that cheating would be recorded in her personal file for life. She rushed towards Yi Jifan like a madwoman. Yi Jifan, you bastard. You actually watched your daughter suffer and let that little bitch get away with it. You ruined our daughter. You ruined our dream of going to university. I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you. Ying lay on the bed and cried loudly. Yi Jifan looked at Sun Dongqing's appearance and then looked at his daughter's stupid face. He suddenly felt irritated. He pushed Sun Dongqing away and said in a low voice, "This is a hotel. Don't you and your daughter have embarrassed yourselves enough? I'm not helping my daughter? Your daughter was stupid enough to say in front of so many people that she wanted to tear up Yi Qian's test paper. She was the one who was stupid. Do you know that? If I don't help her, do you think I won't fucking help my own daughter? Do you know why Yi Qian is safe and sound? What the fuck do you know?" Yi Jifan, who had always been elegant, was finally forced to lose his composure. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. His cold expression made Sun Dongqing retreat step by step. She finished all the questions in an hour. Your good daughter thought that she was smart and that Yi Qian was inferior to her. She finished all the questions. Why did she still write a note? Did she want to tell everyone that she was trying to frame Yi Qian? Other than making trouble, what the fuck do you know? Even the governor is asking about this. What can I do? Tell me, is this our fault, or is it Yi Qian's fault? As long as you can prove that it's Yi Qian's fault, I'll fight for justice for my daughter even if it means risking my life. Sun Dongqing was dumbfounded. She fell heavily onto the bed and did not regain her senses for a long time. How could this be? How could that wretched girl be so powerful? I just heard the examinees next door say that this year's math exam questions are very difficult. I'm afraid they didn't do well. Damn girl, how can you be so powerful? You finished all the questions in an hour. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Yi Jifan opened a bottle of mineral water, his eyes dark and his chest heaving up and down. It's already the best outcome that we can get. Also, go and find out where Director Huang's daughter is studying. Ying can't stay in China any longer. She'll be sent overseas after the college entrance exams. Send him overseas? Ying stopped crying and lifted her head from the pillow. Her red and swollen eyes glowed. Dad, I want to study overseas. I don't want to stay in China anymore. Find out more about her first. We'll talk about it after the college entrance exams. At the very least, she needed to have the college entrance exam scores. Even if she wanted to go to a better school overseas, she would still need to have a good score in China. Yi Jifan raised his hand and pressed on his swollen forehead. He stared coldly at his indignant wife and shouted, "Also, you're not allowed to cause trouble for Yi Qian at school, do you hear me?" Chapter 12:23. Yi Jifan still wanted to wait for Ying to get her grades before going abroad to study. Who would have thought that things would take a sudden turn in the evening? At 7 o'clock in the evening, the provincial office called and asked him to go back immediately to attend a meeting that he could not miss no matter what. Old Yi, you have to be mentally prepared. Before Yi Jifan hung up the phone, the colleague who informed him of the meeting suddenly said such a sentence, which made Yi Jifan, who had always been calm, panic. He wanted to ask more questions, but the other party hung up in a hurry. Obviously, this was the best the other party could do to remind him. In order to let Yi Ying sleep a little longer, the family stayed in the hotel and did not go home. Sun Dongqing saw her husband's face change drastically. Because of what happened to Ying during the day, she was uneasy. Seeing this, she asked in a panic, "Who called?" "The provincial office called and asked me to rush over for a meeting." Yifan, who pressed the corners of his mouth tightly, knew that his voice was tense when he spoke. He looked at his daughter, who was studying in the room. No matter how stupid and disappointing she was still his daughter. Moreover, what she did during the day was approved by him. And because Yi Zhifan knew that he was responsible, he did not teach Ying a lesson for saying such a stupid thing at the end. Remind me to be mentally prepared. It seems that this meeting has something to do with me. Sun Dongqing, whose calves were suddenly weak, was anxious. Then what should we do? What has something to do with you? Can't be. Sun Dongqing, who was in a panic, kept quiet. It can't be because of what happened to her daughter during the day. Although she did not say it out loud, Yi Zhifan, who knew what she wanted to say, had a dark look on his face. Sun Dongqing felt even more uneasy. Sun Dongqing waited until 12 o'clock in the morning when she finally heard a knock on the door. At the same time, she received the bad news that broke her heart. Tell your daughter that she doesn't need to take the college entrance examination. After discussion with the relevant departments, we will punish her severely. Yi Ying from the provincial second high school will be disqualified from taking the college entrance examination for 3 years. The expressionless Yi Zhifan told Sun Dongqing the results of the meeting in one breath. This time they had lost. Their family had lost big time. Yi Ying had already fallen asleep. When she was woken up and found out the result, she didn't even make a sound. She opened her eyes wide and fainted in front of Yi Zhifan and his wife. She was disqualified from the college entrance examination for 3 years. It was over, she was finished. Ying, my Ying. Sun Dongqing picked up her daughter, who had fainted with her eyes wide open, and wailed, My Ying, don't scare your mother, don't scare your mother. Yi Zhifan, who only had one precious daughter, was also scared out of his wits. Trembling, he dialed 120. He tried to catch his breath and pinched his philtrum. His face was pale with fright, and his hands were trembling. Ying was sent to the hospital early in the morning. By the time she woke up, the morning had already passed. How could this be? Old Madame Ye's voice came from outside. She was so old that one could hear her withering. Why did you admit it back then? Wrong. How could you admit it? So what if the provincial governor knows? The most he can do is criticize you for the conflict between the two children. It's not like he can remove you from your position. Old Madame Yi was really angry. She didn't expect that 1 or 2 people would be defeated by this wretched girl. She couldn't accept it. Mom, let me be alone. I don't want to say anything right now. Yi Zhifan sat with his head raised. His indifferent expression was unfathomable. Chapter 12:24. Old Madame Yi was a difficult person to deal with. She was so frightened by Ho Zi that she was sent to the hospital, so she had no idea what was going on outside. She was also worried that her daughter would be in danger, so she repeatedly reminded her not to cause trouble for Yi Qian. There was no need to mention her son-in-law, Sun Yaozu. He already knew that his mother-in-law and wife were behind this when Ho Zi said those harsh words. He knew that he couldn't casually interfere in this matter. Gossip between women should be treated as gossip between women. If he interfered, Ho Zi wouldn't just release a cat or a snake. She would probably send someone to put a gun to his head. Fortunately, old Madame Yi was clear about her daughter's family. After Yi Zhixiang was frightened by the snake, she immediately called Sun Yaozu and told him not to interfere in case Ho Zi targeted him. Old Madame Yi would definitely help her daughter and son-in-law's family from the bottom of her heart. This was also the main reason why Sun Yaozu respected old Madame Yi. However, old Madame Yi didn't have any good intentions towards her adopted son. Every time she thought about how she was forced into a corner by Yi Qian and could only stay in the hospital, the anger in old Madame Ye's heart deepened. If she didn't vent the discomfort in her heart, she was afraid that she would really have to stay in the hospital for a long time. How can you still be quiet at this time? You have to deal with Yingying's matter properly. You definitely can't let a bastard of unknown origin climb onto Yingying's head. Old Madame Ye's face was gloomy, and her aged face was filled with a gloomy coldness. In addition, she had been frightened quite a bit these past few days. Her round face had lost a lot of weight, and she no longer had the kind appearance from before. At a glance, One could tell that she was a sharp and unkind old lady. Ying was so angry that she was sent to the hospital. As her father, you still don't stand up for her. You've made her so bitterly disappointed. Why is that wretched girl able to take the exam safely while Ying was disqualified from the college entrance exam? So what if the governor intervenes? Do you think he has the ability to meddle in your family affairs? Even Yi Jifan couldn't deal with a bastard of unknown origin. Old Madame Yi only thought about it for a moment, and layers of cold sweat kept appearing on her back. She was still a student who hadn't matured yet. If she didn't take the opportunity to teach her a lesson, what would happen in the future? Yi Jifan's eyes were closed the whole time. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. He was so calm that even old Madame Yi couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Seeing that he was unmoved, old Madame Yi gave him another dose of adrenaline. She lowered her voice and said resentfully, "Don't tell me you want to give away the good stuff you got? Once that wretched girl becomes successful, our entire family can forget about living a good life. Also, I don't believe that she's that capable. Tsinghua University and Shidu University don't think highly of them. In my opinion, it's not that they don't think highly of them. It's just that they know their limits and know that they can't get in." Jade pendant. Jade pendant. It was for the jade pendant that he allowed his daughter to take the risk. In the end, she ended up like this. No matter how anxious he was, no matter how much he wanted to see Yi Qian fall, he had to endure. For the sake of his career, he had to endure. As for why old Madame Yi advised him to stand up for her, Yi Jifan's face flashed with a trace of coldness. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the gloomy old Madame Yi. As long as there's life, there's hope. Mom, I think with your experience, you should know why I have to endure. I've been an official for more than 10 years. Your little tricks won't work on me. Don't worry. Also, Ying's mother will be here soon. If she sees you here, I don't know how much of a fuss she'll make. He wanted old Madame Yi to leave quickly. Chapter 12:25. Fine, fine, fine. My good intentions are treated as ill intent. Fine, I won't talk about it anymore. I won't talk about it anymore. I only feel bad for Ying. Old Madame Yi stood up angrily. The anger on her face disappeared as she turned to leave. Yi Jifan had the intention to retreat. If even he stopped for the time being, then it seemed that there was no way to make a move on that wretched girl. Thinking about it, old Madame Yi wanted to slap herself. She shouldn't have spread rumors about Master Zhou Xian and the wretched girl. She shouldn't have provoked this murderous god. Otherwise, Sun Yaozu could have found someone to deal with the wretched girl in secret. Ying's tears had already wet the pillow. Even her grandmother, who was never close to her, couldn't stand it anymore. How could her father tolerate it? Did he think that she was inferior to Yi Qian? That she couldn't be compared to Yi Qian at all? Canceling the college entrance examination for 3 years. The worst result wasn't that she and Yi Qian couldn't take the exam, but that Yi Qian could continue to be successful while she hid in the hospital like a coward, unable to go anywhere. Sun Dongqing, who was holding a bowl of chicken soup, came in and saw her daughter's tear-stained face. The anger in her heart erupted like a volcano. She couldn't hold it in. That old woman was right. If you can't even protect your own child, you don't deserve to be a parent. Fine, fine, fine. She could tolerate Yi Jifan not making trouble for his own future. She knew that he was doing it for the family and for Ying to start all over again. But she couldn't tolerate it. What right did a wretched girl, who was inferior to her daughter in every aspect, have to hold her head high? If she hadn't been soft-hearted and taken her in, who knew where she would be begging for food? Ying, your father is in a difficult situation. We have to understand him. But don't worry, I'm not afraid of getting my shoes wet. When you get better, I won't let that wretched girl off. I'll definitely avenge you. Ying, who had been crying with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her bloodshot eyes were filled with viciousness that made people panic. Her hands gripped the snow-white bedsheet tightly, and she said word by word, "Mom, I won't let her off. I won't let her off. I know. Have a good rest. Mom will definitely stand up for you." Sun Dongqing was afraid that her daughter would faint again from anxiety, so she comforted her with lingering fear. "Drink the soup first. If you want to deal with that wretched girl, You have to have the strength to do so. You don't have to worry about anything. Just focus on recuperating. Tomorrow at the latest, I'll definitely go to the provincial first high school to make a fuss. I won't talk about the college entrance exam, I'll just talk about how unfilial she is. You didn't recognize your own grandmother and uncle, and even made the two of you so angry that you were hospitalized. She just wants to be in the limelight. Fine, I'll let her be in the limelight. Let's see what kind of trash their school has produced. Is this really okay? Could they really suppress Yi Qian? Yi Ying, who was angry just a second ago, burst into tears the next second. But how can we deal with her? She humiliated me like that. How can I return the favor? Saying that she's unfilial and that she angered grandma to the point that she had to go to the hospital is a completely superficial accusation. It won't affect her at all. I used to think that I could use my results to make fun of her. But in the end, I couldn't take the college entrance exam for 3 years. My life is over. My life is completely over. Sun Dongqing couldn't care less. Even if it didn't hurt Yi Qian, she still wanted to scold him and avenge her daughter. Chapter 12:26. Looking at her pale daughter crying so hard that she could barely breathe, Sun Dongqing couldn't hold back her tears. The mother and daughter cried together. One moment, they were scolding the unfairness. The next moment, they were cursing Yi Qian for getting a 0 in the college entrance exam. If there really was a way, Yi Zhifan wouldn't have been so quiet. If Sun Dongqing wanted to stand up for Yi Ying, what else could she do other than go to the school and make a scene? Old Madame Yi listened outside for a while and said to Yi Zhixiang, "Go and hold your brother back. I'll go in and talk to your sister-in-law." Sun Dongqing brought the chicken soup over, so Yi Zhifan went out to eat. Old Madame Yi didn't manage to persuade him, so she turned her attention to Sun Dongqing, who was eager to protect her daughter. She had to get someone to go to the school and make a scene. Even if it didn't affect Yi Qian's results, she had to make her unhappy. The second day of the college entrance exam passed as Yi Ying washed her face with tears. She didn't appear in the exam hall that day, so the students in the third exam hall couldn't help but take a few glances. On the third day, which was the last day of the exam, the parents waiting outside found out that a student named King in the third exam hall had been arrested for cheating and was disqualified from the exam. Sun Dongqing, who was standing in the crowd, heard all the parents talking about her daughter. She couldn't wait to rush up and fight with them. If Yi Zhixiang didn't stop her, she probably would have gone up. "Sister-in-law, if you fight now, don't even think about going in later." Yi Zhixiang held her back tightly, afraid that she would make a wasted trip again. Thinking of old Madame Ye's advice, she hurriedly comforted her. "Why are you arguing with them? They're talking about other people. What can we do? We're not looking for anyone else today. We're only looking for Yi Qian. Sister-in-law, if you can't hold it in, you won't even be able to enter the school, let alone look for that wretched girl." Sun Dongqing was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. A bunch of foul-mouthed idiots. Do they think their daughters and sons can pass the exam? But both of them failed the exam. Her voice had always been loud, and she didn't bother to hide her anger. Yi Zhixiang didn't have time to cover her mouth before Sun Dongqing started cursing. When the surrounding parents heard this, their faces were all filled with anger. Whose parent was this? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Ignore her. One look and I can tell that the child at home is a disappointment. Hearing us chatting happily, she's unhappy and wants to vent her anger. Who do you think you are? Your mouth stinks. Her child is the one who failed. That's right. If you're unhappy, then go home and stay there. Why did you come out to embarrass yourself? One after another, Sun Dongqing, who was originally burning with anger, could no longer hold it in. She directly scratched the face of the parent closest to her. "Shameless thing, see if I don't tear your stinky mouth apart. Someone's fighting. Someone's fighting. Quick, open it, open it. Pull them apart. Police, where are the police? There's a fight here. There's a fight here." On the third day of the college entrance exam, the main gate of the school was very lively. There was actually a parent beating someone up. Unknown. The main entrance of the school was bustling with activity, but there were also parents discussing this matter at the back entrance. After such a big incident, how could they not talk about it when they gathered together? Not being able to take the college entrance exam for 3 years is indeed quite tragic. The T6 combatant who had been with Xia Jinyuan for 3 consecutive days sounded rather regretful. He sighed and said, "That little girl is too evil. It's only right that she be taught a lesson. Otherwise, she'll really think that she's invincible in the future." He sounded rather regretful, but when he finished speaking, it was as if an icicle had shattered. It was cold and heavy. Chapter 12:27. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian did not mention Yi Ying. Knowing the result, there was no need to mention her. This kind of person did not deserve to appear in their conversation. He replied indifferently, "Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you did. Being disqualified from the college entrance exam for 3 years is not a big deal." Unfortunately, he did not have anything on Yi Zhifan. Dealing with Yi Ying was a piece of cake. The only person Yi Qian really wanted to deal with was Yi Zhifan. Thinking of Yi Zhifan, Xia Jinyuan's eyes turned cold. Even Xia Yiwei was surprised by how fast he was promoted, but they could not find anything wrong with it. A provincial cadre who had been promoted solely based on his personal achievements had a clean resume that couldn't be any cleaner. The only suspicious thing was that Yi Zhifan was always able to coincidentally come across major events that could have contributed to his career. For example, when he was promoted from the city to the provincial office, he was able to handle the massive ice storm properly and reduce the country's financial losses. He was promoted to the provincial office because of this one ice storm. Being too clean was also problematic. At the same time, it made him feel alarmed. He could tell that there was someone secretly helping Yi Zhifan. Until Yi Qian came out, Xia Jinyuan was still thinking about how to make a hole in Yi Zhifan's clean resume to find out who was helping him. In response, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Don't worry. Even if we find out who it is now, I can't do anything about it. The most important thing is to build a good foundation." With Yi Ying's disqualification, Yi Zhifan would probably keep quiet and not dare to make any moves. Yi Qian did not know about what happened at the front gate of the school. After leaving the school, he got into Xia Jinyuan's car and went back to visit Uncle General. After a few hours of apologizing, Yi Zhifan finally reached a private settlement with the parents and settled the matter with money. When old Madame Yi found out, she was so angry that her ribs hurt. Idiot, idiot. Who told her to cause trouble for that wretched girl? Look at her, she's so stupid that she didn't even enter the school gates and fought with her parents. Idiot. How could there be such a stupid thing? I couldn't persuade him no matter how hard I tried. He even scratched me. Yi Zhixiang covered her face and glanced at the door of the ward. She said softly, "Mom, Yaozu said that we should go back to the countryside before second brother can react." They couldn't let him know that they were the ones who instigated son Dongxing to go to school. Old Madame Yi happened to be annoyed by staying in the hospital. In addition, there seemed to be no movement on Ho Zi's side, so she also had the idea of returning to the countryside. Well, it's not peaceful recently. Let's go back to the village and take it as a distraction. Therefore, when Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan drove back to Shuka village, Sun Yaozu also drove old Madame Yi back to Shuka village. The village was not as lively as the city, but it was more peaceful. Looking at the starry sky, Yi Qian, who was lying on a bamboo chair, said to Uncle Jen with a smile, "When Principal Chen comes back, you can play chess and fish with Principal Chen every day." Good. It's good that he's back. Your Uncle Chen has been running around his whole life and worrying about you for so many years. It's time for him to retire. Uncle Jen sipped his tea, his kind smile never disappearing. He looked at the girl with a satisfied expression and smiled slightly. You have to be more careful when you're outside in the future. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. I think Major Xia, who came back with you, is a reliable person. With him taking care of you, your Uncle Chen and I can rest assured. But you have to know that relying on others is never as good as relying on yourself. Only by working hard on your own can you have a foothold. Those who truly care about you won't always spoil you, but will remind you when you're in the prime of your life. Uncle Jen was like that. He never forgot to remind Yi Qian. Chapter 12:28. Yi Qian and his granduncle were looking up at the starry sky as they chatted. Xia Jinyuan, who had gone to the army to meet his old comrade, was also looking up at the starry sky as he chatted with Political Commissar Yen. The more important Yi Qian is to the military, the more responsibility she will have. I'm just afraid that she won't be able to handle it at such a young age. Political Commissar Yen said with a mixture of worry and joy. He then turned to look at the young major who had a bright future ahead of him and joked, "Everyone knows that you have feelings for Miss Jian." Xia Jinyuan felt that there was nothing to hide from his old comrade and Yi Qian. He smiled and said, "Even Political Commissar knows about it. It seems that I can't hide my feelings from anyone." He didn't deliberately hide it from anyone, not even his parents. He told them long ago in case his mother, who had a long reach, intervened before he got his girlfriend. He admitted it without any concealment, which made Political Commissar Yen a little stunned. Then he laughed and said, "You are really honest. In my opinion, it is not so easy to win Jian'er's heart. Even if you really win her heart, there will be changes before you marry her. A smart and intelligent girl would be popular wherever she went. Moreover, Miss Jian had a bright future ahead of her. Those young men with good taste would definitely not miss out on this opportunity." Major Xia had been in the army for many years. Sometimes he couldn't even find someone he wanted. This undoubtedly gave others many opportunities to pursue Miss Jian. It wasn't impossible for there to be changes in their relationship. Political Commissar Yen didn't treat Xia Jinyuan as an outsider and directly reminded him. In fact, the meaning behind his words was very obvious. If he wanted to be with Yi Qian for a long time, it would be best to settle the matter first to avoid complications. There will be changes if I don't marry her, and there will also be changes if I marry her. It depends on the person. Xia Jinyuan's smile spread from the corners of his mouth to the tips of his eyebrows, revealing his reserved confidence. "I'm different from Yi Qian. We will be lovers in the future and will also be comrades. Political Commissar, when the time comes, you can wait to attend our wedding banquet." Political Commissar Yen was naturally happy to see this happen. He also felt that the two were indeed a good match. The man was handsome and the woman was intelligent. They had known each other for many years and knew each other very well. If they could really get together, they would be happy. "Sure, I'll be waiting for your wedding invitation." As they spoke, they talked about when they would be leaving. Then, they asked about Yi Qian's college entrance examination, as if they were his elders. "When the college entrance examination results are out, Yi Qian and I will leave. It should only take about a week." Xia Jinyuan answered them one by one, and his tone was rather respectful. "Her grades have always been good, and she has a good chance of getting into the National University of Science and Technology. The military is also waiting for her score to be released. When the time comes, there will be a series of arrangements." He didn't directly mention the specific arrangements, but Political Commissar Yen could tell that Yi Qian's future path would be much smoother than it was now. A gratified smile appeared on his resolute face as he sighed. "Little girl Jian has finally made it. Even if the days from now on are bitter, she will be willing to suffer. If you really manage to win her heart, you must treat her well and love her. She suffered a lot when she was young, and her mind is sharp. If you do something wrong to her in the future, it will be in vain even if you sincerely repent." At the mention of this, Xia Jinyuan's face became serious and he said solemnly, "Don't worry, that day will never come." He had seen her suffer. At first, he was attracted by her fearless gaze, then he was interested in her tenacity, and finally, he was surprised by her intelligence. As the days passed, he was attracted to her day by day. By the time he realized his feelings, it was already too late. It was so late that he couldn't restrain himself no matter how hard he tried. He could only let nature take its course. Chapter 12:29. Yi Qian was hard to win over, but he had the most say. After her resistance, indifference, and avoidance, and the fact that they hadn't seen each other for almost a year, he finally chose to take the initiative. Now that she finally relented, he felt like he had taken a bullet. How could he bear to let her be sad? The night grew darker, and dark clouds covered the stars in the sky. In the middle of the night, it started to rain, and it didn't stop until 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. Yi Qian, who was used to waking up early, prepared mung beans and plain porridge for Uncle Jen since she couldn't do morning exercises. She was waiting for him to wake up. Old people weren't used to waking up late, and when they heard the rooster crowing, they didn't feel sleepy anymore. When Yi Qian was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, Uncle Zhen walked out of the peach forest with a fishing rod and went to the 2 ponds in the middle of the village. It was July, and even at 5 o'clock in the morning, there was still light. Some villagers had already opened their doors and turned on the kitchen lights to start a new day of work. The Yi family's house, which was built in the center of the village, also turned on its lights. Uncle Zhen walked past the embankment and looked at the car parked in front of the Yi family's house with a serious expression. It's Sun Yaozu's car. It looks like old Madame Yi is back. No, I can't let her see Jian Yiling. Uncle Zhen held the wooden bucket in his right hand and the bamboo fishing rod in his left hand. He turned around in the rain. Where are you going now? Grandpa Zhen, do you have something urgent? The porridge wasn't cooked yet. Yi Qian was surprised to see Uncle Zhen in a raincoat. She didn't know that Grandpa Zhen had woken up early. She hurriedly took the straw raincoat from the old man and hung it up properly. She glanced at the fishing rod. Grandpa Zhen went fishing early in the morning and came back without even loosening the fishing line. Did something happen when he went out? Uncle Zhen wanted to hide it from Yi Qian, but he remembered that she was smart, so he said kindly, I just went fishing. Before I reached the pond, I saw Sun Yaozu's car parked in front of the Yi family's house. I thought old Madame Yi might be back. So that's what happened. Don't worry about it. She and Yi Zhixiang offended a powerful person outside and were so scared that they were hospitalized. I'm afraid they came back to avoid trouble. Yi Qian's smile was calm, and there was nothing strange about it. Don't worry. Don't worry about the Yi family. People like them are a waste of time. It's best to ignore them. She did not mention that old Madame Yi had looked for her before and caused a lot of trouble. You've already said that my father isn't her son. When my father was still alive, he had already repaid her kindness. As for me, firstly, I didn't eat her food. Secondly, I didn't use her food. She wants to put on airs in front of me. She really can't put on airs. Yi Qian's attitude towards the Yi family was very firm. He would never lower his head to them. After a while, old Uncle Zhen gently patted Yi Qian's hand that was supporting him. He looked at the girl who had grown into a beautiful girl who was stronger than her mother with a kind gaze. There was a hint of comfort in his voice. It's good that you think this way. Old Madame Yi is nothing to be afraid of. She's old and doesn't have much time left. It's right not to be calculative with her. You have to guard against Yi Zhifan, but you can only guard against him now. You can't do anything. He's a person who cares about his career. Before you have absolute confidence, you can't act rashly. Otherwise, you'll get yourself into trouble. Chapter 12:30. The kitchen in the village was large and covered with black tiles. Smoke rose from the cracks of the tiles when the fire was lit. Yi Jian added 2 pieces of firewood to cook the porridge in the casserole. The fire shone on her face, but the warmth of the fire did not melt the coldness in the depths of her eyes. She pursed her lips and replied softly, I know. They don't dare to mess with me now, and I won't hold on to them. I don't want to waste all my efforts if I can't pass the background check. Uncle Zhen, who was sitting in a chair, stared at the girl that he and Chen Dongfeng had trained. He coughed deeply and showed a rare look of seriousness on his face. He looked at Yi Jian, who was trying to hold back her anger, and said with a deep voice, Grandpa Zhen still has one more thing to tell you. Little Jian, you have to listen carefully. Before we have any clues, you can't tell me anything, even if it's Major Xia. Yi Qian was startled. Please tell me. Yi Qian didn't even recover from the burning smell of the porridge. Uncle Zhen put the casserole aside and looked at Yi Qian, who was still in shock, with pity. I'm a bit confused, Grandpa General. I don't understand. Yi Qian's usually calm voice had a trace of panic. There was too much information, and her head was dizzy. She couldn't make sense of it. Grandpa Zhen said that Grandpa Zhen and Grandma Yi had entrusted their only son, Yi Xinfan, to old Madame Yi. In the end, old Madame Yi lost Yi Xinfan and replaced him with her father. Before she could digest it, Grandpa Zhen threw out another secret. He told her that her mother might have been sacrificed because of that jade pendant. Why was it so messy, so complicated? Even her mother's sacrifice was not simple. No, something was wrong. Yi Qian looked up from her panic and looked at Uncle Jen with her dark eyes. She said softly, "Grandpa, my father passed away in an accident, and my mother sacrificed herself in a mission. Do you remember what old Madame Yi did during that time? Where are Yi Zhixiang and Sun Yaozu? Are they in the village or outside?" It was Uncle Jen's turn to be confused. He thought for a moment and answered, "Your father passed away and your mother sacrificed herself less than 3 months ago. I happened to be in the army. When I came back, your mother's belongings were already in Sun Dongqing and Yi Zhifan's hands. But I'm sure old Madame Yi is in the village. Yi Zhixiang and Sun Yaozu didn't return. Little Jian, what do you mean by this?" "Grandpa, I suspect that old Madame Yi and Yi Zhixiang had something to do with my father's death." Yi Jian pursed her lips, and her eyes were as cold as the tip of a sword. "I didn't doubt it before. More than 40 days before the college entrance examination, old Madame Yi broke into the school and wanted to forcibly move my household registration. In a fit of anger, I took out my parents' photos. At this point, Yi Qian felt that her throat was as dry as a knife. I noticed that the mother and daughter didn't even dare to look at my father's photo. Yi Zhixiang felt guilty, and old Madame Yi felt lucky. So, I suspect that my father's death was more than meets the eye." Uncle Jen, who was usually emotionless, tensed up when he heard this. 3 months after your father passed away, your mother called me and told me that she was going on a mission. She also told me that if something happened to her, it might have something to do with a piece of jade. Little Jian, when your mother left the village, only old Madame Yi knew. And when your father left the village to work, only old Madame Yi knew. Chapter 12:31. In other words, her suspicions were not without reason. Yi Jian, whose eyes were filled with hostility, was in a state of turmoil, but his brain was calmer. "Investigate, I must find out. Even Sun Yaozu must be investigated. I don't believe that a town bumpkin like him could have saved up such a large business." Of course he couldn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a fugitive. Old Master Jen's cold words made Yi Qian's gaze sharpen. "You're saying that Sun Yaozu is a fugitive?" Even after meeting Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian's expression was extremely cold. She had guessed correctly. Sun Yaozu was a fugitive every time he sneaked back to the village. But now he wasn't. Grandpa Jen said that someone had helped him in secret and removed his identity as a fugitive. "What are you thinking about so intently?" Xia Jinyuan, who had come to pick her up, saw from the rearview mirror that his girlfriend had a strange expression. Although he was smiling, his eyes darkened. At 6:00 in the morning, he received a call from Old Master General. He said that Yi Qian wanted to visit the military base and asked him to drive her home. It was understandable that she wanted to visit the military base. She had deep feelings for the military base in Fujian town. Since she was back in the village, she naturally wanted to visit. But he didn't expect to see this little fox. However, this was a serious matter. Old Master Jen had repeatedly instructed her not to mention it, not even to Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian forced a smile. "I don't feel good knowing that I can't accompany Grandpa Jen even when I'm back." Was that really the case? Xia Jinyuan didn't believe her. But there must be a reason why she couldn't say it directly. He didn't pursue the matter. He smiled and said, "Grandpa Jen has to wait for Uncle Chen to come back before we can go to the military base together. I think Uncle Chen will be back the day after tomorrow at the latest. At night, you can accompany Grandpa Jen again." Principal Chen needed to hand over the work of the provincial first high school's library. Knowing that Yi Qian would be leaving for the military base in a week, he asked the two of them to drive away first. He would return after handing over the work. If they followed the normal procedure, they should be able to return to the village by noon today. Yi Qian did not want to hide the truth, but he had no choice but to do so. He tried his best to adjust his emotions, and the cold expression on his face gradually relaxed. Fortunately, he had undergone special training, and after adjusting for a while, the coldness from before disappeared. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan said casually, "I really didn't know that I was Sima Zhao. Everyone knows that. Even political commissar Yen saw through me. He kept teasing me last night. He also said that in order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it's best to marry you as soon as possible. It was easy to say, but Yi Jian was shy. As she listened, her fair face turned red. She said awkwardly, "How? How did the political commissar know? Doesn't that mean Captain Liu also knows about it?" "Of course, I even promised to send you an invitation when we get married." His 8 characters had just been revealed, but he was already thinking so far ahead. Yi Qian glared at him. Hearing his low voice, he relaxed. The day after tomorrow, Yi Qian waited for Uncle Zhen and Principal Chen to come over. He also heard another big news. Yesterday, old Madame Yi suddenly suffered a stroke and collapsed. The hospital said that she would not be able to move her limbs in the future. Her mouth was crooked, and she needed to be taken care of. Yi Jian's lips curled up slightly. This was retribution. However, Yi Qian quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. The military already knew about her score, and they asked her to pack her luggage immediately. Oh, she didn't even need to pack her luggage. She just needed to take the relevant documents and go with Xia Jinyuan to the naval base in the southernmost part of the country. The first page of a new chapter was opened. Chapter 1232. Shuku village had already become Yi Qian's harbor. Every time he left, he would see Uncle Zhen standing at the edge of the village, watching him leave. He missed his hometown even before he left. In the past, Uncle Zhen stood alone at the entrance of the village. Now that Uncle Chen was by his side, Yi Qian couldn't help but smile with tears in his eyes. "I'm afraid I won't have many chances to come back in the future." Yi Qian wiped away the tears that were about to seep out of his eyes when he couldn't see the 2 elders anymore. He said sadly, "I wonder if I can come back once a year?" The roads from the village to the town and then to the city were mostly winding roads. Xia Jinyuan's driving skills were good and he drove very steadily. Hearing this, he smiled and replied, "If I told you that you probably won't be able to come back in 4 years, would you be sad?" "For years?" Yi Qian was shocked. He looked at the smiling guy and muttered, "I won't be able to come back in 4 years. That's impossible." Soldiers also had family leave, not to mention she was still a student. Although he didn't look surprised, Xia Jinyuan seemed to have seen through him. His smile faded a little. "It's possible. I haven't been home for 4 years too. During winter and summer vacations, my family hasn't picked up a single call from me." Yi Qian's heart sank a little. Captain Xia said that he wouldn't be able to come home for 4 years. Did she have to do the same? Why did she have to do the same? There was a lot of information, so Yi Qian couldn't help but think about it. For a moment, the car was silent. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, who was deep in thought, through the rearview mirror. His thin lips curved up a little. With Little Fox's intelligence, she would definitely think deeper into his words. The military had already taken his suggestion and trained Yi Qian to be an all-round soldier king, so that he could smoothly enter the Snowfield Brigade in the future and take over the work of another team. It was extremely difficult for a woman to become a Special Forces soldier. Since Yi Qian had the ability to become a Special Forces soldier, the military would definitely not allow such a talent to be buried in the tide of the army. In addition, Yi Qian was highly regarded by the army major general, so it was impossible for her to be mediocre for the rest of her life. Yi Qian's magnificent military career was already beckoning to him. He drove quietly with a calm expression. Yi Jian, who was deep in thought, gradually became serious. She seemed to be thinking of something and looked at Xia Jinyuan thoughtfully. Before she could retract her gaze, the man who was driving calmly looked up and smiled at her through the mirror. His elegant smile was indescribably flirtatious. Yi Qian glared at him before saying, "Is it because the military wants to train me to be like you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that I might be like you, unable to return home for 4 years." Other than that, she couldn't think of any other reason why she might be like him, unable to return home for 4 years. That was why his little fox was so smart. She could immediately think of the key points after he said a few words. Before the matter was completely settled, everything was unknown. She just wanted to know what to expect. Be mentally prepared that you won't be able to return home for 4 years. At home, there's Uncle Chen taking care of you. If anything happens, I'll inform you immediately. Xia Jinyuan didn't deny it, nor did he confirm it. He maintained a faint smile, and his voice was as cold as jade. I believe you know how high the expectations the military headquarters has for you. Work hard, and I will always be waiting for you in front. When you join the Snowfield Brigade, when you become a true comrade, I'll use the best time to carve out our love. Chapter 12:33. Even though he didn't say anything, Yi Qian already knew that the military had the intention of training her to be like Xia Jinyuan. They hoped that she could become a special forces soldier who could fight on the front lines like him. Just thinking about it made Yi Qian's heart surge. Her dark eyes were brighter and brighter than the stars in the midsummer night. Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened. The day of fighting together was not far away. Shuku village was getting further and further away from them. When they reached the town, Yi Qian saw a car with a provincial license plate parked in front of a food wholesaler. 3 familiar figures walked out of the wholesaler with a few red plastic bags in their hands. Yi Fan, who was walking in front, turned around and said something. Yi Ying's expression immediately tensed up. Sun Dongqing, who was walking at the back, replied angrily. She put an arm around Yi Ying's shoulder and comforted her daughter in a low voice. Yi Qian's cold gaze swept across the family of 3. She narrowed her eyes slightly and asked the man who didn't seem to notice the family of 3, Captain Xia, old Madame Yi suddenly had a stroke. Was it Brother Zi's doing? Also, why do I feel that Yi Ying was disqualified from the college entrance examination for 3 years? Yi Ying's actions would only result in a 0 score being disqualified from the college entrance examination for 3 years. Back then, the head of the Provincial Education Bureau said that she would only get a 0 score. Who knew that there would be an unforeseen event that night? She didn't come to the examination hall the next day. No matter how she thought about it, Captain Xia had something to do with it. It had been a week. Xia Jinyuan didn't expect her to ask about it again. He answered vaguely, evil will be repaid with evil. Their family can do things that harm others. Sooner or later, they will pay for their actions. After hearing his words, Yi Qian smiled. Her gaze towards Xia Jinyuan became gentler. There was someone who always helped her solve her problems without her noticing. He never said anything. Everything was handled in secret so that she wouldn't be distracted. In this life, with such a person by his side, those cold and damp past events seemed insignificant. Old Madame Ye's stroke was quite serious. She had been staying in the town hospital for the past few days and had not been sent to the city hospital, which was 6 hours away from Fujian town. The situation was too sudden. Even if Yi Zhixiang wanted to send him to the hospital, she couldn't send him to the city hospital when he was sick. I don't know why he suddenly had a stroke when he came back. He was mumbling something that I couldn't hear clearly. Yi Zhixiang's eyes were a little red and swollen. She tucked in old Madame Yi, whose mouth was crooked, and said with a haggard face, "Second brother, I want to transfer Mom to the province to take care of her. The environment in the town hospital is too bad." In one night her most powerful backer had fallen. Even the arrogant and despotic Yi Zhixiang had become weak. Sun Dongqing looked at old Madame Yi, who could not speak and could not walk. There was an indescribable joy in her heart. She replied sarcastically, "Your house is big, and Mom has been worried about you for a lifetime. It's only right for her to take care of you in the province." She wanted her to take care of him? No way. Second sister-in-law, don't be sarcastic. You're also responsible for Mom's stroke. Don't try to get away with it. Yi Zhixiang had never been kind to Sun Dongqing. Yi Zhixiang, you're the one taking care of her. It has nothing to do with me. You want to blame it on me? No way. Sun Dongqing, who was not to be outdone, immediately retorted, "You used to make things difficult for me. Now that something has happened, you're thinking of me. Yi Zhixiang, do you think I'm still as easy to bully as before?" Chapter 12:34. Less than 2 minutes after entering the room, the sister-in-law and sister-in-law started arguing. Although old Madame Yi could not speak or move her legs, her mind was clear. When she heard the argument, she spoke in a hurried and incomprehensible tone. Her eyes were locked on Yi Zhifan's face, and her hands, which could still move, were knocking on the bed. She was hinting for Yi Zhifan to stop the fight. Yi Zhifan glanced at her. He knew that she wanted to talk to him, so he looked at Yi Zhixiang coldly. "Mom is in this state, and you're still in the mood to argue with your sister-in-law? Sun Yaozu has already made arrangements at the hospital in the provincial capital. I'll take you and Mom there. Who's arguing with her? Did you see that she cared about Mom? Yi Zhixiang replied fiercely. Then she remembered old Madame Ye's advice. She raised her hand to brush her hair and softened her voice. Mom is sick, and I'm anxious and angry. Brother, don't take it to heart. Even she knew to lower her head. Yi Zhifan twitched the corner of his mouth and said calmly, there's no cure for a stroke. We can only take it slowly and see if it gets better. She can't walk or use a wheelchair, but it's a big deal that she can't speak. Look, I can't even hear what Mom wants to say now. Old Madame Yi, who could not speak, heard him. Her eyes were filled with venom, and her voice became louder and louder. Saliva even dripped from the corner of her mouth. Yi Ying frowned when she saw her stomach churning. She looked away. She did not want such a person in the house. Yi Zhixiang held old Madame Ye's hand and took a notebook from the bedside table. She stuffed a pen into old Madame Ye's hand. Mom, write this for Brother Tingru. Old Madame Yi, who could still move her hands, wrote the word, simple, on the notebook with trembling hands. Then her gaze fell on Yi Zhifan's face. Her face was so ferocious that it made Yi Ying's heart beat faster. I've been busy with Ying going abroad, so I'm not sure about Yi Qian's situation. You and Zhixiang instigated my wife to cause trouble at the school. Then something happened to her, and you ran back to the village. Yi Zhifan said casually. He glanced at Yi Zhixiang, whose expression froze, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Now that something has happened, Zhixiang, you take good care of Mom. I'll come back to visit when I have time. This was something Yi Zhifan had thought carefully before saying. As for Yi Qian, a vicious look flashed across his eyes. He muttered to himself for a while before continuing, let's put Yi Qian's matter aside for now. Let's see which school she gets into first. By the time she got into university, it would be too late. Old Madame Yi, who couldn't speak, was so anxious that more saliva flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her right hand, which was holding the pen, wobbled as she wrote a word that seemed to be broken. Then she stared at Yi Zhifan, waiting to see how he would answer her. Yi Zhixiang secretly sighed in relief when she saw that Yi Zhifan didn't come after her. She was really afraid of her second brother now. Yi Zhifan picked up the notebook and looked at it carefully. Then he smiled faintly and said, Mom, you should ask Sun Yaozu for this kind of thing. He's good at murder and arson. I don't have that kind of ability. Kill Yi Qian? Old Madame Yi was really awe-inspiring. When old Madame Yi heard this, she pounded the bed with both hands. Her cloudy eyes were filled with indignation and anger. She couldn't speak or move. No matter how indignant she was, it was useless. Yi Zhixiang was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She glanced coldly at the silent Yi Ying and sneered, no wonder you're not as good as Yi Qian. When something happened, second brother didn't even dare to take responsibility. He only wanted to push Mom to the wall. Now that Mom is no longer here, second brother is really quick to change his mind. Chapter 12:35. Yi Zhixiang. Sun Dongqing's reaction was intense. She couldn't bear to hear that her daughter was worse than Yi Qian. No matter how bad my daughter is, she's still better than your two troublemaking sons. Don't think you can bully me just because you gave birth to two sons. I'm not afraid of you now. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Second sister-in-law, you're so impressive. Why don't you show off in front of Yi Qian? Look at you, Ying was disqualified from the college entrance exam, and you still have the cheek to talk about my two sons? That's right, no matter how bad my two sons are, they didn't embarrass themselves in front of the school students. Ying was so angry that her face turned pale. No matter where she went, people would make fun of her. Even her own aunt was making fun of her. Sun Dongqing saw that her daughter's expression was not right. She turned into a tigress and pounced on Yi Zhixiang. Bitch, your two sons are trash like Sun Yaozu. How dare you talk about my daughter like that? Huh, are you guilty? You're hitting me because you're guilty? Bitch, do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Zhixiang was not someone to be trifled with. She picked up the foldable chair in the ward and stopped Sun Dongqing, who was unarmed, from moving forward. Yi Zhixiang's smile deepened. If you don't do anything, Just wait for Yi Qian to get into a good university. Second sister-in-law, you heard it. Which parent didn't say how good Yi Qian is? Do you think you can send Ying abroad? Do you think you'll be better than Yi Qian once you're abroad? I think even if you send Ying to the best university abroad, she's destined to be worse than Yi Qian. Suddenly Zhou Xian giggled and mocked them even more. I almost forgot. Ying was disqualified from the college entrance exam. It's written on her file. How can the proper universities abroad accept her? Every word she said was like a needle piercing into Yi Ying's heart. While it pierced her heart, it also made the coldness in her eyes thicker. Aunt, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Be careful that the two cousins will become fugitives like uncle when the time comes. You'd better worry about yourself. Don't pass out from anger when you hear that Yi Jian got into a good university. Yi Zhixiang's mouth never had anything nice to say. She would say anything that made people uncomfortable. Yi Zhifan's face darkened. He looked at Yi Zhixiang coldly and said, "You played a big part in making Mom what she is today. Am I wrong?" Yi Zhixiang snorted. She could tell that no matter how close her mother was to her second brother, the cold-hearted second brother would never be close to her. Sun Dongqing was furious because she wasn't wrong. She glared at her sister-in-law who had never given her a good time for more than 10 years. Sun Dongqing said fiercely, "Every dog has its day. Yi Zhixiang, I'll wait for the day when you beg my family." Even now, Sun Dongqing still couldn't accept that Yi Qian was better than Yi Ying. She even comforted her daughter like this after leaving the hospital. Don't listen to Yi Zhixiang's nonsense. Even if Yi Qian takes the college entrance exam, she won't be able to get into a good university. When the time comes, go and give her a good scolding. Don't let her be so brazen. After saying this in the afternoon, she was slapped in the face on the afternoon of the third day. A student from the provincial first high school who lived in the same building went home and told his parents that Yi Qian was the only girl in the province who was admitted to the National University of Science and Technology. He also said that she was not only the top scorer in the province, but also the top scorer in the country. The entire provincial capital was in an uproar. Ying was dumbfounded when she heard this. Chapter 12:36. How is that possible? There must be a mistake. How could that wretched girl be the top scorer in science? There must be a problem, old Yi, there must be a problem. Call and check, we need to check her score. Sun Dongqing, who had returned home in the provincial capital, could not accept it. How could a wretched girl, who had lived in her daughter's shadow for a long time and was inferior to her in every aspect, achieve such good results? It's fake, it's fake. It must be fake. National University of Science and Technology, no wonder she rejected the direct recruitment of Hua University and Shi University. It turned out that she wanted to get into the National University of Science and Technology, a top military school in the country that counted military service and had living allowances. Yi Ying's angry roar came from the room, followed by a series of clattering sounds. Sun Dongqing, who was throwing a tantrum in the living room, jumped up in shock. The door was locked from the inside, and Sun Dongqing anxiously banged on the door. Ing, don't scare me. It's okay, it's okay. It's fake, it's all fake. Yi Zhifan, who was equally anxious, saw this and pulled his wife away. He shouted angrily, "The score can't be fake, she got into the National University of Science and Technology after so many exams. What's the use of throwing a tantrum at home now? Military school, are we going to be soldiers? Soldiers, Ing, we can be soldiers too. If she's a soldier, you can be a soldier too. It's not a big deal." Sun Dongqing was afraid that her only daughter would take things too hard and her knees would go weak. "We can be soldiers, we won't be worse than her." Soldiers? Yi Zhifan's eyes narrowed slightly. If they could not find a good school overseas, being a soldier was not a bad way out. Moreover, with his daughter's intelligence, she could also get into the military school in the army. Your mom is right. If you want to join the army, we can sign up in the winter and try to get into the military school based on your results. Yi Zhifan was much calmer and could convince Yi Ying more. Dad is also responsible this time. Come out first, we can talk. The door opened and Ying walked out expressionlessly. Dad, Mom, I don't want to go abroad, I want to be a soldier. Help me find out if I can get into the military school in the army. I'll join the army this year. All right. Yi Zhifan nodded. Joining the army was indeed a way out. However, the family of 3 had forgotten something very important. When Yi Ying was in junior high school, she had gotten a certificate that clearly stated that she had heart disease. According to the physical examination standards for conscripted citizens, patients with heart disease were not eligible for conscription. When Ho Zi, who was in the provincial capital, found out that old Madam Yi had suffered a stroke and had been transferred to the provincial capital hospital for treatment, he also found out that Yi Qian was the top scorer in the national science exam. He called Xia Yiwei, who was no longer as cold to him as before. I heard that Yi Qian got into the military academy and is the top scorer in the national science exam. Sixth brother's foresight was extraordinary. Luckily, sixth brother treats Yi Qian well. He's a little like me. In return, Xia Yiwei smiled coldly. Did he call her whenever something happened? Yi Qian was the top scorer in the National Science Olympiad. Did he still need him to tell him? Sixth brother's surname is Xia, not Ho. Don't flatter yourself. With that, she hung up the phone. It was as if she was tired of talking to him. Ho Zi gripped his phone and smiled bitterly. Once a woman hardened her heart, it was really heartless. Who asked you to think that she will always be your woman? Now that she's not with you, you can continue to shamelessly pursue her. Ho Zi put away his phone and looked determined. He only had Xia Yiwei and he would only pursue her. Chapter 1237. After Xia Yiwei hung up, she immediately called Xia Jinyuan. Listening to the airport announcer's voice from the phone, Xia Yiwei said in a deep voice, "Old Madam Yi has suffered a stroke and is in the hospital. Shouldn't you and Ho Zi stop?" Xia Jinyuan, who was preparing to board the plane, smiled and said, "I stopped a long time ago. You can ask Brother Zi if he stopped. I can't talk to you anymore. Yi Qian and I are preparing to board the plane." "You are now." Xia Yiwei's voice came from the phone. Xia Jinyuan's expression was normal as he hung up the phone. He had to admit that the 2 siblings hung up at a similar speed. Yi Qian, who was walking with a map of China, saw this and frowned slightly. Sister Yiwei didn't say anything. "Why did you hang up?" Yi Qian, who knew her results, was very calm. After the exam, she knew her results and knew that she would have no problem getting into the National University of Science and Technology. When she heard the exact news, she was only stunned for a second. Hard work pays off. She finally took a symbolic step forward. Now that she had calmed down, she held the map of China that she bought at the airport and looked at it from the north to the south with great interest. It's not convenient for me to say anything about her and Brother Zi. I can only hang up. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't want Yi Qian to know too much, calmly changed the topic. The map only shows 9 sections of the sea in the south. The place we are going to isn't on it. Yi Qian didn't ask further when she heard that it was a personal matter. Her slender finger pointed at the blue area on the map and she smiled peacefully. "Although I can't see it, I know a little bit. I don't want others to ask me about the latitude and longitude of the place we are going to." Li Jinyan doesn't care about superficial things. He only cares about personal results. Xia Jinyuan held her hand and walked into the cabin together. They found a seat and sat down. "If you want to know more, let's go to the reference room tonight." The noon flight would take 2.5 hours to reach the airport. Then, they would need to take a 3-hour car ride to reach the port that led to the base. Then, they would need to take an hour to reach the base by boat. They would only arrive at the base at around 7 in the evening. The sky was blue and the sea was magnificent. A few rubber boats brought the first batch of eliminated soldiers back to the shore. When they were a few meters away from the shore, a Navy soldier wearing a tight black diving suit shouted, "Come down, push the rubber boats ashore." The soldiers sitting on the rubber boats looked sick. They looked sickly and weak. Some of their lips were pale and bleeding. Small wounds on their lips were bleeding from the sun. At first glance, they looked quite scary. Hearing the shouts, a few soldiers gritted their teeth and jumped into the water, ready to push the rubber dinghies. There were a few who were not convinced and directly shouted, "We have already been eliminated, Why are we pushing the rubber dinghies? If you want to push it yourselves. I'm not doing it. They were eliminated and kicked out of the training camp island without a single chance. Many of the soldiers were still angry. Now that they were asked to push the rubber boats, they took the opportunity to make a fuss. The soldiers who went into the water looked at each other. They pushed the rubber boats with both hands but didn't say anything. What? You have a problem because we didn't keep you? The Storm Amphibian Frogman Commando who spoke jumped directly from the rubber boat into the salty and bitter seawater. His gaze was as cold as the ripples on the surface of the sea, and his voice was as sharp as a blade. Children playing house? Let go if you're not satisfied? Not bad, you have guts. Chapter 1238. The commando grinned, his white teeth gleaming under the sunlight. It's pointless if you don't push me. Take care of yourselves. After that, he plunged into the sea, which reached his waist, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye under the shocked expressions of all the soldiers. He's gone? He's gone. What should we do? The few eliminated soldiers who still wanted to resist and get off the boat were all dumbfounded. They jumped off the rubber boat one after another, and two of them even tried to chase after him. Someone pulled them back and said helplessly, "We can't catch up. They're real water ghosts. We can't catch up." The mysterious and dangerous deep-sea diving was a common occurrence for real water ghosts. Sometimes, even without equipment, they could dive 15 meters down in an instant without any problem. When they plunged into the water, the speed at which they swam down in 1 second was equivalent to the speed at which they swam out in 10 seconds. It was impossible for them to catch up. Seems like there's a wave? Quick, push the rubber boat up. Without a water ghost to guide us, none of us will be able to reach the shore. The waves came as they wished, one after another as if they had calculated the time. For a moment, all of them jumped into the water like dumplings and began to push the rubber boat. At a hidden sentry post on the deserted island, someone was watching everything with binoculars. When he saw the waves coming one after another, and when two soldiers were directly knocked over by the waves, his tightly pursed lips curled into a cold smile. Get the few people whose names start with the to keep an eye on them. Make sure they don't show up until the rubber boat has drifted 100 nautical miles away. Li Jinyan put down the binoculars and said coldly. He stepped down from the sentry post in his military boots. Contact the garrison and ask when the last soldier will arrive. The soldiers whose names started with were the scouting water ghosts of the Storm Commandos. If you don't see her before the 5 o'clock tomorrow, tell the garrison directly and ask her to return to where she came from. His voice was as cold as the snow on the top of a snowy mountain that never melted all year round. The commandos behind him did not say anything unnecessary and immediately replied, yes. In their hearts, they were thinking, isn't this a bit too much? Didn't they say that she would only arrive at 7 o'clock at night? It would take another 4 hours to reach them from the base, and there would be big waves tonight. Even if they arrived, they wouldn't have the energy to participate in the training at 5 o'clock tomorrow. The Navy commander had naturally taken this into consideration as well. His gaze shifted from a female soldier whose skin was as white as snow to a pearl-like luster. He thought for a moment before smiling and saying, Yi Qian, your team leader wants you to participate in the training at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. The training location is about 4 hours away from the encampment. Go get your equipment now and set off immediately. Without a word of nonsense, the Marine commander could not help but raise his eyebrows. Xia Jinyuan was expressionless as well. He smiled and said, as expected of the famous Devil King. Even his training style can produce good gold. You have to abide by the rules of whoever's territory you're in. No one can break the rules and no one can claim to be special. This was the case for the Storm Amphibious Frogman Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade. Xia Jinyuan, who was watching Yi Qian leave, heard the Navy commander say, he is indeed the sharp knife of our army. The soldiers trained by him are all like gold and can all become sharp knives. Since the army sent Yi Qian to our naval base, as long as she is not afraid of hardship and fatigue, we will definitely not let her down. When the time comes, we will be waiting for you to review the results. The Major General believes in the Devil King's ability. Before I came, The Major General even smiled and said that if there was a chance, he would like our detachment to compete with the Devil King's commandos. How could his little fox be afraid of hardship and fatigue? Looking at her fearless back, he was already looking forward to the results review before school started. Chapter 1239. The station was close to the sea, and the sound of the waves could be heard from the windows of the Navy commander's office. The sound of the waves crashing against the sea gave off an inexplicable sense of excitement. It was 7:30 p.m., and there were still a few rays of golden sunset at the edge of the sea. The sand by the sea was dyed golden yellow, and the ground was covered with fragments of gold. Listening to the voice of his subordinate outside, the Navy commander's gaze dimmed a little. He laughed heartily and answered Xia Jinyuan, "That's fine. It'll definitely be interesting if you two teams have a match." Thinking it was feasible, the Navy commander said with interest, "When Li Jinyan's recruit training is over, I'll talk to him and see if we can have a match. Next year, there will be a match between our army and a special force of the U.S. military. If we conduct our own training in advance." The Navy commander's hearty voice gradually lowered, and he looked serious. He was obviously considering the Major General's proposal. Does the Major General have any plans or arrangements? Has he proposed to the military? A match between two special forces was not a trivial matter. It required a report and an application, and then it would be approved according to the actual situation. It could only be carried out when the highest-ranking officers of the two armies voted and the military issued the approval. The Major General is also very interested. August to October is the best time for autumn. If you're interested, the Major General can draft a report first. Xia Jinyuan listened to the Navy commander's words with a smile on his handsome face. He said coldly, "As you said, there will be a match between our army and the U.S. military next year. The U.S. military has always been strong. Since our army is going abroad to meet the enemy, we can't embarrass our country." Yi Qian had already left with the soldiers arranged by the Navy. They would leave in 10 minutes after receiving their equipment. Xia Jinyuan, who could no longer hear her voice, said calmly, "If you're interested, we can do our best to arrange a match before October." The whistle of gathering by the seaside passed into the office through the open window. After a day of training, the Navy quickly gathered and organized, standing in a horizontal and vertical line square formation at the speed of the sea rain passing through the storm. They neatly and orderly reported their numbers, startling the seabirds that landed on the reef and flapping their wings to fly to the sea. His gaze fell on the naval commander outside the window. His expression was solemn. After a while, he replied, "You're right. If you go, you can't lose face for the country. Since it's possible that you and Li Jinyan will be leading the expedition, you should cultivate a tacit understanding. The Major General has the same thoughts as you, so he wants to have a match before October and wait until the end of the year to have mutual training." Xia Jinyuan's voice also gradually lowered. He mentioned that a certain war that ended in the spring and summer of this year was directly caused by a high-tech war led by the United States at the end of the 20th century. Although the Air Force is the main force in this war, the U.S. Army has also played a critical role in this war. Although the Air Force is the main force in this war, the U.S. Army has also played a very important role. Destruction, assassination. Several ethnic leaders of the Southern Alliance were killed. At the same time, the electricity and communications of the entire Southern Alliance were cut off, and they quickly set up a communication base with the Air Force Base. It's not hard to see the strength of the Americans from this. Let's go over there and learn from them. Chapter 1240. The topic of strong countries, big countries, and weak countries always seemed a little helpless, but they couldn't avoid it because of helplessness. They had to pay attention to it and solve it. The Navy commander patted the young major's shoulder gently, and there was a hint of relief in his solemn expression. "With you guys, I believe that all problems won't become a problem. By the way, have you learned about the female soldier you sent?" The topic changed very quickly, and the result was already known. They just sighed and used it as a topic to talk about. Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly. "Yes, I have. She's a very outstanding female soldier. However, now that she's training under the Devil King, he still has to judge whether she's outstanding or not. I can only say that Yi Qian is a very outstanding female soldier in our team. The Navy commander's smile deepened when he didn't immediately confirm and only expressed his opinion. Don't look at how polite you are. In fact, you're the same as the Devil King. You definitely won't easily say that a soldier is outstanding because your definition of outstanding is quite high. Soldiers with good qualifications are only above not bad and are still a distance away from outstanding. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Xia Jinyuan didn't deny or confirm. He maintained a smile and walked out of the office with the Navy commander. Night fell and the waves reached the sky. Several patrol ships docked at the port of the station shook slightly with the waves. A few Navy sentries stood like white poplars with steel guns in their hands, guarding the borders of the motherland with cold eyes. Xia Jinyuan, who was looking at the sea, heard the sound of the waves. His dark eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. What kind of ship would send her across such big waves? Just as he was thinking, a Navy lieutenant colonel walked over and saluted the Navy commander. He handed over a folder in his hand. The Ocean Europe has docked at the port and is awaiting orders to depart. Good. The Navy commander took the folder and signed his name on a document for the departure of the special battleship. He said, "The new recruit is an army soldier. Let the soldiers on the ship take care of her. The waves are a little big, so she might get seasick. Prepare some seasick pills for her first." Xia Jinyuan stood 3 steps away and looked away. He did not look at the document signed by the Navy commander. As the lieutenant colonel left, the commander smiled and said, "Yi Qian will depart in a light combat boat in 5 minutes. Li Jinyan will report his safety when he arrives." The light special warship was an indispensable warship in the Navy. It could cooperate with the coastal patrol boats and rigid inflatable boats. Once the Navy found something abnormal on the sea, it could set off from the forward base and carry out a surgical strike on the target. Yi Qian set off in a light battleship. With the draft of the battleship, he could completely ignore the waves. The light battleships could ignore the waves, but the inflatable dinghies couldn't. The soldiers sitting on the dinghies looked at the vast sea and panicked. Rest first and save up your energy. We'll rotate shifts every 3 hours. Check the ropes. Don't let the waves separate our 3 rubber boats. You guys in front, check the ropes. Arrange for the personnel to rotate shifts every 3 hours. It's only 8 o'clock at night. Don't be in a hurry to go to bed. Bring a diving light and see if you can find something to eat. Otherwise, everyone will go to bed hungry tonight. They had fished in the sea empty-handed during the day and had no harvest. They could only go to the sea at night to take a look. Chapter 1241. He watched as a few soldiers put on diving suits and jumped off the rubber boat. Less than 2 nautical miles away from them, 3 water ghosts quietly emerged from the sea and recorded the names of the first few soldiers. The first batch of elimination did not mean that they had to pack up and return to their original units. The selection of the Demon King never followed the normal process. It had always been the Demon King's style to find potential soldiers from the eliminated soldiers. The soldiers selected from various units had been screened in their original units. Their individual comprehensive ability was not bad, but the first batch was eliminated. It was very likely that they did not adapt to the training method, which was why they were a hindrance. Only by carefully observing their coping ability, survival ability, and reaction speed could the final judgment be made. It was like panning for gold in the sand. One needed to be careful. The waves on the sea rose and fell, and the rubber boat went up and down. The soldiers who took turns to stand guard had starlight above their heads. Their eyes were fixed on the boat without blinking. Once they noticed something, they could immediately inform all their comrades. The light special battleship was slightly less bumpy due to the water. Yi Qian, who had changed into a Navy training suit, ate a simple canned meal with the soldiers on the boat and wobbled all the way to the reef island. Yi Qian did not get seasick. She was able to catch up on sleep during the bumpy ride. Her situation was unexpectedly good. The light special battleship docked 15 minutes earlier than expected. Li Jinyan, who was standing by the sea and waiting, suddenly turned around and said to his teammate named Big Whale, "Observe her first. Then take her to a single tent to rest. If necessary, test her in the water first." Let me know what's going on. That's not very nice. She's a female soldier after all. How can you give her a show of strength? Big Whale was a little surprised. He softly advised, let's be gentle first. The people sent by the army may have some status. Li Jinyan twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled. No status. I've seen the information. Her mother was a martyr. He decided that he would not change his mind. Looking at the light special battleship that had stopped, Li Jinyan patted Big Whale's shoulder and left with a cold expression. Even Xia Jinyuan thought that the female soldier was not bad. She should not be too bad. It was better to let Big Whale test the water first and see if it was fake. The daughter of a martyr. How do you want me to test her? There aren't many good swimmers in the army, right? The light battleship will stop about 30 meters away from us. Can she swim 30 meters with a backpack? If I go over and scare her into choking on water, Demon King, be careful that the commander will punish you. Big Whale was a little worried. He was not familiar with the new female soldier and did not know how good she was in the water. If he accidentally injured her or let her be swept away by the sea, that would be no laughing matter. Li Jinyan could tell that his team member was treating the new female soldier as an elite soldier. He reminded him calmly, she's a reserve special forces soldier. It meant, don't look down on others. The whale's expression suddenly turned serious as he nodded. He has some background, but I'm afraid that something might happen. We'll play it by ear. I'll leave it to you. Li Jinyan didn't stay any longer and walked towards the camp for the night. Under the water or on the water? The whale's excited voice came from behind him. Li Jinyan knew that he was still willing to test the waters. Walking under the starry sky, Li Jinyan made a hand gesture, and the whale took off his training uniform. It was as if he had become invisible. Under the starlight, they could only see a vigorous figure plunging into the water. Let's give it a try underwater. I haven't fought with a female special forces soldier before. This is interesting. Chapter 1242. Yi Jian, who was about to get off the ship, said, "Thank you," to the Navy lieutenant colonel who was sending her off. Then, she grabbed the waterproof backpack that was issued by the Navy Equipment Department and went into the water directly from the aft deck of the light battleship. Do you see the flashing red laser on the reef? Someone is already there to pick you up. Just swim over. The Navy lieutenant colonel who connected to the reef island squatted down and smiled at the female soldier whose face was only the size of a palm and whose eyes were brighter than the stars. It's less than 30 meters away. Just swim over. The light special battleship was different from the air cushion landing craft. It couldn't dock on a reef island without a port. It could only dock on the surface of the sea. When Yi Jian came down, she was hit by a wave and fell forward. With her backpack on her back, she could only wave and dive into the sea without saying goodbye. She swam towards the reef island that was faintly visible in the distance. Compared to the nimbleness of the water ghost, Yi Jian's swimming speed was neither fast nor slow. After all, she had also trained by the sea for a month. It was just that her training wasn't as systematic as water ghosts. The land tigers were the Snowfield Brigade, and the sea dragons were the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. As a reserve member of the Snowfield Brigade, Yi Jian entered the range of the sea dragons. She was warned by Xia Jinyuan to stay alert as soon as she entered the water, in case there was a special welcome ceremony. When a whale entered the sea, it was like a dragon returning to the sea. Every day, he would have sandbags tied to his feet for 5 kilometers of cross-country training. Twice a week, he would swim for 5 kilometers. His feet were very strong in breaking water. With just a few swings of his tail, he could swim 200 meters at a speed that was beyond imagination. When Yi Jian surfaced from the water, the light special battleship had already left. Their destination wasn't the reef island, but the reef island that they needed to pass by Li Jinyan's training ground. As the light special battleship left, Yi Jian, who was completely wet, swam towards the shore with her backpack. 4 years of training had allowed Yi Jian to remain calm even when facing the unpredictable sea alone. Listening to the sound of the waves, she paddled with both hands and maintained a moderate speed. Using the momentum of the waves, she relaxed her body and swam over. After swimming for about 5 meters, Yi Jian's calm gaze suddenly sharpened. He swept his gaze across the surface of the sea about 3 meters to his left. He had been targeted by a water ghost. Fighting in the water was her weakness, and it would be troublesome if she was targeted. However, as Captain Xia said, it suited Li Jinyan's style very well. Yi Qian's gaze landed on the big whale as soon as he popped his head out of the water. He was a little surprised. With his diving goggles on, he narrowed his eyes and revealed a deep smile. She was so sharp. He had only just emerged from the water to observe her, but she had already discovered him. He really wanted to applaud her for being so sharp. However, just being sharp wasn't enough. It depended on her underwater reflexes. Compared to on land, the requirements for underwater reflexes were several times higher. The ancient Roman statesman Cicero said, "Whoever controls the sea can control the world." From this sentence, one could see the importance of a country's control over the sea. From this, one could understand how strict the physical fitness of the members of the Frogman Commando team was. The big whale was a qualified water ghost who had undergone strict and systematic training. Yi Qian, as an all-round Special Forces soldier in the army, had already lost the upper hand in terms of geographical advantage against the big whale in the water. However, this wasn't a reason for Yi Qian to back down. She opened her inflatable backpack as fast as she could, pulled out her combat dagger, and faced the water ghost who had grabbed her ankle head-on. Chapter 1243. Water and Earth were completely different existences. Although the former could be felt right beside you, it would never give you the sense of security that Earth gave you. Once water surrounded you from all directions, a fatal suffocation would follow. Humanity's deepest fear of nature would also follow. Yi Qian, who was holding an underwater combat dagger, twisted his body. The first thing he did was to surface and take a deep breath. Then, he attacked the water demon, who was trying to lock his legs again. With the help of the buoyancy of the water, Yi Qian twisted her legs and spun 3 times like a spinning top. She used too much force and a small whirlpool was formed in the seawater because of her body. Even when his lower limbs were locked, he could still use the strength of his lower limbs to rotate his entire body. This move surprised the whale. Didn't they say that female soldiers were from the army? How did she know the essentials of underwater combat? Fortunately, underwater communication relied on sign language. Otherwise, the whale might have directly asked Yi Qian if he had transferred from the Navy to the army. Yi Qian did not give the whale much time to think. When his right leg was free, he raised his leg and kicked his opponent's shoulder with the ferocity of a Special Forces soldier. The results of his endurance running and weight-bearing training showed. Although the water was buoyant, Yi Qian's legs were full of strength. His kick landed on the whale's shoulder bone, causing the whale to lean back 2 steps. Using brute force in underwater combat would only increase the speed of exhaustion. The whale was shocked. Yi Qian, who had broken free, knew that fighting on land was not going to work. Although he had kicked the water demon in the shoulder, he had also used up a lot of energy. The change in the body's stress points was the biggest obstacle in underwater combat. Without a support point, the water would not only create buoyancy and pressure on the human body, but it would also affect the force exerted by each movement. The lethality of the movements would drop to a frightening level. Just like just now, if they were fighting on land, her kick would definitely have sent the water demon flying. It would not have only made him lean back 2 steps. He had to think of a way. Yi Qian, who had broken free twice in a row, decided not to continue fighting. His face was tense as he quickly swam towards the shore. The whale saw this and laughed in its heart. The female soldier was fast, but she was still far behind them. In the water, it was the water demon's world. In the army, it was always slightly inferior. Behind him, Yi Qian, who was swimming as fast as he could, swam forward less than 2 meters before he realized that he had made a serious and low-level mistake. Wasn't she trying to compete with the water demon in terms of swimming speed? Yi Qian, who had always been rational, realized that she had made a mistake. She quickly came up with a countermeasure. Since she couldn't escape, she could only strike first. When fighting underwater, most of the time, the body would be in a supine or prone position. When fighting with a water ghost that was familiar with underwater combat, The first reason was to quickly change the body's state. Then, how could he change the body's state and find the best point to withstand the force? Xian opened his inflatable backpack and dove into the water, temporarily hiding from the water demon's pursuit. He had no advantage in the water. If he wanted to escape, he needed to fight and retreat quickly. Xian, who was hiding and thinking, started playing hide-and-seek with the whale. The other party did not have any diving equipment. Like him, he could not stay underwater for too long. Also, he had used the lock move just now, which meant that the essentials of underwater combat included a lock. Chapter 1244. This way, Xian could extend a hug and, starting from the whale's lock technique, Xian's lips curled into a smile as he grasped another technique, grab. Hug the water ghost from behind, lock the opponent, and then grab the attack. On land, there were a series of complicated and changeable moves such as striking, hitting, kicking, locking, and so on. Since he couldn't get hurt in the water, the underwater moves couldn't be complicated. They had to be simple. Once complicated, the consumption of his physical strength would only be greater. Fast, accurate, and ruthless reaction, coupled with the technical moves of grabbing, hugging, stabbing, slashing, hacking, and locking. Xian narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint, bloodthirsty smile in the darkness. Since Demon King Li's way of welcoming her was so unique, she would give it a try. In a fight like this, even if she lost, she would lose fair and square. On the other side, the whale was a little panicked at first. The female soldier had suddenly disappeared from the surface of the sea, and he was only wearing a diving suit without any other equipment. If the waves really swept the female soldier away, he would really be a sinner. After searching for about 4 minutes, the whale, who had emerged from the water, suddenly saw a human head about 3 meters away from him. Grabbing Xian's unbuttoned backpack, he raised his eyebrows. "Oh, she's swimming towards me. Don't tell me she's afraid?" That's why there was one bad thing about female soldiers. Sometimes, they were afraid of water and the dark. He had tried it just now, thinking that she would be interesting, but in the end, she was still as boring as before. In an instant, the whale's interest was greatly reduced. Since she was in the army, she should just stay in the army. Carry your backpack properly. Don't send a wave a few hundred meters away. We'll have to send more people. Before he could say the words, save you, he saw only the undulating waves on the surface of the sea, and no one was there anymore. Oh no. The whale, who suddenly felt a sense of danger, hurriedly threw his backpack aside and dove into the water like a fish. His reaction was fast enough, but he was still one step slower than Xian, who had a plan in mind. His neck was suddenly locked, and the combat dagger, which was still in its scabbard, stabbed towards his spine. The great whale raised his hand and elbowed Xian's waist. Then he grabbed Xian's arm with one hand and quickly adjusted his balance in the water with his feet. As soon as Xian saw him retaliate, he knew he was no match for him. When he tried to grab his neck, Xian adjusted his balance and reached out to grab Water Ghost's face. "If I can't win, then I'll leave a mark." In the cold seawater, the whale felt cold sweat dripping down its back. In just 4 or 5 minutes, she had switched from simply kicking to hugging, grabbing, slashing, and stabbing. He had only managed to escape after a few consecutive counterattacks by relying on the water demon's advantage. Even so, her lumbar spine was still blocked by her unsheathed combat dagger. Sensing Xian's murderous aura, the whale swam back about a meter and said loudly, "Stop, stop, stop. We can go ashore now." "Does that mean we don't have to fight anymore?" Xian hugged her backpack tightly. Her voice was as cold as ice as she said in a deep voice, "I didn't lose just now, did I?" The whale wiped the seawater off its face and chuckled. It stretched out its clenched fingers and said with a smile, "No, no. I've offended you on our first meeting. Please forgive me. I'm the great whale. The Demon King sent me to bring you ashore." How was that a loss? Even he was scared witless. Chapter 1245. "Hello, I'm Xian." Xian smiled and extended his hand. After a brief introduction, he fastened his backpack and swam towards the shore. It had only been 10 minutes of combat, but his stamina was depleted as if he had run for hours. Even his breathing was a little unstable. On the other hand, the frogman codenamed Big Whale, beside him was breathing steadily. Although he had won twice, he would definitely lose in a long battle. Xian narrowed his eyes, but his eyes were full of interest. Captain Xia was right. He could learn a lot by following Demon King Li. Even though it had been less than 2 months, he had benefited greatly. When he reached the shore, the salty sea breeze blew. Xian, who was completely soaked, did not feel cold. Instead, he felt quite comfortable. The feeling of stepping on solid ground and no longer being surrounded by pervasive water was great. Big Whale, who habitually came ashore, pointed at the dark reef in front of them and smiled. The camp is in front. The conditions are not very good. Please excuse us when you see them later. He knew how to be polite. Was it because she was a female soldier? Would you say something like that when you see other recruits? Xian asked with a smile. His military boots stepped on the soft sand as if he was walking on clouds. Or is it because I'm a female soldier? She had a murderous aura, her movements were murderous, and she could react quickly in the water. She could catch the enemy off guard. Such a female soldier, even if she was a female soldier, was still a character. Big Whale bent down and picked up the training uniform he had taken off before entering the water. He laughed and said, No. You are a female soldier, but you are definitely not an ordinary female soldier. I've seen it for myself just now. Not an ordinary female soldier? Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and looked at Big Whale, who had returned to report to him. There was a hint of darkness in his cold voice. Other than her quick reaction, what else is different about her? The male soldiers did not live in tents. Even Li Jinyan lived in a simple shed built with plants growing on the reef island. When the solar lights were turned on, it was as bright as day inside. The shirtless whale sat on a rock. His tanned face looked serious as he answered, She has the same murderous aura as us. I'm sure she must have carried out a secret mission. Not only was her reaction fast, but when I sent her to the tent, I asked her how she thought of hugging my neck from behind. Guess what she said? He wanted to keep Li Jinyan in suspense, but to his surprise, Li Jinyan gently raised his cold eyes. The whale rubbed his nose awkwardly and quickly answered, She said that it was because I locked her legs tightly. She also thought about the problem of underwater strength. She thought that the biggest difference between fighting in the water and fighting on land was that it was mainly simple. She could use hugging to lock her legs, and after hugging her, she still had to grab her. I guess that's the basic point of underwater fighting. He had only locked her legs, but she had thought of many things at once, and she had even hit the nail on the head. Smart. The expressionless Li Jinyan raised his eyebrows slightly. After a while, he said faintly, No wonder the army insisted on sending her here. I think this female soldier is interesting. Didn't you say that she's not even 19 years old? Why do I feel like she has a few years of experience in the army? Big Whale finally asked the biggest question he had after the fight with Xian. She might have carried out a life-or-death mission. Why does it sound a little... Big Whale deliberated for a while before saying the last word softly, That's ridiculous. Li Jinyan, who had seen Xian's personal information, did not know what kind of life-or-death mission she had carried out, but with her 4 years of Special Forces training, it was not ridiculous at all. Chapter 1246. After a moment of silence, Li Jinyan, who had been judging Xian in his heart, asked again, Did she have any expression after reading the training plan tomorrow? The great whale thought for a moment and shook his head. No expression. She only replied, Got it. Other than that, she didn't say anything else. Xian, who had undergone strict training, had long been accustomed to military orders are as important as mountains. Even if she had any objections to the training plan, she would not change it at all. At this point, Li Jinyan's cold handsome face finally showed a hint of a smile, like a gorgeous rosy cloud floating across the top of a snowy mountain. It was so beautiful that it actually gave birth to a gorgeous color. Fortunately, the great whale did not look up. Instead, he lowered his head and guessed Xian's origin. The rosy smile on Li Jinyan's face was like a snowy wind blowing past. In less than a second, it returned to its original expression, no longer showing any trace of it. Xian, who was in the middle of their discussion, had already changed her clothes. She zipped up the tent and looked up at the night sky, where she could touch the bright stars just by reaching out her hand. She looked, and after a while, she closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. There was no whistle, no call sign, and she had to wake up on her own. Xian, who had arrived 10 minutes earlier, did not appear immediately. She hid behind the reef and observed in the faint light. Last night, the great whale's meaningful gaze before he left made her feel that the morning assembly would not be too simple. Someone stood on the beach with his hands behind his back. Standing in the faint light, his figure was vague and mysterious. He was very tall, at least 185 meters. His limbs were slender and well-proportioned. He stood motionless, as if he had been standing there for thousands of years. What surprised Xian was the aura emanating from his body. It was different from Xia Jinyuan's mountain-like aura, which made her feel at ease at first sight. His aura was turbulent and cold, as if a snowy mountain was about to collapse. It was a powerful aura that could devour everything in its path. Xian immediately averted his gaze to avoid being discovered by Li Jinyan. His intuition told Xian that the figure standing in front of him must be Li Jinyan. 3 water ghosts swept across the beach like ghosts. They hugged the nameless tree with their hands and climbed up the tree in the blink of an eye without the help of any climbing tools. The sound of seagulls could be heard from the trees. It was a signal for each other. Xian perked up. As expected, the assembly in the morning would not go smoothly. At 5:07, 5 silhouettes jogged out from the left side. The line was neat and tidy, and there were even chants of 1, 2, 1. They looked quite neat and energetic. Li Jinyan's gaze suddenly darkened. He raised his hands slightly, and several figures suddenly rushed out from all directions. They piled on top of a few people at lightning speed. Are you kidding me? A sneak attack so early in the morning. Do you still want to train? Is it interesting? Is it interesting? 2 people in front were still able to resist. They said a few words before their mouths were covered. The other 3 Navy soldiers were directly pressed down on the beach. A murderous roar came from above them. Shut up, all of you. Otherwise, you'll eat a mouthful of sand. Xian, who had witnessed everything, sighed softly. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. He rolled forward twice in a row to avoid the sneak attack from the people on the reef. The water ghost leaped down from the reef and let out a small cry of surprise, expressing all sorts of meanings. Chapter 1247. First, what a fast reaction speed. Second, the figure was unfamiliar. Third, female soldier. Fourth, female soldier from the army. The water ghost smiled when he sensed a female soldier hiding in the dark. The Demon King said that you can watch from the sidelines for the time being. There's no need for you to participate. With that, he disappeared from Xian's sight with one hand on the reef. Xian, who was kneeling on the ground with one hand on the beach, pursed his lips tightly. He had only glanced at him for a moment, and he had noticed it in less than a second. There were still 4 minutes before the assembly at 5 o'clock. The first batch of 24 Navy soldiers was treated to an early morning appetizer by a group of water ghosts. One by one, they were cleaned up neatly. Within 10 minutes, all 24 soldiers were piled on top of each other. One by one, they crawled up with their heads covered in dust, puffed out their chests, and gathered quickly. Xian had already blended in and was standing at the very end of the first row. She was a new recruit, so there was no mistake in standing there. Li Jinyan's gaze slid past her face. His icy cold voice pierced through the sea breeze and reached Xian's ears clearly. What are you talking about? Warm-up exercise is over. Let's start the formal training. He really didn't have any superfluous words. He didn't even think about introducing Xian. He pointed at the equipment 3 meters away. Equipment, 2 points. They only had 2 minutes to change their equipment. After a month of hellish elimination training, the remaining 24 soldiers rushed over without panting. They began to change their equipment and put on their shoes. The shoes weren't ordinary shoes. They were specially made for frogmen with iron sand added to their feet. Put the shoes on. A water ghost wearing a training uniform reminded them and retreated to the side. He stared at the stopwatch, ready to shout for them to stop at any time. Xian put the shoes on and realized that there was something wrong with the shoes. He tied the laces and lifted one foot to test the weight. One shoe was about 2 kilograms. 2 shoes weighed 4 kilograms. Wearing a pair of shoes that weighed 4 kilograms and had to run 5 kilometers around the Reef Island cross-country. The cruelty of the frogman training was evident. The situation is not bad. For the time being, his speed seems to be on par with the male soldiers. However, in terms of endurance, I'm afraid that he is slightly better. The water ghost, who had been observing along the way, reported the situation to Li Jinyan. Most of the time, his gaze was on Xian. The frequency of his breathing is maintained well. There's not much sluggishness in his knees when he bends and raises his feet. As a soldier who was suddenly parachuted in, and a female soldier at that, Xian did not undergo the first few basic PST screening tests for the Storm Commandos. Naturally, she became the focus of observation. Li Jinyan's understanding of Xian came from the army's written information. To him, this information was only about her personal performance in the army. No matter how outstanding her performance was, it didn't mean that she would be outstanding in the Frogman unit. Even after listening to the Great Whale's report last night, Li Jinyan still maintained his original attitude. He had to go through training before he could confirm whether Xian was qualified and whether he could stay. Demon King, there's news from Big Eel. 3 soldiers can return to the selection competition. A soldier wearing a navy uniform walked over and saluted with a smile. Big Eel and the others have brought them back. However, the rubber dinghy drifted a little too far away. They need to be brought back by the patrol boat. The main thing is that they have to bring back Big Eel and the others, who are fully equipped. Otherwise, it will take them a day to swim back. Chapter 1248. Li Jinyan looked at his watch and said to the comrade who reported the situation to him, "Check her physical condition at the port first. Send her back to the Reef Island before 8 o'clock tonight." "Okay, I'll contact Big Eel right away." The comrade with the code name Big Shark stood on his tiptoes and glanced at the folder in Li Jinyan's hand. He asked with a smile, "Last night Big Whale came back and told me that the female soldier from the army has some skills. How do you plan to train her?" "Female soldier? Didn't our team say that we don't recruit female soldiers? Why did the commander agree? Did they sign a life and death contract? Our team has been established for less than 2 years. Demon King, you have to take it easy." He was afraid that he would be too ruthless and accidentally kill her. After all, everyone knew that female soldiers had weaker resistance to pressure than male soldiers. Their body and bone endurance were also worse than male soldiers. Especially in deep diving areas that were more than 100 meters deep, the difference between the psychological quality of men and women was even more obvious. Female soldiers often had huge psychological pressure due to the special underwater environmental factors. Their emotions would become unstable, and once they panicked, serious diving accidents would occur. It wasn't that such a thing hadn't happened before. It was precisely because there were real cases around that the Great Mermaid was worried. Li Jinyan simply handed the folder to his comrade so that he would not have cramps. After the morning training, take her for a checkup to see if there are any problems with the ventilation function of the eustachian tube. Also, check her tolerance and adaptability to hypoxia and high C02. After the morning training, Big Shark did not refuse. He took the folder and looked at it. As he spoke, he lowered his head and opened the folder. His face immediately showed surprise. "Wow, this resume is beautiful." She started training in the 2nd year of junior high. She still played Special Forces training. "When I was in the 2nd year of junior high, I was still thinking about how to climb a tree and dig out a bird's nest." Huh? Why didn't it say who trained her? How could she do Special Forces training without the guidance of an expert? Went abroad to participate in the Mathematical Olympiad, individual gold medal. While high IQ, familiar with all kinds of guns and ammunition, blindfolded and reassembled all kinds of guns, sniper background. Big Shark's eyes widened as he read. When he reached the last paragraph, he closed the folder and stuffed it back into Li Jinyan's hands. He pretended to wipe his cold sweat and said with lingering fear, "What a scary resume." What was even more frightening was that he was the nation's top science scholar. After all this time, she was still a student. No wonder you didn't want to show it to us. Just looking at it makes me feel weak. She didn't study for the first year of high school and went straight to training. Plains, snowy mountains, deserts, oceans, jungles. Oh my God, there wasn't a place that she hadn't been to. She had walked further than him. How valiant and strong this female soldier must be. Could it be that her gender was female, and her height and appearance were both male? Looking at such a frightening resume, it was not impossible. Somehow, the big mermaid was a bit worried. Female soldiers who looked like men would easily forget her real gender. What if they forgot her gender one day and took off their clothes in front of her? Wouldn't that be too awkward? After thinking about it, he wiped his face and said, "It seems that the army is focusing on grooming her, which is why they sent her to you. Demon King, we can't serve such a person in our team." It was obvious that the army wanted to train Zhou Xian, but what the army wanted to do had nothing to do with Li Jinyan. He only knew that she could only listen to the Navy's arrangements. Chapter 1249. Her CV is beautiful, but that's only because of her performance in the army. Now that she's in the Frogman unit, no matter how complicated her previous experiences, she'll have to start all over again. Li Jinyan looked at the time again. He turned on his earpiece and took over the water ghost's communicator. "How's the situation, Big Shrimp?" After the electromagnetic buzzing sound came from the earpiece, a rough voice said, "She's maintained her original speed. Her breathing rate is normal. She doesn't feel any sluggishness when she raises her feet. Demon King, why didn't you tell me that Zhou Xian is quite beautiful? We met face to face a minute ago. I was dazzled. She's even more gorgeous than a coral reef." It was a characteristic of the water ghosts to be able to describe a person's beauty with the colorful color of a coral reef. Li Jinyan had never cared about whether a woman was beautiful or not. Before the army sent the information over, there wasn't even a picture. When they gathered, it was still dark, so he couldn't see what she looked like. He only felt that she was too slender and didn't match the experience on her CV. Keep a close eye on her. We'll see if she's good or bad today. If she doesn't succeed, send her back to the base tonight. It was still the same sentence. The good ones should stay and the bad ones should leave. They should stay in their original units and be honest soldiers. Don't even think about joining the Frogman assault team. Li Jinyan's requirements for selecting his teammates were absolutely harsh. He wasn't deliberately making things difficult for them. He was being responsible for the responsibility on his shoulders. It was also being responsible for the lives of his teammates. He didn't want to see any sacrifices. Even if he knew that sacrifices were inevitable, he would do his best to prevent his comrades from being sacrificed so that they could continue to serve their country in the future. He also didn't want to see anyone take advantage of the situation. That was blasphemy to the country, disrespect to the army, and contempt for life. Zhou Xian knew that she was being watched closely by the water ghosts. Wearing the special shoes filled with iron sand wasn't a difficult task for her. From the first day of sniper training, she had a metal ball hanging from her hands and sandbags tied to her legs. In the end, she had to run back and forth around the training ground of Fujian Town's recruit camp. She had to stand still under the scorching sun, heavy rain, and snow for 4 hours while holding a sniper rifle. However, the feeling of jogging with sandbags tied to his feet was different from jogging with the special shoes. The biggest difference was that the soles of the special shoes were very hard. Running around the reef was either sand or stone. When lifting one's feet, one had to exert a lot of strength, and it consumed a lot of energy. After running for about 40 minutes or so, the distance between the soldiers and the distance between them. The distance between them and the last soldier. Daoist, who was in charge of keeping a close watch, touched his chin thoughtfully. He contacted Li Jinyan, who had never been interrupted. "Demon King, is that female soldier hiding her true strength?" 40 minutes later, she still maintained the same distance between them. Now, other than her breathing becoming rapid, nothing else has changed. 5 years of training can't be fake. She has the ability that you can see. Li Jinyan and a few other platoons were preparing a meal. There was only seafood around the island, and the meal they prepared was a seafood feast. According to the price outside, a meal would cost at least 2,000 RMB. He used a combat dagger to slice a fatty fish into thin slices and placed them on top of a large shell. The raw snail meat was placed on top of the shell. When the 24 Navy soldiers and Yi Qian returned, they would be able to serve the seafood feast. In order to train their will to survive and adapt to the pace of the frogmen's training and life, there was no cooked food on the island other than drinking water. There wasn't even a biscuit. They had to rely on themselves. As for starting a fire, that was even more impossible. Chapter 1250. The training of the Storm Commandos was the same as the training of the Snowfield Brigade. It was top secret from its formation to its establishment. Even this batch of Navy soldiers only knew that they would become frogmen and that they would be trained under Li Jinyan, who was known as the Demon King in the Navy. They did not know that once they stood out, they would become the sharp knife of the Navy. Our country's military power had always been discreet and would not easily reveal its strength. Especially after the Southern Alliance War this year, we once again learned of the military power of the Western countries. Our country did not dare to let down our guard. The Western countries had the SEALs, so our country needed the Storm Commandos. The Western countries had the Alpha Special Warfare Special Forces, so our country had the Snowfield Brigade. How many other unknown special forces did the Western countries have? Our country also had unknown special forces. Everything was done in secret. Even if it was just a selection, it was done in secret. For example, the Storm Commandos had 3 meals a day made from local ingredients. When they left, they cleaned up quickly and did not leave any traces. Before they left the Reef Island, they wouldn't be able to do anything big like starting a fire. Time ticked by, and a red sun slowly rose from the horizon. Its radiance illuminated the entire surface of the sea, and the blue waves connected to the sky. White waves chased after the clouds. This was the sea region of our country. Just like the mainland, it also needed to be protected and could not be invaded by other countries. The morning breeze blew across the surface of the sea. Before the first wave subsided, the waves kept crashing against the black reef that had stood there for God knows how many years. At the end of the reef, a figure jogged over. With tenacity, she gradually appeared in front of the water ghosts who were preparing breakfast. The water ghost who was on sentry duty at the front softly exclaimed. He pressed on his earpiece and quickly reported, "There's an unexpected situation. Demon King, the female soldier who came last night, was first on the first day without saying a word." As soon as he finished speaking, Prawn, who had been secretly observing, said excitedly through the earpiece, "Demon King, did you see the female soldier over there? Amazing! She left the male soldiers a few hundred meters behind in an instant. 5,000 meters with 4 kilograms of weight on her feet and 50 minutes. She only used 5 minutes to catch up with the male soldier running at the front. She used another 5 minutes to completely overtake all the male soldiers. Demon King, this female soldier is not only beautiful, but her skills are also beautiful." Li Jinyan, who was slicing sashimi, paused. He immediately looked forward. His cold expression changed slightly. A hint of surprise flashed across his cold black eyes. She was 10 minutes earlier than he had expected. She was only 15 minutes slower than the water ghost's training speed. Yi Jian's training speed was only 15 minutes slower than the water ghost's. One should know that before this, Yi Jian was an army soldier. All her training and equipment were related to the army. She had nothing to do with the Navy at all. Moreover, the water ghosts had already undergone 1.5 years of training. It only took them 35 minutes to run a 5-kilometer, 4-kilogram, 2-footed cross-country run. It was her first time here, yet she could achieve such a result. It was indeed impressive. Finally, I didn't hear you say you wanted to chase her away. The big shark laughed. He even whistled happily. He had said last night that the female soldier sent by the army was not bad. See, he was right. Chapter 1251. The slender figure was getting closer and closer. Her facial features gradually became clearer, until she stood straight in front of Li Jinyan. She raised her hand and saluted. Yi Qian, reporting. Completed the 5,000-meter cross-country run. The group of rough-sitting water ghosts looked at each other. Then, they slightly closed their legs together in a reserved manner. A faint smile appeared on their faces as they lowered their heads and silently prepared breakfast for the soldiers who hadn't arrived yet. Dozens of men had an unusually large appetite. They did not have rice, noodles, or dumplings to fill their stomachs. They only had sashimi and snail slices. It was easy for them to get hungry and feel nauseous. Li Jinyan's first reaction when he saw Yi Qian was not to answer. Instead, he glanced at all the water ghosts like a cold arrow. When he saw that they were all obedient and did not look straight at her, he calmly retracted his gaze. Just as Xia had said, the new female soldier Yi Qian was indeed beautiful. The most beautiful thing about her was her eyes, which were as bright as the morning star. He raised his hand and saluted Yi Qian back. His voice was cold and monotonous. Return to the team and rest. Sir. Yi Qian, who had been staring straight at him, simply turned around. She changed her special shoes to one side and looked around. When she saw a familiar figure, she walked over with a smile. Big Whale, is there anything I can help you with? After breakfast, they rested for a certain amount of time before diving into the 500-meter deep water. The water ghosts, who were all wearing tight black rubber diving suits, saw Yi Qian walking straight to the whale from the corner of their eyes. A few of them coughed a few times as if their throats were itchy. Li Jinyan's cold gaze swept over them. When he saw the fake coughing water ghost, he shrunk his neck and silently stared at the task at hand, preparing breakfast. You know me? How did you know? The big whale was no less surprised than his comrade. Hearing the meaningful fake cough, he hurriedly stood up. It was broad daylight, and he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. In the end, he put them on his lower abdomen. Cough, at least he could block it. When the female soldiers arrived for the first time, it was not the female soldiers who were embarrassed. Instead, it was the male soldiers who were wearing tight-fitting diving suits. The suits showed off their figures too much. All the men were embarrassed. With a slight smile on his face, Yi Qian did not seem to notice the whale's movements. He smiled and said, "Judging from your figure and the way you looked at me when I came over just now, it was as if you were looking at someone familiar. So, I guess you must be the whale. Have a seat. If you need anything from me, just let me know." As he spoke, he pulled out a combat dagger from his waist and pointed at the giant clams that had not been pried open. "Do we need to pry open these too?" "Oh yes. If you're hungry, you can eat first." As expected of a female soldier with a high IQ. She did not even see the whale's face last night, but today she could tell that he was the whale based on his figure and eyes. Her observation skills were very strong. The whale watched as Yi Qian skillfully cut open the giant clams. She did not peel off the whole clam to remove the inedible parts, leaving the white and fresh clam meat. She slowly cut the clam meat with the dagger in her hand. Then, she cut off the bottom of the clam meat horizontally. A giant clam was finished in less than 2 minutes. This method of cutting is rare. The whale thought it was interesting. There was no need to cut it into slices. Instead, she cut it into circles. When she ate, she could lift one end of the clam meat and eat it like noodles. "I want to learn this method too. It can be useful in the future. Where did you learn it?" Don't underestimate the conversation. At this moment, the whale had already started to ask questions. Chapter 1252. The best and most direct way to understand a person's situation was to chat. It seemed like a normal conversation, but as long as the other party could answer your question, even if the other party only said a few vague words, you could get the information you wanted. Without a doubt, the great whale was a water ghost who was good at chatting. He first praised Yi Qian to create a kind impression. Then he laughed and changed the topic to why Yi Qian was so good. It must be because he had similar training in the past. Otherwise, how could he handle these giant clams? Most importantly, his questions were rough but detailed. He only asked how Yi Qian was able to handle the giant clams and didn't mention training at all. It was impossible to tell that he was asking about Yi Qian's personal situation. When Yi Qian heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, but the smile on his face didn't change. He answered casually, I used to play by the sea for a while and stayed on a deserted island for a few nights. The calm answer made the great whale laugh. The female soldier was very alert. Her answer was the same as not answering at all. She even told him that she knew what he wanted to ask. "Forgive me, I'm used to it." As he spoke, his laughter became softer. He moved closer to Yi Qian and said softly, "We can find out whatever we want from that group of soldiers who ran over. Our captain was so angry. I don't know how they were taught in the original army. They don't have any sense of confidentiality. Unlike you, you know what I want to do the moment I open my mouth." The great whale was a native of the sea. His skin was tanned and had a metallic luster in the faint morning sun. When he laughed, his white teeth flashed, making Yi Qian think of the great white shark of the deep sea. If he was careless, he would be bitten and unable to escape. "When you open your mouth, I feel like there are traps everywhere." Yi Qian, who was slicing the fish quickly, cut the white and tender fish slices until they were as thin as cicadas' wings. He didn't even have to look at the fish. When he raised his head and spoke, the fish slices were cut and his words were finished. The dagger used in combat inadvertently swept past the great whale's eyes, leaving only a faint smile in her eyes. The great whale suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It was true that the female soldier was beautiful, but she was a poisonous flower with thorns. He couldn't touch her. There was no point in continuing to ask. He believed that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. The whale, whose intentions had been exposed, did not look embarrassed at all. He replied calmly, "Not at all. I just wanted to know more about you since we'll be training together in the future." Yi Qian smiled but did not say anything. Coincidentally, the male soldiers who had fallen behind her came back one after another. The great whale stood up and said, "I'll go over and take a look. You don't have to finish everything by yourself. Ask them to come back and get some. You can't let the male soldiers do whatever they want. They'll just take advantage of the situation." The rest of the frogmen looked at each other and had a new understanding of the new female soldier. Big Whale was the team's informant. There was nothing he couldn't find out, but he had never left empty-handed like this. The female soldiers sent by the army for training could not be underestimated. Yi Qian didn't care what kind of impression her arrival would leave on the water ghosts. She only knew that she didn't like being questioned at all. Once there were signs, they had to be strangled to death from the start. "Demon King, things aren't settled yet." The great whale, who had found an excuse to leave, came to Li Jinyan, who was sitting on a reef and looking out at the sea. With a serious expression, he said, "She also warned me. She used the combat dagger in her hand to tell me that she doesn't like me asking around." Chapter 1253. The sun had completely risen above the surface of the sea, and the waves were sparkling under its light. It was as if there were boats passing by on the coastline, and they could faintly hear the sound of sirens from the reef island. Li Jinyan looked indifferent for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, "She was sent here by Xia Jinyuan himself. If you can get information out of her so easily, he won't think highly of her." His words shocked Whale so much that he almost fell off the reef. "Xia Jinyuan personally sent her here? Devil King, are you kidding me?" Whale's serious expression instantly changed to one of shock, and he said in a wrong tone, "You and he fought to the death in the past, and we were neck and neck. You knew that she was brought here by him, so how could you bear to let me ask for a rebuff?" He wanted to cry. "Even if you want to trick your comrades, you shouldn't do it like this." Who was Xia Jinyuan? He was the only person who the Devil King had acknowledged as a strong opponent. The only person who had publicly said that he had no confidence in winning against him. As for himself, it was better not to mention him. He was defeated by Xia Jinyuan. Although he was no longer in the water ghoul team, there were always traces of his existence. The great whale heaved a long sigh and rubbed his chest. His voice sounded a lot older than before. "My chest is stuffy. I'm so embarrassed. I don't have the face to see her." Last night, he had volunteered to find out if there was anything about the female soldier that wasn't written in the information. He had even thought that he was smart enough to ask her about her skills in cutting giant clams, and whether she knew a high-ranking naval officer. After being seen through, he still didn't give up and asked if she had such a strong sense of confidentiality, Had she read their information in advance? The topic continued to circle back to the previous inquiry. Because of the female soldier who could see the information of the Storm Amphibious Frogman assault team, even if the information said that her mother was a martyr and her background was nothing special, he would not believe it was true. She knew everything about the two tests, and to be honest, he was a little embarrassed at that time. At the same time, he felt embarrassed that he had displayed his slight skill in front of an expert. When the last two soldiers returned, Li Jinyan, who had jumped down from the reef, replied calmly, "You were so enthusiastic last night that I didn't have the heart to discourage you. It just so happens that I also want to see how powerful the female soldier sent by Xia Jinyuan is. Since you volunteered, it saves me the trouble of finding someone else." He almost vomited blood. The whale felt its chest tighten even more. Li Jinyan's eyes darkened. He needed to reassess Yi Qian's position. It could be seen that her physical fitness had already surpassed the 24 soldiers who had entered the second batch of eliminations. It just so happened that physical fitness was the most important stage for the frogmen and played a very important role in their training. Through the analysis of the soldiers' physical fitness, they could make a preliminary judgment on whether the soldiers were suitable to stay and continue training, and whether they could continue fighting fatigue. This was the most basic entry. Today, it could be seen that Yi Qian's physical fitness was on the high side and met his basic requirements. However, he couldn't be completely sure whether she met the requirements. After all, it was only her first day of training, and her body was in an excited and energetic state, while the male soldiers had been training for more than a month. The shrimp, who was in charge of observing, trotted over. He was also cross-country with the frogmen, and his face was very inconspicuous. He looked a little like a fisherman who made a living out of the sea. When he ran up to Li Jinyan, his calm eyes suddenly changed. From an ordinary fisherman, he became a real naval soldier. Camouflage was also a skill that all water ghosts had to know. Chapter 1254. Li Jinyan stopped in his tracks when Prawn came over. He glanced coldly at Yi Qian, who was chatting with his teammates, and signaled for Prawn to follow him to a secluded area to talk. "Demon King, I suspect that Yi Qian has undergone very strict training. I'm afraid that none of the 24 soldiers are her match," Prawn said in a deep voice. "Her stamina is very good. She didn't even stop to rest for a second during the cross-country run." Prawn said in a deep voice. His admiration for Yi Qian was evident in his tone. Also, she is very familiar with the terrain and landscape. She knows very well which way is the fastest and which way is likely to take a detour and waste her time. My opinion is that she shouldn't be a burden. She might even be able to surpass the 24 recruits. A 5,000-meter cross-country run had once again shown one of the water ghosts how strong Yi Qian was. Li Jinyan's cold and handsome face revealed a hint of contemplation. He said to Prawn, "We can't rush to a conclusion yet. Later, we still have to do a hypoxia and high C02 endurance test. After these two tests, we can decide whether she can stay or not. It's better to play it safe. After all, she's a living person in our team. We can't let anything happen to her." Yi Qian, who was chatting with the water ghosts, didn't know that she had become the topic of conversation for the Storm Amphibious Frogman assault team. At this time, she was answering a question from a Marine. "I'm not a recruit. I often train with weights on my legs, so I don't feel much when I run." Didn't they want to know where she came from and who she was trained under? Then she might as well tell them openly and let them guess for themselves. Whale, who had already walked over, happened to hear this sentence. He stopped in his tracks and smiled bitterly. This was great. For the rest of the training, he wouldn't be able to talk much in front of Yi Qian. "Why aren't you going over? Are you done eating?" Big Shark, who had come to Yi Qian for hypoxia training, patted his comrade's shoulder. When he saw the bitter smile on his comrade's face, he asked, "You don't look too good. What problem did you run into?" The Great Mermaid was the team's instructor. She observed every word and action of her comrades and solved any potential problems at any time. He was the only one in the team who could give his opinion to Li Jinyan at any time and had the right to make decisions. "I thought I was smart in front of Yi Qian. I feel a little embarrassed." The great whale sighed and shook his head. "Great Mermaid, do you think I should apologize to her?" The Great Mermaid raised her eyebrows and asked him calmly, "Do you still have any thoughts of looking down on her now?" "No, not even a little bit. I was scared by her." His words made the Great Mermaid laugh. "That's right. If you don't agree with her, you can test Yi Qian's strength yourself. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to discuss her background again." The Demon King deliberately arranged it because he heard you, Prawn, and the others say something you shouldn't have said. It just so happens that he also wants to know Yi Qian's strength, so he sent you guys there. She's strong, so it's good that you guys don't look down on her. If she's weak, you can ask her to go back. Whale's face was red as he scratched his head. His face was full of embarrassment. "I have to apologize to her. Otherwise, I'll lose the integrity of a soldier. You're a soldier who dares to take responsibility for your actions. It's only right that you apologize. But let me tell you first." Big Shark was only a few meters away from Yi Qian when he spoke. When he looked over, he saw that she was already looking in his direction. Chapter 12:55. Yi Qian had already stood up. Her instincts told her that the middle-aged man walking towards her could be one of the people in charge of the team. His position in the army was second only to Li Jinyan. Otherwise, the whale would not have consciously fallen half a step behind her. When the water ghosts who were talking to the whale saw the Great Mermaid coming over, they quickly lowered their heads. Their expressions were especially serious. They did not remind Yi Qian of the Great Mermaid's identity. The Demon King did not introduce Yi Qian this morning. There seemed to be a deeper meaning behind it. Even when they were chatting just now, they did not mention their code names. The soldiers who had eaten a mouthful of fish stood up and smiled. "Vice Captain, do you have any orders for us?" "Vice Captain, I'm panicking when I see you smiling so happily. Just say what you want to say. Don't make me laugh in the middle of it. I really can't take it if you suddenly magnify it," said a soldier from the northeast. He was also the only northerner in the team. The Great Mermaid patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Good. Don't change the training later. 500 meters armed swim. Eat more, or you won't have the strength to swim. Then I'm relieved, hee. The northeast soldier was finally relieved. Ever since he came here for the frogman selection, he had been living in fear every day. He was afraid that something would happen. His heart could not take it. He was not the only one who heard it. The other 23 soldiers all heard it. They all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. It was the vice captain of the Storm Brigade. Yi Qian, who had a slight smile on his face, looked at the middle-aged man who was chatting with the soldiers and walked up to him. "Vice Captain, hello. Little Yi, you did well this morning." The Big Mermaid, who looked more mature and capable than the group of young soldiers, looked at Yi Qian with a pair of bright eyes. She didn't lose her friendliness at all as she said, "What you did has truly stunned us. Very few female soldiers are as capable as you." "Vice Captain, you flatter me. I just started a few years earlier, so I have the advantage in terms of time. If I only had half a year, I wouldn't have been able to run even if I wanted to." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers and water ghosts who were chatting with Yi Qian just now all laughed kindly. "Vice Captain, the female soldier has arrived. You can't be biased because of this." Shoo. Does Yi Qian need to be biased? She's been in the army longer than us. Amazing. You guys better hurry up and eat your fill. The Demon King is waiting for you in front. The Great Mermaid, who was usually kind, smiled. After she finished speaking, she saw a hint of respect on the faces of the soldiers. She couldn't help but smile even more. Yi Qian, on the other hand, found it interesting. His vice captain had an amiable personality, which complemented the cold-faced Li Jinyan. "Little Yi, come here for a moment. There's something I need to discuss with you." After talking to the soldiers, the Great Mermaid lowered her voice and said to Yi Qian, "You can't directly participate in water-related training for now. Come with me to do 2 tests first." Yi Qian, who was mentally prepared, nodded slightly and left with the Big Mermaid. "Hypoxia and high CO2 are essential tests for us. Before you came here, you should know that the danger of frogmen is different from that of the army. We're carrying out a mission in the water. The moment we enter the water, it's the same as having 1 foot in the door of hell. While we're diving in the deep sea, there's the danger of crushing our lungs and drowning at any time. If the soldiers have outstanding hypoxia and high CO2 resistance, even if it's only for 30 seconds, there's still a chance of survival. As she spoke, she brought Zhou Xian to the back of the reef island. They stepped onto a small path that led to the other side of the island. Chapter 12:56. The two in front talked as they walked. They didn't seem to notice that there was a living person following them. They didn't even look back as they walked from the front to the back of the reef island. When they reached the back of the reef island, the vice captain pointed at a black reef island that extended into the sea. She smiled at Zhou Xian and said, "We have to go to the front. We need to wade in the water. Be careful when you go in. Be careful not to slip." Zhou Xian knew that he was undergoing a training test. He didn't ask any questions and just followed the vice captain. As for what he said, she just needed to listen and do as she was told. The Great Mermaid was a little surprised. This girl who wasn't even considered a female soldier always gave people surprises. Just like now, when the male soldiers who were selected from the Navy came back here, they couldn't help but ask questions like, "Why are you going into the water?" But she didn't seem to be curious at all. She completely followed the saying, "A soldier's duty is to obey orders." She didn't reject the arrangements made by the higher-ups. It wasn't that he didn't read her information. Like the Demon King, he was also suspicious of the female soldiers that the army suddenly sent over. Even before this morning, he was wondering if he should arrange a ship in advance to send the female soldiers back. Who knew that reality would teach him a lesson that left a deep impression on him and made him realize that he was too narrow-minded. Before seeing it with your own eyes, you shouldn't jump to conclusions easily. The Great Mermaid looked at the two people in front of her who seemed to have forgotten about her. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to carry the oxygen tank and dive as far away as possible. However, he still understood why the vice captain did this. She wanted him to lower his head first so that Zhou Xian would feel better. In fact, Zhou Xian didn't take the Great Mermaid's probing to heart. She had warned him and the other party immediately stopped. The matter at that time was already resolved. She wasn't petty enough to make her comrade lower his head and apologize to her. Seeing the vice captain wading into the water with her shoes on, Zhou Xian, who was about to take off his shoes, smiled and followed her. The whale didn't get the order from the mermaid to leave. Seeing this, he smiled bitterly and followed the mermaid into the water. It seemed that if the mermaid didn't talk to him, the mermaid wouldn't let him leave. Their comrades naturally knew what each other was thinking. In fact, the Great Mermaid was also anxious. He didn't expect that Zhou Xian hadn't said a word to the great whale even though the three of them had been walking for more than 10 minutes. It was obvious how angry she was. When the Great Mermaid saw this, she sighed softly in her heart. Standing in the cool seawater, she said to Zhou Xian, "Little Yi, this morning the great whale tested you with my intentions. He was just following my orders. I know you are angry. I will. Vice Captain, are you mistaken about something?" Zhou Xian did not let him finish. She already knew what he was going to say halfway through. She said helplessly, "I didn't take what happened this morning to heart. If you didn't mention it, I would have already put it aside. Also, I need to make it clear to you that I am not angry about this matter, and there is no such thing as anger." Her gaze was honest and there was nothing strange on her face. Her eyes were as clear as the surrounding seawater, and she could even see her own reflection in them. That magnanimity instantly made the Great Mermaid realize that she had once again misunderstood. The Great Mermaid, who had been in the military for so many years, had never been embarrassed. But now she was blushing. Chapter 12:57. Zhou Xian then said, "I came from the army, and I'm a female soldier. Suddenly coming under Demon King Li's command for training will indeed surprise everyone, because everyone knows how strict Demon King Li's training is. The difficulty is so great that even the male soldiers' expressions change. Vice Captain, I understand that you all have certain concerns. Because I understand, I've never asked what kind of training you all need me to do, or where you're taking me. I'll obey whatever arrangements the team has for me, and try my best not to bring unnecessary trouble to the team. Just like when you said that you still need to give me a test, I immediately came with you. I think I've already used my actions to tell you that my arrival won't cause any trouble to the team, nor will it cause any trouble for the team. Whatever arrangements the team has for the male soldiers, they can make the same arrangements for me. Ever since I knew that I needed to train with the amphibious frogmen, I've never thought of doing anything special in the team, and I've never thought of leaving so easily in the face of difficulties. In my heart, I've always believed that as a female soldier, I can do the same thing that the male soldiers can do. Furthermore, I'll strive to be the best, and I'll definitely not be a burden to the team, nor will I embarrass the team. After saying so much in one breath, Yi Qian's meaning was very clear. She hoped that in the upcoming training, the male soldiers in the team wouldn't look at her as if she were a female soldier. She also hoped that she wouldn't always think that she was weak because she was a female soldier, and that she needed the male soldiers to give in and take care of her. The big merman naturally understood. As Yi Qian spoke, his expression became more and more serious. When she finished speaking, the big merman knew that he had made a big mistake. He had underestimated the female soldier in front of him, who had a proud and unyielding character. Standing in the sea, he straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "I'm very sorry, Yi Qian. I apologize for my self-righteousness. Please forgive me for my ignorance." "Vice Captain, you're exaggerating. You don't know me well, so it's normal for you to misunderstand." Yi Qian smiled. Although there were some unfair things in the army, and some bad people existed, so far, she had only met soldiers with iron bones and righteousness. Every single one of them was a man of indomitable spirit. Every single one of them was an indomitable spirit. She turned around and looked at the increasingly uncomfortable whale. She smiled and said, "I thought you came here to test me. I really didn't take what happened this morning to heart. Although you didn't take it to heart, I still need to apologize to you." Hearing her speak, the great whale heaved a long sigh of relief. He said slowly, "I really shouldn't have tested you this morning. I'm sorry, Yi Qian." Yi Qian sometimes felt helpless against their honesty. He waved his hand and said, "You have your own responsibilities. You don't need to apologize to me. If my actions caused you to misunderstand, I should be the one apologizing to you. Why don't we stop here and not mention it again? Look, we've wasted a few minutes standing here. Let's get down to business first." Yi Qian was quick to deal with major issues, not to mention small issues that she didn't even take to heart. Seeing that the two of them looked so serious that it seemed like they couldn't get over it, she decided to wade into the water and walk forward. As soon as she took a step, the two of them immediately reacted and said in unison, "Don't go astray." Yi Qian immediately stopped and looked up at the vice captain, who was only an arm's length away from her. He said in a low voice, "There are coastal defenses below." Chapter 1258. Since this was the training ground of the Storm Brigade, how could there not be any underwater defenses? Moreover, they were heading to the training ground of the Storm Brigade. Yi Qian did not move again. She followed closely behind the Great Mermaid until they were about 5 meters away from the end of the reef. There was a natural cave before they stopped. The Great Mermaid stepped onto the reef covered with conch shells, and Yi Qian followed after her. They walked into the cave, and it felt like they were walking into the hinterland of the reef. When they walked in, they realized that there was something special about the cave. The cave was not naturally formed, but built. The entrance of the cave was low, and the direction of the cave was upward. Standing in the cave, they could hear the sound of seawater, but there was no seawater flowing in. "This is one of our training rooms. After a week of training outside, all members will come here for hypoxia testing and training." Opening a steel door, the Great Mermaid pulled open the main switch. The Great Mermaid motioned for Yi Qian to come in. "Later, we will simulate the oxygen concentration at high altitudes. Put on the helmet." She pointed at a transparent helmet that looked like an astronaut's, but there was a long breathing tube in front of the helmet. She motioned for Yi Qian to put it on. "By reducing the oxygen concentration in the air, we will first see if you have any extreme reactions to hypoxia." After that, the Great Mermaid smiled and said, "But I think you will have no problems." Her data showed that she had undergone training on the plateau, so there was no problem with her body. She would definitely have no problems with her first hypoxia test. Yi Qian's eyes were already looking around. She had never seen the auxiliary equipment used for hypoxia training. She knew that she would have to enter this hypoxia training room in the future. As they spoke, the hypoxia test began. Just as the Great Mermaid said, Xian had no problems with this test. The Great Mermaid recorded everything and said to the Great Mermaid, "You can proceed to the next test." The Great Mermaid nodded and said seriously to Xian, who looked normal, "Frogmen need to be completely hypoxic for 5 minutes to pass. If you feel any discomfort later, just give us a signal. We will also follow the instructions on the equipment to ensure your safety." On the other side, Whale had already taken 2 auxiliary training instruments specially designed for ischemia tolerance and hypoxia tolerance and tied them to Xian's left and right arms. Then, it pressurized the instruments to 220 millimeters of mercury so that the upper limbs would experience temporary ischemia for a few minutes. As the breathing mask was removed, Xian, who was wearing a helmet, entered a completely vacuum environment. There was no transition, and he directly entered an oxygen-free environment. 2.5 minutes had passed. Xian's complexion was still normal for the time being. Sitting beside the monitor that was connected to the instrument to record various parameters, the whale's eyes stared at it without blinking. He looked at the numbers that were displayed in green, and then looked at the time that had passed. It had been 3 minutes. It wasn't because Xian's anaerobic test had been going on for 3 minutes. Even though her data had changed, it wasn't the limit yet. Normal people could only go on for 1 to 2 minutes at most, but she had already gone on for 3 minutes. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. If it was still the same after 4 minutes, then she would be the one with the best results among this batch of soldiers. Someone pushed the door open and walked to the side of the whale, who had a solemn expression and a hint of excitement. "How many minutes has it been?" It was Li Jingyan's voice. The parameters only started to change after 3.5 minutes. Even though the whale spoke in a low voice, it wasn't difficult to hear the excitement in his voice. "Demon King, I bet that Xian can definitely last for more than 4 minutes. Chapter 1259. Li Jingyan was a lot calmer in the face of the whale's excitement. Although his expression was still indifferent, from the way he stared at the various parameters, it was more or less obvious that his heart wasn't as calm as his expression. Hypoxia could cause headaches, fatigue, difficulty walking, panic, shortness of breath, chest tightness, and pulmonary edema. In severe cases, it could even lead to death. Regardless of whether it was high altitude or underwater, hypoxia was a problem that humans had been unable to overcome since ancient times. And the frogmen mostly carried out underwater missions. In the selection competition, the duration of hypoxia tolerance played an extremely important role in the selection competition, and it could even decide whether to stay or leave. Li Jingyan stared at the gradually rising numbers and calmly glanced at the time. A dark light gradually condensed in his cold eyes, and finally converged into a stream of light that was as bright as a winter night. "Almost there, almost there, almost there." Whale did not notice the change in his expression. His eyes were fixed on the display screen, and his expression was so nervous that it was as if he was in the selection competition himself. The first beep sounded at the set time, and Whale was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. Li Jingyan, who was standing behind him, raised his hand and pressed on his shoulder. Only then did he not lose his composure. 5 minutes, Demon King. She did it. The numbers haven't turned red yet. Whale said excitedly, as if he had discovered a treasure. His eyes were shining, as if they were bursting with light. She has surpassed the soldiers we left behind. Very good, 5 minutes had passed. Just as Whale said, she had indeed surpassed the 24 soldiers left behind. The numbers are starting to rise. Remove the device. Li Jingyan's expression did not change at all, but when he put one hand on the table, his slender fingers tightened slightly. Give me the results after the high CO2 reaction test. Keep an eye on it. When the numbers turn red, immediately turn off the device. Whale saw that the captain, who was younger than him, was still calm. He realized that he had lost his composure, so he cleared his throat and whispered, "It's rare to meet someone who can withstand hypoxia for 5 minutes. I will definitely be careful." As the device on his arm was removed, Xian, whose upper limbs had been freed, immediately felt the locked blood rush to his arm. The heavy feeling of having a few mountains on his left and right shoulders, as well as the separation of his upper and lower limbs, instantly disappeared. Taking off her mask, Yi Qian, whose face was as red as the sunset, did not immediately open her mouth to take deep breaths. Her delicate lips slightly pouted, and she slowly and rhythmically took deep breaths. Then she let her whole body breathe in and out in sync with her breathing, and slowly relaxed. The lack of oxygen for 5 minutes was like walking back from the gates of hell. Large droplets of sweat were still dripping from his back. The sweat on his forehead had gathered into small streams, dripping down his chin and onto his lapels. The big mermaid, who had been keeping watch, took a deep breath before breaking the silence in the room. Not bad, 5 minutes and 24 seconds. Although its voice was soft, there were obvious fluctuations. It could be seen that the big mermaid was a little excited. 5 minutes. A qualified frogman's hypoxia training lasted 5 minutes. How could he not be excited? But she quickly sobered up. No matter how excited she was, she belonged to the army. Yi Qian had been counting the time in her heart. When she heard the big mermaid's words, she smiled and said, "My arm is tied to the device. Otherwise, I could have lasted 6 minutes. 6 minutes is my limit." When she was training with Principal Chen at the beach, she could only hold her breath for 2 minutes at first. Later on, when she was training at the altitude, Uncle Chen made her wear a mask for morning exercises. She wore a mask when she went down to the lake on the plateau. Even when she slept, he asked her to wear a mask. That was how she achieved her current results. Chapter 1260. 6 minutes was Yi Qian's limit, but for many people, 6 minutes of lack of oxygen underwater was enough to kill them. Big Mermaid sighed deeply in her heart again, then she focused on the second test. No matter how good she was, she would not belong to the Navy, nor would she belong to the Storm Commandos. However, if a female soldier could surpass a male soldier, whether she belonged to her own unit or not, it was still something to be excited about. Yi Qian did not know that the Great Mermaid's heart was in turmoil. She walked out of the testing room and quickly adjusted her body to enter the high C02 tolerance and adaptation test. This was a compulsory training for the frogmen, and also one of the tests for the Storm Commandos. "This is our C02 tolerance training form. Take a look." Big Mermaid, who accompanied and recorded the whole process, stood in the clear water and said to Yi Qian, who was already prepared, "Your breathing time will decrease by 15 seconds, but the time you can hold your breath will remain the same. We have 30 minutes of testing, you may feel a little uncomfortable, and you may even experience nausea and vomiting. There is a coral archipelago below, you need to dive to the bottom of it, which is about 15 meters from the surface. Remember, Yi Qian, we need to record your best personal score and your worst score. In 30 minutes, I want to know if your average score is passing." High CO2 was a dangerous test for diving underwater without any air source. When Yi Qian held her breath and dove to the bottom of the sea, she closed her eyes and kept her breathing tight, swimming like a fish to the bottom of the sea. The oxygen content in her blood began to decrease, and the high concentration of CO2 gradually made her body uncomfortable. Her diaphragm muscles began to twitch, telling Yi Qian that she needed to breathe, needed to rise to the surface to get oxygen. "Relax, relax, the body must relax. Let the body and mind not be afraid of the gradually increasing CO2 content in the body, listen to the sound of the water, feel the joy of the fish swimming by, and avoid being disturbed by fear and other factors." When the oxygen content in her blood reached the limit, Yi Qian quickly rose to the surface. "Don't rest for too long, otherwise the C02 accumulated will be expelled from the body because of the long rest, and you won't be able to accumulate high C02. Once you float to the surface for more than 30 seconds, the cumulative effect of C02 will be very bad. Yi Qian, you need to take a breath within 20 seconds and dive back into the sea." Big Mermaid's strict voice kept reminding Yi Qian. He held a timer in one hand, waiting for Yi Qian to take a breath and dive back into the sea, and his expression would become more serious. 20 seconds for breath was actually quite harsh for a recruit, but he really wanted to know if Yi Qian could surpass a recruit, so he took the risk of taking a breath in 20 seconds. To the recruits, Taking a breath in 20 seconds was a little dangerous, but to the storm commandos, taking a breath in 20 seconds was a long time. During the whole breathing process, every breath would exchange the air in the lungs. The frogmen rested for 15 seconds and immediately entered the next round of high C02. Giving Xian an extra 5 seconds was what Big Mermaid finally found to be feasible and conservative after a few rounds of testing. Xian dived 15 meters into the sea in one breath, held his breath for 2 minutes, and then rushed back up to rest for 15 seconds. This cycle continued for 30 minutes, and when the entire test was over, even the hardworking Xian felt as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out. Big Mermaid looked at the female soldier who was completely drenched, but still maintained the pride of a soldier, and then looked at the record on the form. His Adam's apple lightly moved up and down a few times. This kind of record was enough to make their comrades' jaws drop. Chapter 1261. Soon, Xian's HCA-02 tolerance test form was handed over to Li Jinyan, who was on the phone. Looking at the data on the form, the usually cold Demon King could not help but raise his eyebrows. A female soldier who could be appreciated by Xia Jinyuan was indeed a little different. How is it? Is she qualified enough to stay? The dignified voice of the Navy Commander-in-Chief came from the phone. He was asking about Xian. Early in the morning, you didn't give the female soldiers any time to recover. Instead, you ran with the male soldiers while carrying weights and then started a high-pressure test. Li Jinyan, you're too bold. The physical fitness of the female soldiers was already worse than the male soldiers, and the test was arranged so closely. When the Navy Commander-in-Chief heard about it, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Putting aside the hypoxia test, they even had to do a half-hour HCA-02 test. Did they treat the female soldiers as members of the Storm Commandos? How audacious! Didn't I tell you? Since the army is determined to send her over, you don't have to care if she's good or not. Just keep her. You have to give face to the army. Since she's here, we'll take her in. As for the results of the training, that's not your problem. It's up to the female soldiers to see if they put in the hard work. Don't be so strict with your requirements. She's a female soldier after all. Could it be that you expect a female soldier to be able to transform into a dragon in the sea, just like you? Wake up, Li Jinyan. No matter if she's good or not, whether she can keep up with your training, you have to fucking keep her. In short, she had to stay. There was no way she could be sent back. The Navy Commander-in-Chief, who did not get any response for a few minutes, took a sip of cold water and prepared to patiently give his subordinates a lesson on the ways of the world. There was nothing wrong with seeking truth from facts, but you have to look at the timing. The selection of the Storm Commandos was very strict. As the Commander-in-Chief, he did not have any objections. In fact, he absolutely agreed. After all, the selected members were going to carry out a life-threatening mission. How could they be sloppy? But Xian was different. She was a soldier from the army. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, the Navy only needed to follow the normal training process and complete the Army's requirements. There was no need to be so serious about it to avoid hurting the harmony between the two. How could Li Jinyan, who was listening quietly, not know what his commander was thinking? It was one thing to know, but it was absolutely impossible for him to do so. Regardless of whether the female soldier was from the army or not, since she had come to his team, he had to treat her seriously. He could not just put on a show. He was being responsible for her and himself. As for whether she succeeded or not, to be honest, he was surprised when he saw the results on the form. Li Jinyan closed the form and his thin lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He replied indifferently, "It's higher than my expectations." Higher than expected? Was he praising Xian? Did he hear wrongly? The Navy commander, who was originally prepared to persuade his subordinates, looked at him seriously and said, "Oh, it's higher than you expected. Do you think the army has nothing better to do? Do you think they would just find a random person to stuff into your hands?" While he breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart, he said, "To be able to make you say something that's higher than your expectations, it should not be an ordinary person." Li Jinyan became the captain of the Frogman unit at a young age. It was not because of his good life and high education, but because his ability was enough to convince the others. In addition, he was very strict with himself. Every time he trained, he would advance and retreat together with his comrades. Even if the entire training style was harsh, his comrades in the team did not say a word. Everyone was convinced. Chapter 1262. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to find out whether a soldier was good or not from such a talented and capable soldier. This time, when he suddenly said something that had a hidden meaning of praise, the Navy commander's first reaction was to think that he had misheard. That's good, that's good. Finally, he didn't have to worry about him kicking people out of the reef island. After being on tenterhooks for the whole night, he finally felt relieved. He was really afraid that this guy who didn't care about his own family wouldn't give the army any face and would just kick the female soldiers out of the reef. Now, he was finally relieved. Could it be better than what he expected? It seemed that the female soldier sent over was really something. The Navy commander and Li Jinjun both had the same thought before this. The female soldier was outstanding in the army, but it didn't mean that she would be equally outstanding in the frogman unit. They both had this thought and didn't have any hope for Zhou Xian at all. The Navy commander thought that as long as they could get along on the surface, he would keep her for the sake of both armies. He would just train her for 50 days and send her back to the army. That way both sides would be happy. Now that he unexpectedly found out that the female soldier was actually not bad, the Navy commander finally felt relieved and smiled. In that case, I don't have to worry about you kicking her out in the future. Based on her current test results, I don't think she will for the time being. Li Jinyan didn't say anything to reassure the Navy commander. The test only meant that Zhou Xian didn't have to be sent back for the time being. Now that it was the second elimination, if she didn't do well, she would still have to be sent back. His calm words left the Navy commander at a loss for words. He could only sigh and say, "You should at least give me some face. If you really send her back, how are you going to explain it to the army?" "Commander, Xia Jinyuan knows what kind of person I am. You don't have to worry." Li Jinyan only said this one sentence and the Navy commander's heart calmed down a little. He then said calmly, "I will send you Zhou Xian's test results later." After the Navy commander received Zhou Xian's test results, he took a while to recover from his shock. With this kind of result, it was no wonder that Jinyan said it exceeded his expectations. What a pity, what a pity, it was a pity that it was someone from the army. Thanks to this achievement, the Navy commander no longer paid attention to Zhou Xian. He no longer had to worry about whether she would be invited back by Li Jinyan. At noon, Zhou Xian, who was not invited back, was finally officially introduced to the members of the Storm Commandos by Li Jinyan, as well as the Marine soldiers who had entered the second round of elimination. Last night, they were forced to float on the sea for a night. In the end, the 3 Marines that returned had already returned to the team. So far, including Zhou Xian, a total of 28 soldiers had officially entered the 4-week Hell Week training. In the Hell Week, there was another week of extreme training. This was also a round of elimination. Only the soldiers who were physically weak would be eliminated. When the male soldiers heard that the female soldiers who were carrying weights with them today were going to enter the limit training with them, there was a subtle look in their eyes. "Now that you're in my team, you have to put away your previous arrogance. Don't mention in front of me how strong you used to be or how the leaders of the army thought highly of you. I only look at your results. Those who are good can stay. Those who are bad, please go back. No one has a reason or an excuse to fish in troubled waters with me. 1 week of extreme training. I will only give you 4 hours of rest every day. The remaining 20 hours will be used for training. If anyone has any objections, you can raise them now." Chapter 1263. Every morning training assembly was the time when Li Jinyan spoke the most. It was also the time when every soldier felt the greatest psychological pressure. Demon King Li, who was dressed in martial attire, stood in front of everyone. His cold gaze swept over them, and it was as if thousands of swords were sweeping over, causing everyone to feel a chill down their backs. Zhou Xian, who was standing at the end of the first row, held her head high and chest out. Her expression didn't change at all when Li Jinyan glanced at her. Her gaze was calm as she stared at the young major. Even the waves of the ocean seemed like a backdrop to her. She listened to every word he said and remembered it in her heart. Captain Xia said that Li Jinyan was a very serious and responsible soldier. Although he had a cold personality, he was very fair. Every word he said wasn't personal because he treated everyone equally. Just like what he said just now, he was just reminding all the soldiers, not just himself, who had just joined the training today. When it was time for breakfast, the selected Marines sat together and carefully discussed Yi Qian's background. Someone whispered, "Will she succeed or not? We might not even be able to stay. She's just a female soldier. Don't tire herself to the point of being hospitalized. I thought she was a secretary in the team. I didn't expect her to be like us. Didn't they say that the frogmen didn't recruit female soldiers? Why are they recruiting female soldiers now? Keep your voice down. Don't let the Demon King hear you. Whether she succeeds or not isn't up to us. It's also not up to Demon King Li. It's up to the female soldier herself. I think it's a little difficult. With less than 4 hours of rest and 20 hours of training every day, the female soldier probably won't last a week of extreme training. Like the members of the Storm Commandos, they all agreed that Yi Qian definitely wouldn't make it. Yi Qian also knew that she had become the topic of discussion among the male soldiers. Standing in front of Li Jinyan, she said calmly, "I don't have any special requests. I'll do whatever the team arranges. I'll only ask once." Faced with Yi Qian's calmness, Li Jinyan nodded slightly in secret. No special requests, and she didn't take the opportunity to make any requests. It was easier than expected. As long as it was easy, it was fine. He also didn't like having a delicate female soldier in his team who would make requests and cause trouble every other day. Yi Qian, who understood what he was implying, smiled slightly. Looking at the young major who was praised by Xia Jinyuan, he said slowly, "I'll also only say this once. Not only was it easy, but also capable and experienced." Li Jinyan really didn't say another word. He gestured for Yi Jian to return to the team and turned to leave. He was responsible for himself and every recruit. He's his heads he was very well. He was responsible. He was responsible for himself and every recruit. A responsible man. No matter how cold he was, he wouldn't make people feel disgusted. He would only make people admire him. The male soldiers not only respected Demon King Li, but they also feared him. Yi Qian, who was always calm, didn't fear him. She didn't even look at Li Jinyan's face in the next week's extreme training. She didn't have much time to pay attention to him. The Navy's extreme training was related to water. There were too many things to learn. Even if she trained for more than 20 hours a day, she still felt that there wasn't enough time. From the obstacle course training to the boat training to the surfing training on the last day, Yi Qian wished that she could break 1 minute into 2 minutes. She was so determined that 24 hours a day was too little that it stimulated the male soldiers so much that they rushed forward excitedly. Chapter 1264. Every time Li Jinyan looked at her results, he would immediately send them to the Navy commander's desk. Therefore, the Navy commander would sigh when he received the Storm Commando's reports for 7 consecutive days. At first, Li Jinyan could only listen to them silently. From, "It's a pity that Yi Qian is from the army," to, "Why don't we think of a way to recruit him into the Navy?" Looking at the slender figure who was training with the male soldiers, Li Jinyan, who was observing the second batch of eliminated soldiers, narrowed his eyes slightly. The second round of elimination would be announced tonight. A total of 10 soldiers would be eliminated. Out of the 28 soldiers, only 18 soldiers would enter the final elimination round. Although Yi Qian was a female soldier, her results were far ahead of the male soldiers. Even if he did not announce her results, the male soldiers knew in their hearts that this female soldier who they did not take seriously at the beginning was very impressive. Initially, the male soldiers who had complaints about his training arrangements saw that a female soldier could complete one task after another. In less than 3 days, they did not hear a single word of complaint. As a female soldier, she could complete the tasks and even did it better than the male soldiers. As male soldiers, what right did they have to complain? Will the list be announced tonight or tomorrow morning? The great merman walked over and his gaze fell on the soldiers who were still training. When he saw Yi Qian, who did not lose to the male soldiers, he could not help but laugh. A very motivated female soldier. Her learning ability is also very strong. After a week of training, I can't help but think that she is a Navy soldier and not an Army soldier. A week had passed. Yi Qian's name had been mentioned countless times by the Storm Commandos. When Yi Qian was mentioned, every member of the Storm Commandos said that she could do it. Li Jinyan retracted his gaze. His handsome face was cold as he said, "Announce it tonight and send her away tonight." Excluding Yi Qian, we only have 27 soldiers left. If you eliminate 10 soldiers in one go, don't complain that there is too little fresh blood when the time comes. The great merman frowned slightly and reminded, "If you continue to eliminate soldiers like this, I'm afraid that the soldiers who leave will complain again." Now that Yi Qian's results are out, they can only blame themselves for being unworthy of being a man if they have any complaints. Li Jinyan's slightly cold voice came along with the sea breeze. Although it sounded indifferent, it was as cold as winter. If they really want to talk, just show them Yi Qian's report card. This move was a little too ruthless. Yi Qian was currently leading by a large margin. Any male soldier who saw this would feel ashamed. Big Shark, who had been worried that it would affect Li Jinyan's promotion, finally laughed. "I think we don't have to wait for them to complain before we bring out Yi Qian's results. When we announce Yi Qian's results at night, we'll just bring them out and talk about them for a few minutes. Then they'll have to shut up." It had to be said that having a female soldier who was stronger than the male soldiers not only made the entire team easier to manage, but also stimulated the male soldiers' fighting spirit. All of them were afraid that they would be outdone by the female soldier. Li Jinyan was surprised by the results. After 2 weeks of training, not only did he not see Yi Qian tired, but he also showed everyone her perseverance that was as deep as the sea and her tenacity that refused to admit defeat. Although he could not be sure if the female soldier could last until the end in a week, 1 week was enough for him to see clearly that she had a fierceness that even the male soldiers could not compare to. After a while, the great merman, who had not left, suddenly sighed. "We all misjudged her. This female soldier. Demon King, she's not simple." Chapter 1265. It's not the end yet. There's no need to jump to conclusions. Li Jinyan, who had remained clear-headed the entire time, did not think that Yi Qian would definitely be able to stay just because of her outstanding results. Without seeing the final results, no matter how outstanding her results were, they were only temporary. "You've always been strict. I'm only asking for trouble by discussing the issue of staying or leaving with you." Deshao took the initiative to end the topic and changed the topic to boat training. Early in the morning, the boat surfing training lasted for 2 hours. They kept lifting the rubber boat ashore and pushing it down to compete with the waves, rushing ashore as fast as they could. Deshao looked at Yi Qian, who had become the leader of Team 1, and the smile on his face deepened. On the first day of training as a female soldier, Yi Qian had indeed suffered a lot. The male soldiers thought that she was just there to join in the fun. Furthermore, they were all angry at being trained by the Devil King. When they spoke to Yi Qian, their words were somewhat reckless. He saw this but did not step in to stop them. He wanted to see how Yi Qian would handle it. The way to handle it was very simple. She would use her strength to speak. That night, Yi Qian made all the male soldiers shut their mouths. None of them dared to say anything bad about her. She had fought against 4 soldiers alone. She had held each of their necks with a military dagger. How could the male soldiers, who could not win even when they fought 4 against 1, still have the face to say that a female soldier was not good enough? If they had succeeded, they would not have had a military dagger held to their necks by a female soldier. She did not argue. She used her strength to stand firm. Who would dare to say that a female soldier was not good enough? Yi Qian did not know that Li Jinyan was secretly observing her. She, who was wholeheartedly focused on training, lifted the rubber boat with the male soldiers and walked towards the beach. After 2 hours of training, everyone's mouth was washed by the salty seawater until it tasted bitter. When they reached the shore, they pounced on the water bottle and gulped down water to wash away the salty taste in their mouths. 6 days of the week-long extreme training had passed. Perhaps everyone knew that the second elimination list would be released at any time. Every male soldier's expression became more and more solemn. Even when they spoke, there was a hint of ruthlessness. There's still one more round of surfing training. Let's rest after that. Otherwise, when the Demon King comes, we'll have to stay in the sea for half a day like the third team. A male soldier said with lingering fear. He hurriedly drank a few mouthfuls of water and didn't dare to stay any longer. He asked his teammates to hurry up and finish the last set of surfing training. The boat surfing training was one of the many physical training programs that had been eliminated. After that, there would be rock carrying, obstacle surmounting training, and log carrying training. These were all daily essential training. Not only that, all the soldiers, including Zhou Xian, would be doing more running, swimming, and physical training than the previous week. For example, today, they had to complete the 6-kilometer endurance race, the steeplechase race, and the 2-kilometer swimming race. Furthermore, there was a strict time limit. Once they exceeded the time limit, they would be disqualified. There was no mercy. Zhou Xian did not sleep more than 4 hours a day when she was training, because she trained for more than 20 hours a day. When the last round of surfing training ended, every team member spread out their legs and put their hands behind their backs. They straightened their backs and waited for Li Jinyan's inspection, or rather, for criticism. Li Jinyan, who had walked over from the other side, used his cold, knife-like gaze to sweep across the soldiers who had entered the last round of elimination. Even his voice was as cold as a knife. Every word he spoke sent chills down the soldiers' spines. Chapter 1266. After breakfast, rest for an hour and then swim 100 meters. He glanced around and didn't criticize them like he usually did. He only left a cold sentence for the soldiers who stood out from the 100 soldiers and entered the second round of elimination. Although it was only a sentence, it was like a nightmare. The soldiers who were eating breakfast didn't have the mood to do anything. The swimmers' hands had to be tied behind their backs and their legs had to be tied. They had to rely on their body to complete the swim. This was a task that not only required good swimming skills, but also good mental fortitude. Perhaps they had all guessed that the second round of elimination had entered the most critical moment. Even though they had entered the most difficult part of the training, every soldier's expression was extremely serious. They didn't show any signs of fear. Their faces didn't show it, but when they stood on the water's surface, the corners of 2 male soldiers' mouths twitched fiercely. Their small bellies and legs also began to tremble slightly. This scene was recorded by the members of the Storm Commandos and included in their individual scores. Relax your body. Just like when you swim without moving your hands and legs. Big Whale, who was tying Zhou Xian's hands behind her back, reminded her softly, use the strength of your waist to push forward. You have to be fast. Don't relax halfway. Zhou Xian smiled and joked. Fortunately, it's only 100 meters. If I had to do 200 meters like you guys, I wouldn't have much confidence. Although Zhou Xian trained with the soldiers, her identity was still special. She knew the uniqueness of Li Jinyan's team, so she could joke around with the members of the Storm Commandos. The members of the Storm Commandos also liked to chat with Yi Jian, who was stronger than the male soldiers. She was a proper female soldier from the Special Forces. Hearing this, Big Whale chuckled and replied, "You're swimming well. Our Navy's commander sighed for a long time, lamenting that you're not from the Navy." The 28 soldiers had their hands and legs tied. They were waiting for the whistle to blow before diving into the water one by one and diving for 100 meters. It was time to test their swimming skills and mental fortitude. A sharp whistle sounded. Zhou Xian turned into a fish. Her speed was extremely fast, and her diving posture was extremely graceful. She dove into the water without any hesitation. The entire surface of the water began to boil, and a series of plop sounds could be heard. 28 figures jumped into the water. The Storm Commandos who were holding stopwatches had already started counting down. They were only waiting for the soldiers to finish the 100-meter dive before recording the time they spent on the scoresheet. Just like what the whale had said, diving with both hands and feet tied depended on the strength of the waist. Yi Jian was not the best swimmer, but she was definitely one of the most flexible. Coupled with her high C02, she had good endurance and adaptability. Even though she was not a swimmer, she still managed to squeeze into the top 3. She's the first one to jump into the water, Demon King. I bet she'll definitely squeeze into the top 3. Big Whale whispered to Li Jinyan, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. At this rate, we can definitely recruit a female frogman into our team. Demon King, why don't you consider snatching someone from the tiger's mouth? Not only did the great whale think so, but so did the naval commander. Li Jinyan glanced at his comrade. How do you plan to snatch it? Will you step in? I think the commander has this idea. Unfortunately, it won't work, Big Whale said sadly. He saw that some soldiers had already surfaced from the water. Then he saw Yi Qian following closely behind. His eyes lit up, and he was so excited that it was as if he was the one who had been training. He could barely suppress the excitement in his voice. Top 3, top 3. Top 3 indeed. Chapter 1267. Yi Qian did not know that she had won second place. She only knew that if she did not swim with all her might, she would probably sink to the bottom of the water and would not be rescued in a short time. If she wanted to survive and not be drowned by the water, she had no other choice but to swim with all her might. At the same time, she had to thank Demon King Li for being merciful and not letting them swim in the seawater filled with seaweed. Otherwise, it would have been even more dangerous. When she could finally emerge from the water and breathe heavily, Yi Qian had a lingering fear that she had escaped death. After a few years of training, this was the first time she had felt this way. Especially when she subconsciously wanted to move her hands when she fell into the water. However, both her hands and legs were tied. That sudden feeling of fear instantly overwhelmed her. Even though she had a good mental fortitude, she still panicked for a few seconds. Fortunately, she reacted in time and immediately used the strength of her waist to swim. Otherwise, she might have really sunk to the bottom of the water. You struggled underwater and the skin on your legs has been broken. The member of the Storm Commandos who untied her hands smiled and said, in the future, there will be more underwater training that will torture both your mind and body. Not only will your hands and legs be tied, but you will also be tied to an oxygen tank. Little Yi, when that time comes, you will know what it means to swim as fast as possible with all your might. They even had to tie an oxygen tank. Yi Qian's scalp went numb just by listening to it. I finally understand why the Demon King is so strict. If he is not strict, something will definitely happen during training. The Demon King is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He is strict with all of you because he is responsible for all of you. Look at the last few. All of them choked to the point of coughing out their lungs. If he is not strict and something happens to them, he will feel worse than anyone else. Yi Qian did not doubt the truth of what he said. After a week of training, she could indeed see that Li Jinyan was a cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He was a responsible and serious soldier. His seriousness and responsibility were not only for his life, but also for the entire country. This was a soldier who deserved everyone's respect. It's not over yet. Go lie on the beach for an hour. Without even checking the severity of the injury, the team member immediately reminded Yi Qian to move on to the next part of the training. He had to lie flat on the beach with his head facing the sea and let the waves hit his body. Furthermore, he had to lie in a place where the waves could hit his head and not just his body. This was surfing training. Its purpose was to weed out those who lacked perseverance. Yi Qian untied the ropes on her feet and ran over to the beach without even looking at her own results. This was not a team competition, but an individual elimination. She had no way of helping the soldiers who were choking on water and coughing violently. Water ability and mental toughness were reflected one by one in the bondage swimming competition, which took up the most important positions in the second round of elimination. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the last day of the Hell Week, training ended. The soldiers who returned from the seaside had even changed their running movements. They were like old men who had severe rheumatism. Their limbs were so stiff that they could only walk like robots with every step they took as if their joints had malfunctioned. Yi Qian knew that there was not a single part of her body that was unharmed. Her body was red and swollen from being soaked in the sea. Even the most basic movements were excruciating. However, the finish line was right in front of her. She could only grit her teeth and persevere. There was no way out. Yi Qian had always been cruel to herself until Li Jinyan called out a list of names that did not include her name. After a week of extreme underwater training, Yi Qian slowly sat down on the beach under Li Jinyan's signal and tried to calm her trembling feet. Chapter 1268. The basic training was finally over. The next step was combat diving. The eyes of the remaining male soldiers were slightly red. It had not been easy. They had endured until who knew how many layers of skin had been peeled off. The male soldiers who left did not complain. They were not even as good as the female soldiers. How could they dare to complain? The 3 soldiers who returned from the first batch went through several rounds of elimination training. In the end, only one of them remained. The 2 who left did not look unconvinced like they did in the first round. Instead, they took the initiative to admit their shortcomings and let down Demon King Li's trust in them. At that time, the setting sun was just right. The bright red sun hung low at the end of the sea, using its last rays to send off the young soldiers who had lost with their backs straight. Someone started singing a military song. The male soldiers who were originally sitting down helped each other stand up. They used a loud military song to send off their comrades who were leaving. Steel needs to be forged, swords need to be sharpened, spears need to be wiped. Soldiers love the military training ground, sweat blooming the heroic flowers. Practice, 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 let's practice wrestling. Let's practice grappling, remember the sacred mission in our hearts. Love the army, practice martial arts to protect the country. The soldiers who were left sang. The soldiers who were leaving sang. The Love the Army, Practice Martial Arts song accompanied the most beautiful sunset to send off their beloved comrades. While Yi Qian was singing the military song, Ying in the provincial capital was also making use of the time to sing the military song. She had made up her mind to join the army. Under Yi Zhifan's selection, she decided to enlist in the military arts. She had a foundation in singing and dancing. She could also play the piano well. In addition, she was 165 centimeters tall. Her temperament and appearance were not bad. As long as there were no accidents, enlisting in the army would not be a big problem. In order to let his daughter Ying enlist in the army, Yi Zhifan, who wanted her to enter the capital's political group, had already started to run around. He was trying to make arrangements for his daughter to have a good future. Ying, are you done? Sun Dongqing's urging voice came from outside the room. Tonight, the family of 3 had invited a guest whose family had connections in the capital for dinner. As the main character, Ying was still tidying up her room and had not come out. Sun Dongqing saw that it was already 6 o'clock. She was afraid of being late and leaving a bad impression. She could not help but urge her daughter. Hurry up, it's already 6 o'clock. We're supposed to arrive at 7 o'clock, so we have to be there 10 minutes earlier so as not to be rude. In the room, Ying looked at herself in the mirror. She nodded in satisfaction as she looked at herself in the mirror. She was wearing an aqua blue knee-length princess dress. She smoothed her beautiful black hair before opening the door. My family has a daughter who has just grown up. The 19-year-old Ying is indeed a pretty girl in terms of appearance and temperament. Sun Dongqing couldn't stop smiling when she walked out after tidying herself up. Yes, yes, my Ying is so beautiful. Look at her small mouth and big eyes. She's really beautiful. Ying smiled and twirled in front of Sun Dongqing. She raised her chin and said arrogantly, "How can I embarrass you and Dad?" She heard that the guests tonight were not ordinary people. There was even a diplomat in the family. If she didn't clean herself up, how could she be worthy of her family's painstaking efforts? Once she entered the army, she would definitely let that wretched girl Yi Qian have a look. Yi Ying, who left home with great ambitions, followed her parents to the most famous restaurant in the provincial capital. She stood upright and had a smile on her face. She was reserved and polite as she waited for the guests to arrive. Come, Brother Qin, this way please, this way please. Someone outside the private room pushed open the half-closed door. Then, the person who spoke walked in and said to Yifan, who had already stood up, "Director Yi, the guests are here. You have to treat them well." Chapter 1269. When the door was fully opened, Yifan saw a young man in a suit and leather shoes walking in with the middleman. Old Jiang, the head of an industrial company in the provincial capital. Director Yi, this is the son of the Qin family in the capital. You know the Qin family, right? Brother Qin is the son of the Qin family. Old Jiang respectfully invited Mr. Qin over and only introduced him to the Qin family. He did not mention anything about Mr. Qin himself. Old Jiang was in his early 30s and met Yi Jifan at a banquet. He inadvertently found out that Director Yi wanted to send his daughter to the Beijing government regiment to be an arts soldier. He remembered that he had heard rumors that Director Yi was likely to be promoted to be the second in charge of the provincial construction. He wanted to enter the real estate business, so he took advantage of the opportunity when the Qin family came to the provincial capital to celebrate Grandfather Chao's birthday to act as a middleman. As for whether or not he could persuade the Qin family to help him, it was not up to him alone. It depended on the progress of the banquet. Old Jiang secretly glanced at the corner and felt that there shouldn't be a problem. Director Yi had a beautiful daughter and Qin Yi was famous for being a womanizer. If he really took a fancy to Director Ye's daughter, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to get her into the Beijing political group? Yi Jifan clearly saw the young man that old Jiang had brought over. Not only was he too young, he even had a frivolous look on his face. Before he even opened his mouth, Yi Jifan's heart sank. Ying stood up and looked at the so-called nobleman. She could not help but frown. A diplomat? Is this what a diplomat looks like? Why does he look so unreliable? Ying looked at the so-called young diplomat and the diplomat, Qin Yi, did not avoid looking at Ying. Brother-in-law Jiang really didn't lie. The little girl looked fresh and lively. Her almond-shaped eyes were big and bright, revealing a charming charm. Also, with that slender waist, she was worthy of being a dancer. At first glance, one could feel her tenacity. In the capital, Qin Yi was famous for being a playboy. He was proficient in eating, drinking, and playing. His appearance had inherited the Qin family's usual gentle and handsome appearance. His clothes and speech were all good. Therefore, he was particularly popular with women. When Yi Ying first met Qin Yi, she was also deceived by his gentle and handsome appearance. She thought that he was really a gentle diplomat. When she saw him looking at her with a slight smile, she hurriedly returned a smile with her face burning hot. She then shyly lowered her head, her actions revealing the coquettishness of a girl. Unknowingly, Qin Yi's heart felt as if it was being scratched by a cat's paw. Brother Qin, this is the Director Yi that I mentioned to you before. Old Jiang was seriously trying to pull strings. From his words, one could tell that he was very respectful to this young Master Qin from the capital. Qin Yi, who had been arrogant and haughty just a second ago, suddenly smiled and said politely, "Nice to meet you, Director Yi. I'm Qin Yi." As he spoke, his eyes never left Yi Ying. "Hello, young Master Qin. I didn't expect to be able to directly invite young Master Qin over tonight. Old Jiang really gave me a big surprise." Qin Yi took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Yi Jifan hurriedly stretched out his hand as well. He did not want to be impolite. He also happened to block Qin Yi's gaze from the corner of his eye. He smiled and said, I'm sorry. Please take a seat." No matter how big the other party's background was, or whether the matter entrusted to him was reliable or not, he could only take one step at a time. Old Jiang would not dare to casually find someone to pretend to be young Master Qin to deceive him. Chapter 1270. Qin Yi, whose line of sight was blocked, curled up the corners of his mouth and quickly warmed up to Yi Jifan. The smile on Sun Dongqing's face was a little forced. Especially when she saw that Qin Yi kept looking at her daughter when he sat down, she felt that this person was not very reliable. How could he look at a young girl as soon as he came in? He was too impolite and too frivolous. "Director Yi, you are too polite. I am just a junior. How can I be worthy of your toast? Every time my father came back to China, he told me to be humble outside and not do whatever I want in the name of the Qin family. You are a friend of Brother Zhang's, so you are also my elder. I should toast you with this cup of wine." Qin Yi's appearance was not only deceptive, but his glib tongue was also equally deceptive. His words not only reflected his extraordinary status, but also gave Yi Jifan an opportunity to ask his father about his work. Yi Jifan, who had been wondering if Qin Yi had some sort of connection, laughed heartily and said, Sure enough, only a talented person from a prestigious family can have such a broad mind. Young Master Qin is young and promising, and with the support of his family, his future is limitless. I wonder where young Master Qin's father is in politics? If there is a chance, I must pay him a visit. My uncle is the ambassador to Russia, Qin Wenba. Director Yi may not have heard of him, but I think Director Yi should have met my brother, Qin Xiu. My brother often came to Nan province 2 years ago. Maybe Director Yi and my brother met at a conference. Qin Wenba did not know much, but he knew Qin Xiu. They had indeed met each other at the meeting. Yi Jifan was enlightened by old Jiang's words. Old Jiang had not lied to him. He quickly said, "No wonder I felt that young Master Qin looked familiar. It turns out that you are the younger brother of Translator Qin. 3 years ago, I did meet Translator Qin several times at a conference. Unfortunately, Translator Qin was very busy at that time and did not say much. My brother is a busy man. As his younger brother, I have to apply in advance if I want to say a few words to him." The smile on Qin Yi's face deepened. He was wearing a high-end custom-made suit, and there was a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. This made Yi Jifan's smile even more genuine. Although this young Master Qin in front of him was a little frivolous, he was indeed a member of the Qin family. Upon closer inspection, he did look similar to Qin Xiu, whom he had met a few times. Old Jiang, who was sitting next to them, could not help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them. Qin's name was Qin's name was Qin's name. After all, Qin's mother's family, of Qin was Qin's, of course, was. Of Qin was of Qin of his of. Qin Xiu's. Brother Qin, you talk to Director Yi first. I'll go and see if Grandfather Chao has arrived. Old Jiang stood up, intending to leave some space for Qin Yi. If Grandfather Chao arrives, I'll come and find you immediately. Qin Yi could not wait for him to leave. He smiled and said, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Today was Grandfather Chao's 80th birthday. As a member of the Qin family, how could Qin Yi be absent? Yi Jifan's eyes flickered and he looked embarrassed. He apologized. "I've troubled young Master Qin to take the time out of his busy schedule to come here. How about this? If young Master Qin is still in the provincial capital tomorrow night, I'll host another banquet to thank young Master Qin. The first time might not work, but the second time would be more likely to make it happen." Chapter 1271. Old Jiang was amused when he heard this. Officials were different. They knew how to make dinner parties better than businessmen. He laughed and tried to pull the strings again. "Brother Qin, you can have some fun in the provincial capital. You don't have to rush back to the capital." He had already opened the door of the private room. Yi Fan, who had stood up to send him off, walked over. "Thank you for your hard work, old Jiang. If Elder Chao hasn't arrived yet, you'll have to come back and have a few drinks with us." As he spoke, he approached old Jiang and whispered, "Thank you, old Jiang." "Director Yi, you're being too polite." The bald old Jiang touched his forehead out of habit. He looked at Qin Yi, who was chatting with Sun Dongqing, and quickly reminded him, "Director Yi, Mr. Qin's family is a big shot in the capital. Our Jiang family and the Qin family are in-laws. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to invite him. He's also a forthright person. I think you can talk to him. Why don't you strike while the iron is hot and tell him that your niece wants to enter the capital's political regiment?" To tell you the truth, although the Qin family is a diplomatic family, they know only high-ranking military officers. If the Qin family agrees, you can enter any regiment you want. The reason why Yi Jifan chose such a high-end place to entertain guests was naturally because he had investigated the situation of old Jiang's family. At this moment, he naturally understood that old Jiang was telling the truth. Yi Jifan glanced at Qin Yi, who was speaking politely to his wife. His smile deepened as he said, "Old Jiang, if my daughter's matter is settled, your matter will also be settled." On the other side, Sun Dongqing flattered, "Mr. Qin is young and promising. As expected of a noble family. Only the Qin family can cultivate such a talent like Mr. Qin. Unlike us small families, we don't have the ability to send our children to higher places. We can only be anxious." Sun Xueqing didn't have so many scruples when speaking. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, she still hadn't mentioned her daughter's matter. She couldn't help but feel anxious. She simply said it directly. Anyway, the other party knew why she invited him. For the sake of her daughter's future, Sun Dongqing lowered herself for the first time to flatter a young man. We're old and don't have the ability to pave a path for our children. Even if we want our daughter to join the military, our hair will turn white. Director Yi, your wife has already talked about business. I won't disturb you and Brother Qin. I'll come back later. Old Jiang heard this. He guessed that there might be some shady deals. He knew that he wouldn't stay and would come back in half an hour. As for whether Grandfather Chao was coming or not, it was just a cover. It was Old Master Chao's 80th birthday. It did not matter if Qin Yi appeared or not. 2 silhouettes walked past the open door of the private room. Then, another person came back and looked straight into the private room. Yi Jifan was about to speak when he saw the figure walking over. His eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but purse his lips tightly. He met an acquaintance. Principal Chao of the provincial first high school. Principal Chao didn't have any intention of catching up with Yi Jifan. He walked back to the door and patted old Jiang who was talking. Why are you here? Yu Xiang is looking for you. She wants you to go to the door and greet the guests. Old Jiang, who was suddenly patted on the back, was already shocked. When he heard Principal Chao's voice, he was so scared that his heart tightened. He turned around and replied with a stiff face, Hello, second uncle. I ran into an acquaintance, so I came over to say hello. Chapter 1272. Principal Chao raised his eyes and smiled at Yi Jifan. He then turned to old Jiang and said, Yu Xiang can't handle it alone. Go and take care of her. Yu Xiang, surnamed Chao, was old Jiang's wife and Principal Chao's niece. Yi Jifan's heart was in turmoil. The relationship between old Jiang and Principal Chao was uncle and nephew? He had investigated old Jiang's family and knew that his wife was old Master Chao's niece, but he didn't know that Principal Chao was also a member of the Chao family. Old Jiang did not dare to stay any longer. He secretly gave Yi Jifan a look as he walked out and gently closed the door of the private room. Just as he calmed his mind and looked up, he was so frightened by the figure that was only 3 steps away from him that he almost fainted. Qin Xiu, the real young master of the Qin family. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his back. Fortunately, second uncle didn't go in and didn't see Qin Yi sitting inside. Fortunately, Qin Xiu didn't come with him. Uncle, my mother is here. I'll go first. Under the bright crystal lights, the tall and handsome Qin Xiu stood there like a jade carving, attracting the gazes of all the guests who came and went. They were all attracted by his noble aura. The real young master of the Qin family was right in front of him. Old Jiang secretly wiped away the cold sweat in his heart. Although he was related to the Chao family, he really wasn't related to Qin Xiu. He didn't dare to say a word. He brushed past Qin Xiu's shoulder and quickly left. Principal Chao noticed that old Jiang's expression was a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He just thought that it was a little awkward for him to bump into a businessman and an official. However, because the official was Yi Jifan, Principal Chao, who didn't have a good impression of him, secretly frowned. He planned to find some time later to remind his niece's husband. Seeing his nephew Qin Xiu walk towards the stairs, Principal Chao, who was walking up the stairs, smiled and said, Your mother rushed over in such a hurry. After dinner, she rushed back to the capital. She didn't even stay for a night. I'm afraid your grandfather will scold her. I'll go remind her and let her coax your grandfather more. Yi Jifan and Qin Yi left together, not noticing that the door of the private room was slowly closing behind them. Yi Jifan returned to his seat and chatted with Qin Yi for a while. Inadvertently, the topic of their conversation shifted to Principal Chao. The Principal Chao you mentioned is my second uncle. My grandfather has 2 sons and 2 daughters. My second uncle is the third. Qin Yi had always liked to keep in touch with the Chao family. Whenever Qin Xiu's relatives were close to him, he would also keep in touch with them. Hearing this, Yi Jifan's heart tightened. He took a small sip of the white wine. In that case, it was good that he was cautious. When Principal Chao didn't give him any face and asked Ding Ying to leave, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Otherwise, he would have become enemies with the Chao family. Everyone in the room was talking about Yi Ying's intention to enlist in the Beijing political corps. Qin Yi glanced at the bank card that Sun Dongqing had just mentioned and whistled in his heart. It was interesting to have dealings with officials. They all knew how to give gifts. Without any hesitation, he took the bank card and smiled confidently. This matter is easy to handle. Director Yi, prepare your daughter's information for me as soon as possible. Based on my experience with Director Ye's daughter's temperament, it won't be a problem for her to enter and stay in Beijing. You said that Yi Zhifan wants to send his daughter to the Beijing political group? Principal Chao took the opportunity to look at his nephew's son-in-law coldly. Even his voice was cold. You don't have the ability, yet you dare to take on the porcelain job? Chapter 1273. Of course, old Jiang knew that he did not have that kind of ability. He did not have it, but Qin Yi did. He thought about how he had been caught by his wife's second uncle, who had deliberately pulled him aside and warned him not to get too close to Yi Zhifan, so that he wouldn't end up with nothing. At the end of the day, the Chao family still thought of him as a relative. After struggling for a while, old Jiang replied slowly, "Second uncle, I know that I don't have the ability to send Director Ye's daughter to the Beijing political group. That's why I asked you. He knows a lot of people in Beijing. He must have a way. I heard from the grapevine that Director Yi is very likely to be promoted to the provincial construction department at the end of this year. I thought that if I were to contract the provincial construction project in the future, I would have to interact with Director Yi in the future. Seeing that he is busy with his daughter's matter, I might as well take a risk. If I succeed, I will show my face in front of Director Yi. It should be easier for me to get the project in the future. It doesn't matter if it doesn't succeed. He knows that I have done my best. You know that we are businessmen. We must be careful. I took advantage of the old man's 80th birthday to arrange a meeting between Director Yi and Qin Yi. After listening to his explanation, Principal Chao slightly narrowed his eyes. Director Yi is a provincial official. He doesn't need to rely on his connections to send his daughter to the army. It is not difficult for his daughter to enter the Beijing political group. Why does he need to rely on his connections? With his influence in the southern province, he can write a letter of recommendation and bring it to the army. The army will consider or prioritize it. There is no need for him to rely on his connections. He paused for a moment and asked old Jiang, "Jian, are you close to Director Yi?" Old Jiang, full name, Jian. Second uncle, if I want to be close to him, why would I need to go through so much trouble to ask Qin Yi to help me? I'm just trying. I won't lose anything anyway. Jiang Jingyan smiled embarrassedly. Although he had a small achievement, he was still far from the real big boss. Now that he finally had the opportunity to double his business, even if there was only a slim chance, he wanted to try. Principal Chao didn't blame him. Jiang Jingyan was considered a promising person among his nieces and nephews, but he didn't use the Chao family's name to expand his own network. Today, he said that businessmen should know how to be careful, know how to curry favor, and know how to have a good relationship with the government. These were all right. Every profession had its own rules for survival, and Jiang Jingyan was still considered to be abiding by the rules. However, there was one thing he didn't quite understand. His relationship with Yi Zhifan wasn't very good. With Yi Zhifan's cautious nature, why would he agree to Jingyan's arrangement? This was tantamount to giving his political opponents evidence of abusing his power for personal gain. Jingyan, I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems. He is already an official in the provincial office. If he wants to send his daughter to the army, it should be a simple matter. Why does he still need to rely on others? Principal Chao reminded this junior, whom he admired, that the Chao family had been going downhill. If it weren't for the Qin family and old Master Chao, the Chao family would have been an ordinary family. He didn't want his nieces and nephews to go down the wrong path. Jiang Jingyan really didn't understand and didn't want to investigate. Seeing him like this, Principal Chao sighed and reminded him again, "Xian, be careful not to get what you want. Instead, you will get into trouble. I think there must be something behind this matter that even an official like him can't solve." Chapter 1274. Principal Chao rarely interfered with the family affairs. He spent most of his time at school. His wife took care of the family affairs and looked after his nephew and son-in-law. He was so young and already bald. Alas, I should remind him more. He continued, also, don't provoke Qin. I'll ask Qin Xiu to call him out. As for the matter between you and Director Yi, I think it's better to forget about it. Ask Qin Xiu to call Qin Yi out? Jiang Jingyan's face changed. He wanted to stop Principal Chao, but Principal Chao saw through his thoughts and said sternly, who is Qin Yi? He always uses the name of Qin Xiu to do whatever he wants. Since you know that he is afraid of Qin Xiu, you don't dare to let Qin Xiu know. Why do you still want to use Qin Yi for your own benefit? Moreover, do you think that Director Yi will open the door for you just because you've done what he wants? Xingyan, he is a village official with no background. Being careful is his first standard. Do you think he will use his position to open the door for you? His words made Jiang Jingyan's body shiver. Principal Chao had already walked to Qin Xiu's side and said a few words. Jiang Jingyan only felt that the Qin family's legitimate young master's gaze was so cold that he couldn't help but shiver. Although he could be considered as Qin Xiu's brother-in-law, he didn't dare to call himself his brother-in-law. Only Qin Yi would give him some face. Qin Xiu's handsome face was cold. He pursed his lips and said in a cold voice, if Qin Yi has the ability to get people into the Beijing political group, my father won't have to worry about him. Qin Yi's surname was Qin, but unfortunately, he was the illegitimate son of Qin Xiu's uncle. Qin Xiu's father, Qin Dingkong, couldn't resist the secret pleading of his younger brother, Qin Wenba, and took Qin Yi back to the Qin family. Principal Chao patted his nephew's shoulder and said, I'll have to trouble you with this. I just warned your brother-in-law that he will not follow Qin Yi's path in the future. Qin Yi, who was still chatting with Yi Jifan in the private room, didn't know that Qin Xiu would soon come to the door. Qin Xiu held a wine glass in one hand, and his smile and words vividly reflected the elegance of a rich playboy. Yi Ying, who was secretly observing him, saw him and her heart beat faster. Qin Yi, diplomat, good-looking, had the ability to get her into the Beijing political group. Yi Ying lowered her head and only showed Qin Yi's beautiful face. Qin Yi seemed to be interested in her. Her father had said that she could use anything and everything to help her achieve a better future. In that case, Qin Yi was definitely one of those things that could help her achieve a better future. The more Yi Ying thought about it, the colder her eyes flashed. Then she raised her head and sneaked a quick glance at Qin Yi. Fortunately, he was handsome enough that she could harden her heart and play with him. Qin Yi, a master of seduction, knew that the girl was secretly looking at him. But he would never have guessed that he had become a useful thing in her eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the girl's blushing face. Her delicate appearance made him tighten his grip on the wine glass. She was really a stunner. Look at those almond-shaped eyes. The charm in them made his whole body heat up. Yi Jifan didn't like the way Qin Yi secretly looked at his daughter. As a man, how could he not know what was in those eyes? Chapter 1275. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yi was able to mention all the high-ranking officials of the Beijing political group and knew where they lived, he even went there as a guest. He even mentioned that one of the high-ranking officials of the Beijing political group liked to make dough figurines and that there were a few authentic paintings of Master Qi hanging in the study room. After a few rounds of probing, Yi Jifan was sure that Qin Yi was from the Qin family, a family of diplomats. Only with this confirmation could they have a good conversation and resist Qin Yi's gaze on Yi Ying. Yi Ying was very happy. A young and promising diplomat. He seemed to be interested in her. Did this mean that she had a better chance of entering the Beijing government? Not only did Yi Ying think so, but Sun Dongqing also thought so. She even thought that if Qin Yi was really interested in her daughter, they could date and get married. Then her daughter would become a phoenix. The mother and daughter's thoughts did not escape Qin Yi's eyes. Only Yi Jifan remained calm. He only wanted to use Qin Yi's connections to send Yi Ying into the military. As for other things, he believed in the power behind the jade pendant. No matter how much Qin Yi liked Yi Ying, he would not show it. When Yi Jifan asked about Principal Chao, Qin Yi sighed and said, "My uncle is boring. He could have moved out of the provincial first high school and become an official somewhere else, but he insisted that he wanted to be a principal. What's so good about being a principal? He has worked hard all his life and I feel sorry for him. Fortunately, the students of the provincial first high school are good. I heard that there is another national top scorer. Otherwise, I would feel sorry for him. National top scorer, Yi Ying, who had been listening obediently, narrowed her eyes. She lowered her eyebrows and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes flashed with deep hatred. Yi Qian, just you wait. As long as she enters the army, even if you get into the military school, you will never be able to compare to her. The national top scorer not only provoked Yi Ying, but also Sun Dongqing. She said sharply, "What national top scorer?" She even said that she got into the military school. I don't even know if it's true. What does it have to do with you? Yi Zhifan had already confirmed that Qin Yi was indeed acquainted with the officials of the Beijing government. He was afraid that his wife's jealousy would leave a bad impression on him and ruin his daughter's future. After scolding in a low voice, he said helplessly to Qin Yi, "Recently, there is a rumor that the national top scorer is our niece. She has some conflicts with my family and had done something that hurt Yi Ying. My wife is still unwilling to forgive her." The reason why Yi Zhifan was because he was afraid that Qin Yi would secretly investigate it was better to say it himself. However, Qin Yi did not care about these things at all. What did it have to do with him whether or not the national champion was the niece of Mrs. Yi Zhifan? It was none of his business. However, in order to get Yi Ying, who was as beautiful as a flower bud, into his hands, Qin Yi pretended to be cold and said, "Director Ye's daughter looks like an obedient and sensible girl. It seems that the national top scorer is just SOSO. Yes. Mr. Qin is right. For the past few weeks, Sun Dongqing had heard the most about Yi Qian. She wanted to laugh at him but could not find a friend who could agree with her. Now that she heard Qin Yi say that Yi Qian was Estes, she immediately agreed. She said angrily, "That stupid girl. If it wasn't for Ying Ying's help in school, she would have gotten a 0 in her exams." Chapter 1276. She's the top scorer in the country. I'm starting to suspect that she cheated. Mr. Qin, do you know anyone in the Education Bureau? Could he check to see if her results were real? I'm starting to suspect that she's faking it. Qin Yi had no idea what was going on. His life was filled with nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun. He had never cheated in the college entrance examination. He had been living a carefree life in the capital with the help of the Qin family. He was very happy. Sun Dongqing wanted him to investigate the top scorer in the country. Qin Yi knew that this was related to the reputation of the Chao family. He had to agree even if he didn't have the ability to do so. If Qin Xiu found out about this, he would be punished. I think it's hard for Madame Ye's resentment to dissipate. Once Ying Ying enters the capital, I think the resentment in Madame Ye's heart will disappear. He didn't know what Sun Dongqing wanted him to do if he continued this conversation. He had taken the money and the beauty had taken the bait. It was time for him to leave. Qin Yi pretended to look at his phone. He frowned and said, "I should go back too. I'm afraid Grandfather Chao has already arrived." He placed his hand on the folder containing Yi Ying's personal files and bank cards. Just as he was about to speak, someone knocked on the door. Yi Zhifan thought it was Jiang Jingyan. He quickly stood up and laughed. "I'll open the door. Maybe it's Jiang Jian asking Mr. Qin to go back and celebrate Grandfather Chao's birthday." Qin Xiu, who was knocking on the door, heard the laughter inside. His usually gentle eyes flashed with a cold light. He said, "Qin Yi, it's time for you to come out." Qin Yi was so shocked that he didn't even take the folder with the bank cards. He stood up and hurriedly said to Yifan, "Excuse me, Director Yi." "Qin Xiu." How did Qin Xiu know that he was here? Oh no. Could it be that the principal of the Chao family saw him and told Qin Xiu? Thinking of this, Qin Yi did not dare to stay for even a second. He anxiously walked over and opened the door. "Hey, Mr. Qin, I forgot to take Ying Ying's files." Sun Dongqing's eyes were sharp. She saw the folder containing her daughter's files fall to the ground. She quickly got up and handed it to Qin Yi. "Mr. Qin, please take care of Ying Ying." The envelope was stuffed into Qin Yi's hands without any explanation. Just then, the door of the box opened and Qin Xiu appeared in the line of sight of the Yi family. Brother, why are you looking for me? Qin Yi, who didn't want to take the folder, had no choice but to take it in front of Qin Xiu. He tried to calm himself down and smiled. Is the old man here? Qin Xiu glanced at the file that Qin Yi wanted to hide but had nowhere to hide. He glanced at Yijifan with his seemingly gentle but indifferent eyes. Then he slowly glanced at Sun Dongqing and asked, Did I interrupt your plans? Oh no. Qin Yi denied. He closed the door and stopped Yijifan from going forward to talk to Qin Xiu. Brother Zhang's friend. I'm just here to get to know him and have a chat. In the room, Sun Dongqing was shocked and said, The sons of the Qin family are really outstanding. I think Qin Yi is already good enough, but his brother seems to be even better. As she said this, she looked at her daughter Yi Ying and thought about Qin Yi's brother. Sun Dongqing said softly, Old Yi, I think Qin Yi's brother seems to be more powerful. Why don't we let Yi Ying try it herself? Chapter 1277. Save me the trouble. Do you think the Qin family is a vegetable market where you can pick and choose? The appearance of Qin Xiu reassured Yifan. He was 100% sure that Qin Yi was from the Qin family. He was 100% sure that Qin Yi knew the senior officials of the Beijing political group. Sitting back in his chair, Yi Jifan looked at his daughter and reminded her, there's still a long way to go before the winter conscription. Let's see if Qin Yi can get it done. Don't listen to your mother. Also, don't mention Yi Qian's relationship with our family in the future. She was admitted to the military academy as the nation's top scorer. You have no right to question her. The matter is settled. Don't waste your time thinking about it. Think about how to get Ying into the Beijing political group. Yi Ying, who had not spoken much, said in a cold voice, Dad, as long as I get into the Beijing political group, I will not let you down. Wait until you get into the Beijing political group. We can't just rely on Qin Yi. We have to continue to look for other connections. Yi Jifan did not have the habit of pinning all his hopes on one person. He was used to making preparations. He took a sip of wine thoughtfully and said, As for Qin Xiu, we can give it a try. Sun Dongqing pursed her lips. That's what I was thinking. Didn't you disagree? Mum, Dad means that he will go to Qin Xiu, not me. Yi Ying sighed and explained, It's best if Dad comes forward. I should take the initiative to go to Qin Xiu. Is that right? She then asked Yi Jifan, Dad, are you going to go to Qin Xiu later? When Grandfather Chao's birthday party is over, I'll try my luck. Yi Jifan's brows did not loosen as he sipped his wine. He could only try his luck. Principal Chao of the provincial first high school had become Qin Xiu's uncle. He was especially protective of Yi Qian. He was not sure if he would be able to talk to Qin Xiu. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Yi Ying bit her lower lip lightly, tears flashing in her eyes. She had taken a wrong step, and now it was difficult for her to take another step forward. She had never thought that she would be banned from taking the college entrance exam, and never thought that that damned girl, Yi Qian, would actually get into the military academy. However, Principal Chao felt that it was not impossible for Yi Ying to find Qin Xiu personally. He opened the file that Qin Xiu had placed on the table and skimmed through it. Then, this principal who had always been kind to his students revealed a cold smile. Looks like Director Yi is determined to go against Yi Qian. Now that Yi Qian has entered the military academy, he wants to send Yi Ying to the Beijing government regiment. The fact that Yi Qian has entered the military academy has greatly affected their family. Yi Qian got into the military academy because she has the ability to do so. Even if she didn't get into the military academy, she would still have a bright future if she joined the military. Qin Xiu secretly added in his heart. He picked up a page of Yi Ying's personal file. When he read a certain part, his elegant brows raised, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I think I've found the reason why they're looking for connections. He placed the personal file on the table and tapped lightly with his slender fingers. According to the medical examination standards issued by our country's National Health and Family Planning Commission, General Staff Headquarters, and General Logistics Department, she definitely won't pass this test. Also, according to the political assessment rules issued by the Ministry of Public Security, General Staff Headquarters, and General Political Department, Her performance during military training also makes it impossible for her to join the military. There were 2 points in the personal file that also gave Yi Zhifan a headache. There were 2 points that he had not told his daughter. First, heart disease. Second, conduct failure during military training. Chapter 1278. It was the 2 points written on the file that made Yi Zhifan's heart turn cold when he inquired about the application conditions. He also thought about deleting the file or disguising it, but he rejected all of them. If they found out, not only would his daughter's future be ruined, his career would also be ruined. The risk factor was too high, so he had to give up. She wanted to be a soldier, and she also wanted to join the Beijing government regiment. Going through the normal application process was impossible. Therefore, Yi Zhifan tried to use his connections to get Yi Ying into the army. Principal Chao did not look at Yi Ying's file in detail, but he knew the requirements. Principal Chao picked up the file and looked at it. He sighed again and again. You are too smart for your own good. You could have been a soldier, but you destroyed your own Great Wall. No wonder Qin Yi was so arrogant and said he would not implicate you. He probably knew what was going on when he saw it. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out of the Qin family by Grandpa. Qin Xiu put Yi Ying's file back into the portfolio. He straightened his tie and stood up with a gentle smile. I have to see the guests out. Uncle, should you go out with us? Principal Chao and Qin Xiu did not like to socialize. After the birthday party, they sat together in the lounge and did not want to go out. At this time, most of the guests in front of them had left. It was enough for them to go out and show their faces. Qin Xiu was okay. After all, his surname was Qin. He only needed to stand beside his mother and say a few polite words. Principal Chao, as a son, not only did he have to talk to his mother, but he also had to see the guests out of the restaurant personally. The topic he hated the most was also mentioned. He listened and said helplessly, although I am the principal, the school is not my own school. If my relatives' children want to come to the provincial first school, I will definitely welcome them. As long as they can pass the exam, no matter which class they are assigned to, it will be a good class. No exam? Aren't you making things difficult for me? They all passed the exam. Even my son passed the exam. This year, there was a national champion in the provincial first school. Principal Chao almost lived a life isolated from his relatives. Now that he caught them at his father's birthday party, he realized that all the people who stayed were. Their children just happened to pass the exam. Yi Zhifan looked at Principal Chao from afar, who was surrounded by people. His mouth was cold. His eyes fell on Qin Xiu, who was leaving alone. Here was his chance. The restaurant was so clean that even the washroom was spotless. There wasn't even a hint of odor. Qin Xiu, who was carefully washing her hands, didn't look up when she realized that someone had come in. After washing her hands meticulously, she took out a tissue to wipe her hands. Then she heard a slightly surprised voice behind her. Isn't this Interpreter Qin? Was there a need to be so surprised? Looking at Yi Zhifan, Qin Xiu smiled politely. Director Yi. Without another word, he gracefully walked out. Clearly, he had no intention of chatting with Yi Zhifan, who was pretending to be surprised. Right when he entered the washroom just now, he seemed to have turned left to enter, but when he went out, he turned right. Qin Xiu, who was so bad with directions that it affected her daily life, only paused for a moment before Yi Zhifan caught up with her. When I was eating with Qin Yi just now, I heard Interpreter Qin's voice. I thought I heard wrong, but I didn't expect it to really be Interpreter Qin. Yi Zhifan wasn't stupid enough to be surprised that Qin Xiu was here. His explanation told Qin Xiu that she was surprised because the voice she heard just now was indeed Qin Xiu's. Chapter 1279. Qin Yi is my cousin. Qin Xiu followed Yi Zhifan out of the restroom. Good, someone is leading the way. He doesn't have to worry about getting lost in the restaurant. Just now, he was afraid that the relatives and friends of the Chao family would ask him if he had a girlfriend, so he didn't pay much attention to the surroundings. It was not impossible for him to get lost in the restaurant. Yi Zhifan, who had no idea that he had become a compass, was elegant and dignified as an official. He maintained his identity and said casually, "So, Mr. Qin is the grandson of Mr. Chao. I know a person in charge of a company." His wife's surname is Chao, and they say that she is Mr. Chao's niece. I wonder if you know Jiang Jingyan? Yi Jifan, who was well versed in the art of making friends, seemed to be talking casually, but in fact, he had a certain purpose in mind. He had to find an opportunity to get close to Qin Xiu. He couldn't be too anxious. He had to get closer to him first. He calculated step by step, but Qin Xiu didn't give him any chance. He walked out of the restroom as if he didn't hear anything. He said politely, "Director Yi, I have something to deal with here. Goodbye." After finding Qin Yi, he found him. No wonder Uncle said to be careful of him. This person really knows how to curry favor. Qin Xiu left without giving him any face. Yi Jifan, who had hit a wall, almost couldn't maintain his expression. He stared at Qin Xiu's back as he left. His eyes were dark. He left because he had something to do? Why did it look like he deliberately avoided him? Did Qin Yi tell Qin Xiu about his request? Or did Principal Chao say something to Qin Xiu? Thinking of this, Yi Jifan raised his hand and rubbed his aching temples. Heart disease could be checked in the hospital to prove that there was no heart disease. But Yingying's performance in the military training? How to deal with it? Ying didn't know that she couldn't even join the army. The next day, the whole family was preparing to go to the hospital to visit old Madame Yi. Qin Yi, who they met last night, came to visit. I've already asked a friend to bring the file back to Beijing. I'll find an opportunity to send it to the head of Beijing's political group. I'm here to inform Director Yi. Even though Qin Yi was here for Ying, he knew his limits. He finished telling Ying about the things that he had not done at all and said, "Please wait for a moment, Director Yi. I will inform you as soon as I receive any news. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I will tell Director Yi." Since he had taken the money, he had to give the other party some hope, right? Hearing this, Yi Ying was overjoyed. Yi Jifan, on the other hand, was worried. Did Qin Yi not read his daughter's file carefully? Did he not show it to Qin Xiu either? Forget it, I won't bring it up for the time being. Let's see how far I can go first. If even the Qin family could not help, his daughter would not be able to join the military. Yi Jifan was anxious to create a path for Yi Ying to suppress Yi Qian and not let the person behind the jade pendant give up on him. For the first time, Qin Yi stumbled. If he was not so anxious and afraid that the person behind the jade pendant would support Yi Qian, with Yi Jifan's shrewdness, he would not have stumbled. The jade pendant made Yi Jifan's career bright, but it also became the source of his greatest fear. The whole family politely sent Qin Yi off. Sun Dongqing was so happy that her eyes narrowed. This is good, this is good. With Mr. Qin's help, it will definitely succeed. Hearing this, old Madame Ye's crooked mouth smiled even more crookedly. She said vaguely, "Good, good, good, our Yingying is promising. She doesn't have to be afraid of that little bitch anymore." Chapter 1280. After the treatment in the provincial capital, old Madame Yi, who had a strong will to live, was finally able to speak. However, her body did not improve and she could only lie on the bed. "My Yingying has never been afraid of that little bitch. Just you wait. Even if Yingying is not a boy, he will still be better than my sister-in-law's 2 sons. Sun Dongqing would poke at old Madame Yi every time she came back to the hospital. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable. Every dog has its day. Now it was her turn to hold her head high. If she did not vent all the grievances she had suffered over the years, her surname would not be Sun. Old Madame Yi was not in the mood to quarrel with Sun Dongqing. She was anxious. When she thought of Yi Qian entering the military academy and becoming a soldier like her mother, she thought of the past. She thought of her daughter and son-in-law. Other than anxiety, she was also afraid. If she had known, she would have thrown that little bitch to death. She stared at Yi Jifan with her cloudy eyes. Her mouth seemed to be filled with water as she mumbled, "We must not let her climb over our heads. We must not. That bitch, I don't know. I don't know where that bitch came from. Yingying, you don't have to be afraid. That bitch can't do it, she's not as good as you. If there's a chance, help me teach her a lesson." Even though his words were vague, the viciousness in his tone made people's hearts tremble. Ying did not want to come at all. However, everyone in the province knew that Director Ye's old mother was paralyzed in bed. They had no choice but to come to the hospital and pretend to be filial. Yi Zhixiang, the one who started it, would always tell the hospital how filial her brother was. Even the people in the hospital knew that Director Yi was filial. In order to gain a good reputation, the whole family had to come even if they did not want to. Ying, who was standing beside the bed, did not even look at it. She said softly, "Grandma, take care of yourself. I will do my best." Teach Yi Qian a lesson? What ability did she have to teach Yi Qian a lesson now? Even if his good grandma was lying in bed, she was not restless at all, just like what his father said. Yi Zhifan was too lazy to say anything more. He couldn't move. No matter how much he wanted to stir up trouble, he was powerless. He was only thinking about when Qin Yi would give him a clear answer. Yi Qian knew that Yi Ying wanted to join the Beijing political group in the middle of August. There was still half a month before her reporting date. The last batch of eliminated navies will take the patrol ship back to the port tonight, and the rest of the soldiers will be formally trained as frogmen. As the Big Mermaid announced the names of the last batch of eliminated soldiers, the only sound on the beach was the sound of waves. They stood in the sunset like tall pine trees. After several months of elimination matches, they were deeply influenced by Li Jinyan and would never lower their heads even if they bled. Even if they lost, they had to maintain the iron bones of a soldier. In the end, 9 people, including Yi Qian, were left. Out of more than 100 navies, only a few were left. It was enough to show how strict Li Jinyan's selection of frogmen was. Just like the Snowfield Brigade, every member of the frogman team was a 1-in-a-million elite soldier. After sending away the eliminated soldiers, Yi Qian officially joined the training on how to become a combat diver and how to use open and closed diving equipment. To officially become a frogman, the navies had to show a high degree of adaptability underwater. They had to be able to complete the training under great pressure and in a murky environment. This made Li Jinyan, who always had a cold expression on his face, reveal a faint smile that was rarely seen in a year in front of all the navies. Chapter 1281. The Great Mermaid standing next to him saw him smile and joked, "Do you feel like you're a father? You've finally raised a bunch of kids, haven't you? You must be happy." Li Jinyan felt a little helpless at such a comparison and teasing. His comrades in the team didn't seem to have any talent for language. Even he, the captain, was the same. But he was right about one thing. He was indeed happy. Those who stayed are the best of the best. We can move to our camp now. Li Jinyan's gaze was cold and sharp as he stared at the rippling water surface. He said calmly, "After the National Day ceremony in October, we will have a competition with another Army Special Forces led by Xia Jinyuan. Those who have been selected to join the army will also need to go to the battlefield. Big Shark, our training needs to be more intensive." The military had already agreed to the joint application of the Navy and Army for the competition to be held immediately after the National Day celebration. It was the middle of August and there were less than 2 months left. The Great Mermaid's expression turned cold. Time is indeed tight. What about Yi Qian? She probably won't participate. Participate? Participate? The Great Mermaid's reaction was slow for 2 seconds. She immediately asked, "Which camp does she belong to? Our army? Army?" There was a night diving equipment exchange training under the water. The training required 2 soldiers to enter the water and wear masks to exchange diving equipment. It was 6:50 in the evening and there were still 10 minutes until the end. The underwater frogmen's activities caused the ripples in the water to deepen. Amidst the undulating waves, 2 soldiers in diving gear were the first to surface. Li Jinyan looked at the time. Dijian Luzhen, first. She belongs to our camp. Our camp? Lu Zhuanhai? Demon King, you're not joking, are you? The Great Mermaid's attention was not affected by the Demon King's jumping thoughts. She was still focused on which camp Yi Qian was in. She was brought here by Xia Jinyuan. She will become one of our people in the competition? Demon King, we can't let this be one-sided. Yi Qian, who had changed her scuba equipment underwater, swam to the reef covered in barnacles. She came out of the water and high-fived her soldiers to celebrate. She couldn't take off her breathing mask, so she could only high-five her soldiers to express her joy. 3 minutes in advance. Yi Qian glanced at his waterproof watch and made a 3 gesture with his thumb up. They were communicating with simple gestures. The soldier pointed at the reef and climbed up first. He then pulled Yi Qian up with him. The equipment on both of them weighed 8 kilograms. When they reached the bottom, they would be able to increase their weight and quickly dive underwater. When they reached the shore, their movements would be more or less affected. This was also the reason why the daily training of the frogmen was permanent. From not being used to carrying more than 10 kilograms of equipment, to being able to move agilely even when carrying it onto the shore, the amount of effort that frogmen put into amphibious warfare was something that ordinary soldiers couldn't compare to. When Li Jinyan saw Yi Qian come up, he didn't stand on the reef anymore. He stepped down from the reef and said to the Great Mermaid, "Now he is still in the Navy, so naturally he belongs to the Navy. Furthermore, the Army needs to test his results. The competition will allow the Army to see Yi Qian's results." His explanation made the Great Mermaid laugh. "Interesting. Yi Qian is Xia Jinyuan's person. We have a comrade in our team who knows our enemy well. We have a slight advantage in the competition." Chapter 1282. But the competition will not only involve underwater activities, but also land activities. Explosives, rappelling, and ground navigation will all be used together. I don't know if Yi Qian will have any problems. Look at the Army's attitude. You can tell if she will have any problems. Under the reef, the team members who were exchanging diving gear came out of the water one after another. Amidst the sound of the waves, Li Jinyan's indifferent voice seemed to be so soft that it was almost inaudible. Will there be any problems? Would there be any problems with someone who was chosen by Xia Jinyuan and valued by the Army? If Yi Qian, who was born in the Army, was on land, her comrades in the Storm Commandos would probably be slightly inferior to her. After more than a month of training, Li Jinyan already had an idea of Yi Qian's abilities. She was outstanding, brave, meticulous, and fearless. How could there be any problems with a female soldier whose blood was as cold as a soldier's? From what you've said, there shouldn't be any problems. But she will be leaving the team on August 29th. Demon King, shouldn't we reduce her training schedule? The Great Mermaid's voice gradually lowered. She has to go through basic combat diving at least once. There's too much to learn about frogmen. She has only learned the basics in the 2 months she's been here. She hasn't even gone through helicopter launching or sniping training. The official members of the Storm Commandos had to go through 18 months of basic underwater training and professional qualification training, followed by a 6-month deployment period. Yi Qian had only been here for less than 2 months, and all she had learned was basic underwater training and some basic training subjects for professional qualification training. Yi Qian did not touch on professional training such as naval combat, combat swimming, communications, close-range combat, ground combat, airborne operations, combat techniques, evasion, and so on. That was why Yi Qian had only learned the basics in the past 2 months. To Li Jinyan and the others, what she had learned was just the basics. But to the normal soldiers, Yi Qian already knew a lot. She had touched on both land and sea. But the Great Mermaid felt that Yi Qian had learned too little. Unfortunately, she still has about 10 days before she leaves. Now that she's resting for 3 days in the remaining 11 days, she can only touch on a few of our training subjects. They will rest for 3 days. Yi Qian will continue. Li Jinyan had other plans for Yi Qian's 3-day break. Big Mermaid felt that Yi Qian had learned too little, but he wanted to see how tough she was. Would she be able to persevere through continuous high-intensity training until she left? The sound of conversation gradually faded away, and the team members under the reef also came out of the water in pairs and swam towards the reef island. That was the end of today's training. At 7:10 in the evening, the last ray of light on the horizon had been withdrawn. The stars above the sea seemed to have lit up in an instant, reflecting the tranquility and vastness of the sea. All the members of the Storm Commandos, who had taken off their equipment and were wearing black rubber diving suits, had gathered. They looked straight at Demon King Li, who was standing in front of them. Looking at the soldiers who had entered the formal training and performed well in all aspects, he, who had never shown a smile in front of them, suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a very faint smile. Borrowing the starlight from the sky, the 9 spearmen standing at the very front saw him smile like this. Their originally expressionless eyes all revealed looks of disbelief. Demon King Li, who had never smiled at them before, actually smiled. He actually smiled. Holy shit! He actually knows how to smile. Then, a few of the soldiers sucked in a cold breath, and even their expressions changed. Chapter 1283. Yi Qian looked at Li Jinyan's faint smile without much emotion. She wasn't someone who liked to smile. But to the frogmen who had gone through several months of elimination matches, they were like Tang Seng, who had gone through many trials and tribulations before finally achieving enlightenment. Demon King Li's expression was even rarer than seeing the sun rise from the west. As night fell, the soldiers in black rubber diving suits straightened their backs when they saw Li Jinyan's fleeting smile. Their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. The frogmen seniors in the team said, Demon King Li's smile represented savagery. It represented that everyone's training had entered even more savage and savage days. In these few months, everyone had experienced Demon King Li's savagery. Those who remained were the sharpest soldiers who could withstand Demon King Li's savagery. The new frogmen who finally felt like they were frogmen looked at Demon King Li's savagery, faint smile. It was as if a snowflake wind was blowing in their hearts, causing everyone's hearts to turn cold. It had been 3 days since the last batch of eliminated soldiers left. Those who remained had also begun 3 days of combat diving training. Demon King Li suddenly smiled, causing everyone who remained to feel a chill in their hearts. At the same time, they also felt uncertain. Would they continue to be eliminated? Was someone going to be sent back today? Even Yi Qian, who usually didn't think too much, couldn't help but think too much at that moment. His cold gaze swept across the patrol ship that was about 100 meters away from the beach. His gaze lightly swept across the 5-starred red flag fluttering in the wind, and then he quietly retracted it. Could someone really be eliminated? Yi Qian thought silently. Li Jinyan seemed to know what they were thinking. After his smile, he didn't speak for a long time. His cold gaze swept across the 9 new soldiers, including Yi Qian, and then looked at the row of veterans behind them who were trying their best to hold back their laughter. His expression was indifferent as he slowly said, "You have 3 days off." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Qian heard a sound that sounded like air leaking out of rubber. Even she gently exhaled a mouthful of salty, turbid air. Fortunately, they were not eliminated. The toes in the rubber fins loosened a little, and all the soldiers relaxed their stiff backs a little. Everyone is to leave the island tonight and complete your transfer procedures. In the face of the soldiers' reaction, Li Jinyan's expression remained as cold as ever, without the slightest bit of awkwardness. You will have a certain understanding of our frogman unit during the 3-day holiday, and you will also understand why our selection is so harsh. The soldiers who stayed behind did not transfer their files from their original unit to the Storm Amphibian Frogman Commandos, so they could not be considered as official commandos. During the 3-day holiday, the original unit would send a document to complete the transfer procedures with the Storm Commandos. Their glorious deeds, other than their military merits and medals, would all be cleared. Once again, the newly enlisted soldiers were not surprised by the sudden holiday. From their serious expressions, one could vaguely find a trace of strangeness. They felt that it was impossible to give them a holiday so easily. They had a feeling that something was going to happen. They felt that Demon King Li wouldn't give them a holiday so easily. Too many feelings made the soldiers feel uneasy. The sudden holiday didn't feel real at all. Chapter 1284. Li Jinyan, who had seen their reactions, did not explain further. He was also wearing a rubber diving suit, and his slender limbs exuded the strength of the sea. He raised his wrist and said, "It's 7:15 p.m. now. The patrol ship will leave at 7:40 p.m. Dismissed." "Captain, are we really on vacation?" "Captain, just give us a quick death. What other tricks are you waiting for us?" Not a single person dismissed. The unreal feeling made them afraid to leave. After months of training, they did not even have a day off. Suddenly, they were given 3 days off. They would not dare to accept it even if a pie dropped from the sky. Li Jinyan never reflected on how his brutal training had traumatized the soldiers who were about to become official team members. His eyes were as cold as the cold moon rising from the sea. He spat out 3 words coldly, "You don't believe me?" After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Yi Qian, who had an indifferent expression. The handsome young major asked the only female soldier in the team, "Yi Qian, you don't believe me either?" "It's not that I don't believe you. We definitely have a vacation. I just don't quite believe that the Demon King would give us a vacation so easily." Yi Qian, who was called out, had a calm expression. She met the other party's cold gaze that could dissect her soul and replied calmly, "We believe in a vacation, but we don't believe that we can leave smoothly." Over. The only female soldier in the team, who was also the only female soldier in the team who was not afraid of the Demon King's training, spoke out the thoughts of the other 8 male soldiers. Li Jinyan always knew that Yi Qian was not as afraid of him as the male soldiers, but he did not expect that she would dare to directly question him. For a moment, he did not respond. The air was a little heavy. Everyone held their breaths as they waited for the Demon King to speak again. "Marines, you still have 24 minutes. The Great Mermaid couldn't stand it anymore. She stroked her forehead and sighed, "You are indeed given 3 days off. The documents from your original units have arrived at the port. Everyone needs to go through the transfer procedures in person. One of the 3 days off is for official business, and the other 2 days are for you to rest." As the vice captain and also a part-time ideological instructor, he could feel the warmth of the vice captain every time he experienced Demon King Li's cold winter. Just like now, his gentle voice broke the heavy atmosphere in the air as he slowly said, "There is nothing extra for this holiday. Although your captain's code name is Demon King, and he is usually a little strict with you, when you become one of us frogmen, you will feel the warmth of his spring breeze." The warmth of a spring breeze? Li Jinyan raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the vice captain who spoke up for him. He said indifferently with an expressionless face, "I only have the coldness of spring. I don't have the warmth of spring. If you want to find warmth, you can look for the vice captain, codenamed Big Shark. Codename Demon King, codename Great Shark." This was the first time that the remaining Marines heard the codenames of these dragon-like frogmen. The beach was very quiet. The disbanded team members looked at each other, and then looked at the Demon King. Was the Demon King joking just now? The veteran behind him had already laughed and said loudly, "Demon King, your cold jokes are still incomprehensible. Look at what you have done. They are so scared that they can't believe that you are going to have a holiday. Don't say that you don't believe it. Didn't we also not believe it in the past? When we got on the ship, we were afraid that someone would come out in the middle of the night and drag us down." With the veterans' laughter, the Marines finally believed. They really had a holiday. In the faint screen, everyone laughed. There were still 22 minutes left. They had to change their diving equipment, clean up the entire beach for scattered equipment, and then return to the tent to pack up everything. They had to leave the reef island where they had been training for nearly 4 months. Chapter 1285. Pack it up, pack it up. We're about to leave the base. Kid, change your clothes and stay away from Yi Qian. Wear your clothes neatly. Although you've become one with the night, you still need to look good. 10 minutes later, 2 rubber boats sailed towards the patrol ship. The neatly dressed soldiers finally boarded the ship and arrived at the port about 4 hours later. The patrol ship set sail. Several soldiers, who had peeled off several layers of skin from the sun, stood on the deck and stared at the reef island that was getting farther and farther away. They asked the veteran who was standing with them, "Will we come again?" In the past, they just wanted to leave as soon as possible, but now they couldn't bear to leave. "Of course we'll come back. This area belongs to our country and is also our training base. We'll come back often." The veteran with the code name Big Eel answered them with a laugh. "You can't bear to leave now, but don't complain about going back to land later." "I don't think so. You just occasionally say you want to go back to the port for a hot meal. You don't complain during the day, but you dare to dream at night. When we patrol at night, someone will shout, 'Let me go back,' in his dreams." For a moment, the deck was filled with laughter. They forgot about their tiredness during the day and began to enjoy their 3-day holiday. The laughter faintly traveled into the cabin, causing Big Eel to raise his head. His gaze fell on the deck through the windproof and bulletproof glass. Only now do you believe that you're really on vacation. Devil King, you've become even more vicious. He smiled and looked away. He asked Zhou Xian, Little Yi, do you think the Devil King is more vicious than before? The laughing soldiers on the deck were on a 3-day holiday. 2 minutes ago, Zhou Xian learned that she didn't have a single day off. She would continue training the next morning at the port. I didn't see how vicious the Devil King was before, so I can't make any comments. Zhou Xian smiled. Her mood didn't change because she didn't have a vacation. On the contrary, she hoped that she could use the next 14 days to train in subjects she hadn't experienced before. Li Jinyan had a cold personality, but he didn't take his comrades' jokes to heart. He sat in the cockpit and stared coldly at Zhou Xian, who had impressed his comrades. His thin lips moved slightly as he said, Gather at the port tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. We'll take you to the base for training. Focus on learning how to fight on the sea and close combat. Me and 3 other members will go together. Do you have any objections? Zhou Xian's smile faded as he said seriously, I don't have any objections. I'll definitely follow your arrangements. Female soldiers were very good in this aspect. They never questioned the training arrangements. Li Jinyan, who was a man of few words, nodded and ended the conversation with a okay. The whole conversation took less than 5 minutes and less than 100 words. It was so concise that even the Big Mermaid was stunned. One didn't like to talk, and the other didn't like to ask. How were they supposed to communicate? How to communicate? Little Yi, you don't have any objections at all? Should he first learn about naval combat and close-range combat? Why don't you ask us first? The Big Mermaid coughed. His dark and resolute face was full of smiles as he tried to get closer to Zhou Xian. It will take about 4 hours to reach the port. We can talk for 4 hours. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as it's not confidential, the Devil King and I can answer them. Zhou Xian really didn't think that he had anything to ask. However, when he saw the Big Mermaid's bright eyes and the pitiful appearance of a ferocious beast, Zhou Xian couldn't bear to refuse.